The story begins with a massive dragon looming over a man, speaking of a star that arrived in the demon world 100 years ago. The dragon declares that the man will no longer toy with the world with his bizarre powers as he coughs up blood. The demonic dragon demands to know what wish compelled this mortal to seek him out. Panting heavily, the man reveals his only desire is to finally return to his home world. Standing over the injured man, the dragon mocks him for risking his life for such a petty desire. The dragon notes that although the man's wish is now forfeit, his path was at least set in the right direction. The man scoffs as the dragon reveals that the dimensional crystal needed to return home is located within its heart. Facing the beast, the man tells the dragon that it has no idea how much pain he endured to find that power. He presses his wound in frustration, thinking about how he has struggled in this hellish world for an entire century. The dragon decides it will grant the man mercy. With a swift attack, the dragon attempts to end the man's life to stop his suffering. As a bright light begins to whir around him, the man smirks and agrees that it is finally time to end this. A blinding light suddenly erupts from a magic circle, catching the dragon completely off guard. The dragon lets out a pained cry as the intense flash of light continues to overwhelm it. Confused by the ominous glow, the dragon watches as the man grunts while his body begins to change. The dragon is shocked to see the man's wounds mending and wonders if he possesses the power of healing. However, the beast quickly realizes that this power is something far beyond simple healing. Realizing the man has the power of regeneration, the dragon watches as he demands its heart or threatens to rip it out himself. The dragon admits it underestimated him, but the man just smirks and begins a 3-second countdown. As the dragon struggles to understand his power, the man delivers a devastating blow that crunches through the beast's defenses. Ending the count at 1, the man apologizes for his impatience as he finishes off the dragon. The massive dragon falls with a heavy thud as the battle finally concludes. This is Hunter Soo-min, a powerful healer who has survived 100 years in this hellish world. As he examines the dimensional crystal taken from the dragon's heart, a voice expresses disappointment at the reward. After 100 years of struggle, it scoffs at receiving nothing more than a lizard's tiny organ, calling it a pathetic reward for a century of hardship. Soo-min addresses the voice inside him as Pred and tells it to be quiet as he casually tosses the valuable gem into the air. He swallows the crystal whole, causing a massive magic circle to erupt with a powerful whirring sound. As the energy surges around him, he smirks with the satisfaction of finally returning to Earth. Soo-min thinks about returning to his disciples and his brother as he reaches out toward the light. With a sudden flash of light, he finally begins his journey back to his home on Earth. A single leaf flutters down as Soo-min lies motionless on the forest floor, his body finally at rest. As a leaf taps against his head, he groggily mumbles, slowly regaining consciousness. He suddenly springs up with a startled cry, his body reacting to the sudden shift in environment. Taking in the bright surroundings, he calls out to see if the internal entity, Pred, made the journey with him. Pred cynically responds, addressing him as food and complaining about portal sickness. He tells him to make it quick because he's still busy vomiting into his entrails. Internally, Soo-min is relieved that Pred was made whole. Externally, he mocks Pred's portal sickness. He wishes that Pred gets digested inside him, calling him a dirty parasite, while Pred mocks him and asks whether he will be able to handle digesting him, because the size of the dumpling will be legendary. Feeling nauseous himself, he tells Pred to be quiet as he begins to scan his new surroundings. He questions whether they've truly returned to Earth. While Pred mocks his lack of recognition of his own home, he reminds the entity that Earth is a vast place. Soo-min notes that the flow of mana feels like it's inside a gate, while Pred insults him by calling him a weakling. Soo-min panics as his mana begins to act strangely, leading Pred to mockingly ask if his power was fake all along. Soo-min shouts in frustration that this is happening again, leaving the internal entity confused. He realizes his power has plummeted to just 20% due to the side effects of dimensional travel, the same phenomenon that drastically weakened him when he first crossed dimensions a century ago. Pred is surprised by his weakened state and demands that he get his power back before he leaves him. But Soo-min insists that it is not that simple. He remembers it took decades to regain his power before, causing Pred to threaten to find a new host and revoke their contract, and saying that he won't be able to use his awesome abilities if his mana is dried up like that. Soo-min claims he can still use some of his abilities until a sudden scream echoes through the forest. A girl pants heavily as she runs, regretting that she got separated from her colleagues, and hoping that they are all okay. A massive orc charges through the forest, leaving the girl terrified as she wonders why such a powerful creature is on a lower level. The girl cries out for help before tripping and crashing onto the ground as the monster closes in. Terrified and in tears, the girl fears her end is near as she collapses to the ground. Just as she expects to die, Xiumin effortlessly takes down the monster and calmly asks her a question. With a look of pure joy, he asks if he has finally made it back to Earth. Utterly confused by the sudden turn of events, the girl hesitantly confirms his question. He confirms they are in South Korea and asks for the current year, which he reveals is 2037, while reeling from the fact that he killed an orc in a single blow. Realizing it is 2037, he calculates that while a century passed for him in the demon world, only 10 years have gone by on Earth. He asks about the current president, and she nervously identifies him as Dae-soo Choi. Xiumin is shocked to learn that a man he remembers as a muscle-bound thug is now president. While the girl wonders if he is just some crazy role player, he scoffs at the fact that the man has managed to climb so high in society during his absence. He wonders if Korea has run out of real hunters, while the girl remains baffled by his strange behavior, wondering if he's playing the hero who traveled through time. Xiumin notices a strange monoflow and asks if they are in a gate, but the startled girl clarifies they are actually inside the Tower of Tutorials. As Xiumin questions the tower's existence, the girl explains it appeared recently as a mandatory trial for new hunters to awaken their skills. She adds that hunters race to finish the tower for high-ranking abilities and guild recruitment, though Xiumin recalls a time when such trials weren't necessary. While stretching, Xiumin learns that his old methods only apply to first-generation hunters, and asks how long it takes to escape this place. The girl states the average is 8 weeks, with a genius record of 3 weeks held by Jiwan Ryu, making Xiumin contemplate the time frame. A sudden rustling sound in the woods catches their attention as Xiumin remains deep in thought. A massive predator stomps toward them from the shadows, leaving the girl completely paralyzed with shock. The girl identifies the beast as a terrifying trolliger and can't believe such a monster is appearing in this area. Despite the girl's desperate plea to flee, Xiumin stands his ground and decides that waiting 3 weeks to leave is simply not an option. As the beast prepares to strike, Xiumin realizes that his movements are still hindered by the side effects of his journey between worlds. Ignoring the girl's frantic warnings to run, Xiumin calmly realizes that he has to take it at a slow pace. With a single devastating blow, Xiumin sends the massive beast whimpering in pain as he effortlessly showcases his superior power. The girl is overwhelmed with terror, while Xiumin calmly estimates that it will take him 5 days. Xiumin calmly states that 5 days will be enough for him to conquer the tower. Sijin Min, the guildmaster of Imperium, receives word that a group has just returned from the Tower of Tutorials. He assumes they are the group from 8 weeks ago and considers their return time to be a decent achievement. His pen suddenly stops when he is informed that one person in the group was not an original member. The assistant clarifies that the man isn't from another class year and doesn't even appear in the official entrant registry. The assistant slides over a report, adding that this mysterious individual has been wreaking havoc inside the tower. Sejin Min's eyes widen in pure disbelief as he looks at the data provided. Looking at a photo of the intruder, the guildmaster is left speechless as he recognizes the face of Xiumin. Stuttering his brother Xiu's name, he realizes that the person who emerged from the tower is his long-lost sibling. Meanwhile, Xiumin glances back with a calm expression and asks the girl if she plans to follow him forever as she nervously trails behind him with an awkward laugh. The girl is completely stunned and wonders if she is simply dreaming after witnessing such an impossible feat. As a massive golem falls, the girl questions how someone could clear the tower in just 5 days, while Xiumin notes that his strength has already recovered to 25%. With the tutorials officially over, the system begins calculating Xiumin's attributes and skill affinity as a bright light fills the hall. Xiumin scoffs as the system is left unable to compute his overwhelming power. A massive portal whirs to life as the system announces that the gate to the outside world is finally opening. As Xiumin walks toward the exit with steady steps, the startled girl lets out a gasp and tries to keep up. Bathed in a warm glow, Xiumin smiles with relief as he finally arrives back in Seoul, while the girl desperately calls for him to wait. Outside the tutorial area, a massive gate opens, signaling the return of hunters and drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. A muscular guard demands to know the cause of the commotion, noting that something feels strange about the gate's sudden opening. An observer recognizes the girl's name from the official register, but remains curious about the mysterious man standing next to her. The Team 2 leader arrives on the scene to investigate as an official identifies him and prepares to explain the unusual situation. The official reports that 2 hunters just emerged from the gate, but the man's name is nowhere to be found on the entrant registry. The guard finds it hard to believe that such a scrawny man cleared the tower without a single visible injury. Seeing the man's calm, almost condescending expression, the guard can't help but wonder if he believes his skills are superior to theirs. He pushes past the officials, confidently declaring that he will handle the situation himself. The guard confronts Xiumin about his missing name on the register, but the hunter calmly explains that he simply didn't use their entrance. The guard angrily shouts for him to stop talking nonsense, since everyone must use the official entrance. But Xiumin remains firm that he did not. The guard laughs mockingly at what he calls more nonsense, while the internal entity Pred jokes about how much this man seems to enjoy talking about trash. The guard aggressively presses his finger against Xiumin's forehead while condescendingly calling him a noob. As he continues to pester the hunter, the guard threatens to teach him a lesson, while Pred notes that this man is obsessed with talking garbage. Losing his patience, the guard screams at Xiumin to talk or prepare for a beating. Xiumin lets out a sharp laugh, completely unfazed by the guard's intense outburst. The hunter bluntly tells the guard to shut his mouth because his breath stinks, leaving the man stunned by his audacity. Cracking his neck with a smirk, Xiumin mockingly asks if the guard is truly prepared to try and beat him up. Xiumin mockingly invites the guard to attack while telling him to shut his mouth because his breath stinks, leaving the man fuming with rage. Enraged, the guard throws a powerful punch at Xiumin, but Xiumin remains perfectly calm, unfazed by the attack. Xiumin calmly repeats his warning for the guard to stay silent. He finishes his insult by calling the guard a mouth breather, with a look of pure indifference. Sejun Min and his assistant are left completely speechless by the scene before them. They arrive to find several guards knocked out on the floor, leaving them questioning what could have possibly happened. The assistant explains that the mysterious man had a fight with security, but has already disappeared from the area. Sejun immediately asks for detailed surveillance footage to identify the intruder. An official confirms they have a recording of the incident, showing Xiumin standing calmly as he is surrounded by security. The footage shows the guards being blown back simultaneously as Xiumin moves with incredible speed. They note that he defeated 5 hunters in seconds, leading the assistant to suspect he possesses a stealth ability after vanishing from sight. Sejun corrects them, stating that the man didn't use stealth, but was simply moving with extreme speed. He is left speechless as he stares at the report, whispering his brother's name in disbelief. He confirms that the man in the photo is definitely his brother, looking exactly as he did a decade ago. Sejun Min sternly orders his subordinates to take action as they follow closely behind. He commands his guild to put a bounty on Siu and track him down immediately, ordering them to bring him in as soon as they find him. As his team dashes away, Sejun wonders where his brother has been and why he didn't come to him first if he was in the country. He anxiously wonders where his brother might be heading next. Sejun Min adjusts his glasses as he prepares to question the person in front of him. The girl confirms she finished the tower, but admits she was carried through the trials by the mysterious man. Sejun notes her early exit suggests a powerful skill, and the girl reveals she obtained an impressive A-rank ability. Seeing her potential, Sejun offers her a spot in his guild, Imperium, promising to meet her terms. The girl is overwhelmed with joy and disbelief at the mention of the elite guild, Imperium. She considers joining them a great honor, but someone interrupts, mockingly comparing the top guild to a common street gang. Sejun Min sternly warns the intruder to watch his language. Recognizing the man as the famous genius hunter, Jihuan Ryu. Jihuan Ryu offers a sarcastic apology, pretending he didn't mean to offend anyone with his blunt words. He continues to provoke Sejun by calling him delicate, establishing his status as the powerful S-rank guildmaster of Gyumgang. Seong-il Choi, the S-rank leader of White Lion, arrives and notes that everyone was likely summoned by the Hunter Association. Surveying the scene, they realize a whole security team was wiped out by the mysterious unlisted hunter they are searching for. Jiwan Ryu examines a defeated guard and notes that the person who did this is incredibly feisty. Seong-il Choi points out that only a high-ranking hunter could cause such damage and expresses his intent to find him immediately. While Seong-il admits he wants to recruit the man, Jiwan Ryu laughs and proposes a race to see which guild can find him first. Jiwan Ryu smirks and proposes a Finders Keepers challenge, warning that things might get a little rough. Sejun Min remains silent, his expression cold and focused as he processes the situation. They agree to search for the mysterious hunter separately, with a pact to notify the others once he's found to save time. Jiwan Ryu hands the girl his business card, encouraging her to consider his offer since her high rank makes her a prime target for any guild. Waving goodbye, Jiwan Ryu confidently promises to be in touch with everyone soon. Sejun Min scoffs, clearly doubting that Jiwan Ryu has any intention of sharing information once he finds the target. Jiwan Ryu's assistant stands ready by the door, alert and waiting for his superior's next move. After Jinsik asks about the meeting, Sejun Min commands him to mobilize the guild's C-rank and D-rank members into search teams to track someone down. When Jinsik asks for the identity of their target, a mysterious smile creeps across Sejun Min's face. Jaewon Ryu reveals with a dark smirk that the person they are searching for is a member of Saijin Min's family. Meanwhile, Seo-min walks through the crowded streets of Seoul. Pred mocks Seo-min for rushing to eat fried chicken after a century, but the hunter insists that the taste is worth it as they dig into the meal. After one bite, Pred is completely stunned by the incredible flavor. He wonders why he is only tasting such a delicacy now, and jokingly questions whether it was made by the gods themselves. Curious, he asks how Seo-min survived in the demon world without it. Silently enjoying his meal, Seo-min tells him to shut up as he finally refills his humanity. Desperate for another taste, Pred promises to do the same if Seo-min gives him some leftovers and begins begging for a share. After finishing his meal, Seo-min thanks the staff and steps back out into the city. As they walk through the busy streets, Pred wonders where they are heading next. Seo-min looks ahead with a calm expression and tells the entity that their destination is obvious. Looking over a quiet neighborhood, he declares that he is finally returning to his home. Pred asks if this is where he lives, and Seo-min confirms that it is. He reaches out and opens the wooden gate with a heavy clunk. A soft voice welcomes Seo back as he looks around his old home. A man looks up from his newspaper and mentions that he is home a bit late today. A woman tells him he must be hungry and asks him to go find Sejun for dinner. A young boy shouts in agreement and excitedly runs past him to the kitchen. Two young boys announce that they are home as their family gathers to enjoy a meal of doenjang stew together. Seo-min steps into his old home, only to be met with a scene of complete neglect and mess. Dust and cobwebs cover the furniture, while empty bottles roll across the floor of the abandoned house. Staring at the wreckage, Seo-min is left completely speechless by the state of his former residence. Overwhelmed by the sight, he collapses onto the floor with a heavy thud. Leaning back in the filthy room, he sighs as he realizes he can't even remember the faces of his family anymore. He reflects on how forgetting is a curse for him, as he spent a century fighting to survive on a foreign planet. During the endless bloodbath, his body stopped aging, and his mind began to erase his memories, threatening his very identity. Terrified of losing himself, he desperately clung to every fading memory of his past life. He specifically held on to the memories of his brother to keep his sanity intact. Along with his brother, the faces of his disciples were the only things tethering him to his humanity. These memories stopped being simple records, and instead turned into painful obsessions and regrets during his long exile. Despite the pain, these memories kept him going for an entire century. Meanwhile, Pred mocks the cold and empty state of his real home, claiming that their place in the demon world was far cozier than this house. Seo-min acknowledges that Pred and his disciples helped him keep himself together throughout the century, but he reminds Pred that the demon world doesn't have fried chicken. Pred immediately agrees, admitting that the argument is impossible to refute and that he has no comeback for it. With a confident smirk, Seo-min decides he's seen enough of his old home and prepares to leave. As he steps away, he plans to visit his disciples next, curious to see how they've spent the last decade. Seo-min smiles while hoping his brother Sejun is doing well, but his peace is interrupted by a sudden shout from nearby hunters. A group of men suddenly swarms the area as a red-haired hunter on a nearby roof notes that it's about time they found their target. Hakmun Bayon, a C-rank hunter from the Gumgang Guild, identifies Seo-min and complains about wasting a whole day searching for the man who took down tower security. Unfazed by the confrontation, Seo-min sarcastically asks the hunter if he's looking for a medal for his hard work. When the group tries to intimidate him with their guild's name, Seo-min tells them he doesn't care who they are and demands they get straight to the point. The hunters threaten to make him crawl like a roach, but Seo-min points out that the new generation of hunters doesn't know its place. He mocks them right back, suggesting that they should be the ones crawling on all fours. Seo-min insults the hunter's gorilla-like appearance and suggests he start acting like one, leaving the man seething with rage. The red-haired hunter loses his temper and decides it's time to teach Seo-min a lesson. He lunges forward with a lightning-fast strike, determined to take down his target. A massive impact shakes the area as Seo-min is sent flying into a nearby wall with a heavy thud. Infuriated, the hunter demands to know who Seo-min called a gorilla, while his friends laugh in the background. The other hunters mock Seo-min for being knocked out with his hands still in his pockets, and suggest giving him one more smack. As the Quicksilver skill window appears, Seo-min asks the internal entity if it wants to consume the power, and Pred eagerly agrees to his first meal on Earth. To everyone's shock, Seo-min suddenly springs back to his feet, catching the red-haired hunter completely off guard. With a sudden burst of speed, Seo-min vanishes and reappears behind the startled hunter. He delivers a crushing force that slams the hunter face first into the pavement with incredible force. The hunter lets out a pained cry as his face hits the ground, leaving his companions paralyzed with fear at the sudden turnaround. Soo-min stands calmly over his defeated opponent as a cloud of dust settles around them. He slowly raises his hand. He orders Pred to consume the fallen hunter's skill as dark energy begins to creep from his hand toward the target. A massive magic circle erupts beneath them, signaling the start of the intense skill extraction process. The Predator ability successfully extracts the C-rank Quicksilver skill, which enhances the user's speed by at least twofold during a burst of acceleration. Soo-min is thrilled to discover that his powers still work on Earth, while Pred dryly remarks that the experience isn't nearly as satisfying as eating fried chicken. One of the hunters clenches his teeth in pure frustration as he prepares to strike. As the hunters leap from the rooftops to surround him, Soo-min ignores their calls to gang up on him and tells Pred to activate their newly acquired skill. Pred mockingly agrees to help as blue energy begins to crackle around Soo-min's calm face. Activating the Quicksilver skill, Soo-min moves with blinding speed and delivers a series of devastating blows to his attackers. A frustrated hunter sprints forward in a desperate attempt to land a hit on the elusive target. Soo-min remains perfectly still as the hunter's attack swishes harmlessly past him. With a sudden countermove, Soo-min delivers a heavy strike that leaves the hunter coughing up blood. After activating the C-rank Weak Point Strike skill, which automatically targets an enemy's weak point and becomes even more effective when the user is armed, Soo-min stands over the fallen hunters and mocks the poor condition of their chipped, unmaintained blades, telling them to take better care of their weapons once in a while. Engulfed in a surge of energy, Soo-min charges toward the hunters and declares that he's taking what he wants, leaving the remaining hunters staring in shock. Suddenly, a figure arrives at the scene and screams Soo-min's name, causing him to stop in his tracks. The captured hunter remains completely silent and terrified as Soo-min turns his head to look at the newcomer. Sejun stands panting with exhaustion, his mind flooded with memories of the younger brother he lost a decade ago. Sejun calls out to his brother with a joyful smile, leaving Soo-min stunned as he slowly turns toward the familiar voice. Looking across the street of their old neighborhood, Soo-min is left in disbelief as he finally recognizes his brother, Sejun. The story flashes back to 20 years ago when a mysterious gate suddenly opened on Earth, instantly plunging the once peaceful planet into total chaos. As monsters poured out to wreak havoc, some humans awakened special powers, though the lack of laws made it a savage era. Having lost their parents at a young age, Seo dropped out of school to become a hunter so he could provide for his little brother. Young Sejun is surprised and confused when he notices his older brother isn't heading to school like usual. Seo explains to his brother that he is starting a job today instead of continuing his studies. Sejun looks down sadly and asks if his brother is making this big sacrifice because of him. Seo reassures him by claiming he just isn't a fan of books and decided to start his career early. Sejun stands alone in the yard and anxiously asks when his brother will return from his new job. Seo gives a bright smile and promises to be back early as he waves goodbye to his brother. Returning to the present day, Seo is impressed by the luxury apartment his brother now owns. Seo is amazed that his brother bought a Riverview house without a mortgage, but Sejun credits Seo's old teachings for his success. Sejun reveals he even prepared a room for Seo, while internally wondering where his brother has been for the last decade. Seo is touched to hear he has his own room, and jokes about how the pupil has officially become a master. He acknowledges that it must have been tough for Sejun. Sejun becomes emotional, but quickly jokes that his brother should worry about himself instead, adding that the way Seo talks now is just like the brother he once knew. Sejun asks where he's been all this time, so Sayu invites him to sit down to hear a century's worth of stories. The two brothers settle in with snacks and drinks, as Seo begins to summarize his long journey. 10 years ago, after defeating a powerful demon lord of the Fourth World, its artifact accidentally warped Seo into a different dimension. In that other world, he encountered an entity named Pred that has the unique power to extract skills. Sayu spent 100 years using Pred's power to grow stronger until he finally tracked down the demonic dragon. After defeating the beast, he used the dimensional crystal from its heart to finally return home to Earth. While Pred is enjoying some snacks, Seo explains that the entity is called Predator and that it currently lives inside his body. Sejun is horrified by the idea of possession, but Seo clarifies that it's more like a parasite, while Pred mocks him from within, threatening to make him poop blood next time. Seo-min admits his story sounds crazy, but insists he is completely sane and asks his brother to trust him. Sejun reassures him that he trusts him unconditionally as his brother, though he needs time to process everything while being relieved Seo is safe. Seo turns the conversation to the last decade, questioning how a person like Daesu Choi managed to become the president of Korea. Sejun explains that Daesu took all the credit for Seo's victory over the demon lord of the Fourth World. fabricated a heroic image as the warrior god and the greatest of the first-generation hunters to gain power, and enacted harmful policies that he continues to enforce even now. He grits his teeth in anger, worried about how Daesu will react when he learns his true rival has finally returned. Siu scoffs at the idea of the president being the only SS rank hunter and suspects the Gumgang guild members who attacked him are the president's lackeys. Sejun clarifies that Daesu leads the Infinitum Guild and explains that there are 7 major guilds representing Korea, known as the Heptagram. The 7 powerful guilds of the Heptagram are revealed, including Imperium, Infinitum, Gumgang, White Lion, Salabai, Azure Bloom, and Frost Soul. Sejun describes the Gumgang Guildmaster, Jiwon Ryu, as a second-generation hunter and a vile snake. He promises to handle the situation himself today, and the anger on his face makes Siu realize that his brother has certainly developed quite a temper over the past decade. Siu shifts the topic and asks for an update on how his former disciples are doing. Sejun nervously fidgets with his hands, admitting that the group has split up and he hasn't been in contact with them for a long time. He reveals that while Xiaolong went home, another disciple named Yohua has unfortunately sided with the corrupt president. Curious about the final member, Siu asks what happened to his disciple Minjun. The atmosphere turns dark as Sejun delivers the devastating news that Minjun was murdered. Staring at an old photo of his disciples, a shocked Siu desperately asks who is responsible for the murder. Sejun explains that they couldn't identify the killer because Minjun's body vanished completely. Siu clenches his fist as Saijun explains that the killer was most likely a hunter or an unregistered awakened. Although the HMCS investigated the case, they found nothing. Siu Min asks for clarification on what the HMCS actually is. Sejun describes it as an international organization for investigating hunter crimes whose employees are on the front lines of the field. Sejun shows him the Hunter Investigation Service on his laptop, explaining they are the hunter police with authority over criminal awakened. Siu-min looks on with intense focus and asks if his brother has any connections with insiders at the organization. Sejun confirms he does, but warns Seiyu against infiltrating such a dangerous place, offering his own guild's intelligence team instead. Siu remains firm and serious, stating that intel isn't the only thing he needs to find the killer. Sejun tries to talk him out of it, insisting that Siu should focus on resting and regaining his battle prowess, rather than investigating murders. Siu scrolls through the screen, while reminding Sejun that he spent a century fighting for survival in a hellish world. With a terrifying expression, Siu declares that there is nothing he hasn't done and nothing he cannot do. Sejun gulps in fear as he suddenly remembers the fearsome reputation his brother once held. Sejun agrees to help and promises to put him in touch with Yeji Li, an HMCS administrator affiliated with the Frost Soul Guild. While Sejun notes that his brother looks the same, he also notices that Siu's aura has become far more intense. He wonders what kind of horrors his brother must have endured. Meanwhile, Siu suddenly recognizes a familiar face on the computer screen. When Sejun identifies the man as a 1.5 generation hunter and the HMCS team leader, Zhonggu Huang of the Gangbuk Guild, Siu realizes that the man is using an alias, and immediately recognizes his true identity. 2 days later, at the HMCS headquarters, a man bursts into the office while complaining loudly about the new generation of hunters. A second-generation hunter addresses him as Mr. Huang and asks what's wrong. Mr. Huang replies that he's furious the higher-ups forced a new recruit onto his team without a proper evaluation, adding that the new generation of hunters gets everything handed to them on a silver platter. The second-generation hunter internally mocks Mr. Huang's old-fashioned attitude, calling him a zoomer. Mr. Huang begins ranting about how much Earth has changed. He explains that, in the past, it was like the Wild West, kill or be killed. Hunters had to write their wills before every mission, and he recalls how he nearly died during a raid 10 years ago. Despite his subordinate having heard the story hundreds of times, the man insists on bragging about how he was the ace who carried his team. He dramatically recalls how his party was devastated by the thought of losing their star player during the dangerous mission. He remembers the exact moment a powerful healer appeared and saved his life with an incredible display of magic. As the man gets lost in his memories, Siu suddenly kicks the door open and shouts out his real name, Byung-gu. Siu walks into the office and demands to know why the man changed his perfectly fine name. With a confident grin, Siu asks his former acquaintance if he recognizes the savior who once saved his life. The man stutters in pure shock as he recognizes Hunter Siu-min, questioning if the person before him is actually the legendary Rabid Hound. Siu-min remains perfectly composed as a massive, intricate magic circle glows with a blinding yellow light. The team leader introduces Hunter Siu-min to the staff as their newest and most promising talent. Sweating profusely, the leader instructs the team to provide Xiumin with any information he needs immediately and to treat him with the utmost respect. The staff members whisper in confusion at their leader's nervous behavior, realizing that their new recruit is definitely not an average person. The leader suddenly shouts for Song-ae, causing her to jolt in surprise as he demands her attention. He calls for a briefing in the meeting room, while the staff wonders if the new recruit is actually an elite S-rank hunter. Inside the room, the leader bows repeatedly while offering refreshments and uniform options, while Xiumin calmly requests an instant coffee. Data Administrator Song-ae Kim is left baffled by the lack of briefing details and asks what specific information she should provide to their new guest. Xiumin gets straight to the point and demands all data regarding hunters killed over the past 20 years. When Song-ae hesitates due to the massive amount of data and official procedures, the leader furiously orders her to bypass the rules and follow Xiumin's instructions. The leader reassures Xiumin that the task will be done quickly, leaving Song-ae wondering who is actually in charge of the team. Song-ae asks if he specifically wants data on homicide victims and person-to-person violence. Xiumin confirms he wants cases labeled as murder and requests a list of all hunter murderers who are still at large. He internally notes that since his disciple was a high-ranking hunter, the killer must be a pro whose record should be in the association's files. Song-ae begins processing the request and asks where she should send the gathered information. Xiumin tells her to send it to his phone just as a subordinate knocks on the door to deliver an urgent message. The subordinate reports that the police have requested reinforcements for a violent turf war involving a gang called Cerberus. The leader sighs in frustration at the news, prompting Xiumin to ask for more information about this gang. Song-ae explains that Cerberus is a dangerous criminal group involved in weapon smuggling, contract killings, and suspected hunter trafficking. Hearing about the hunter trafficking case, Xiumin decides to join the mission and addresses the team leader by his old name. The leader quickly corrects him, clarifying that his name is Jonggu, not Byonggu, but Xiumin simply stares at him without responding. After Xiumin's silent stare, the man quickly changes his tone and says that Xiumin can call him by that name again if he likes. He immediately gives in to his savior's wishes as they prepare to head out for the deployment. Xiumin puts on his new uniform and notes that, since he is technically still a recruit, he should probably stay close to his superior. Standing over the defeated leader of the Bloodless Reaper, a mysterious figure mocks his opponent's lack of strength. Gang-ho, the arrogant second-in-command of Cerberus, boasts about his superiority while his subordinate eagerly agrees. Jikin, the third-in-command, demands recognition for the carnage he caused with his deadly metal claws. Gang-ho dismisses Jikin's request, prompting the red-haired hunter to vow that he will one day take over his superior's position. Gang-ho brags about carrying the organization to greatness after leaving his hunter job, while his team prepares to claim their new territory. With a dark grin, Gang-ho officially declares the area as the territory of Cerberus. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, catching the gang members completely off guard during their celebration. Surrounded by his fallen comrades, a panicked Jikin demands to know the identity of the intruder who survived their initial purge. As Xiumin struggles to remember the organization's name, calling it CMYK, Pred sarcastically corrects him by saying it's HAM, while the correct HMCS logo is clearly displayed on his uniform. Identifying himself as the Hunter Police, Xiumin calmly orders the criminals to surrender or face certain death. Jikin is left in a state of pure shock, unable to believe how quickly the Hunter Police arrived at the scene. Enraged by the intrusion, Gang-ho lunges forward with a lethal attack, determined to kill the interloper. Jikin watches in horror as his leader delivers a devastating blow that sends the intruder crashing through the wall. While Jikin worries about the consequences of killing a member of the HMCS, Gang-ho dismisses his concerns and orders him to clean up the mess. Gang-ho's arrogance instantly vanishes when a familiar voice suddenly addresses him from behind. Emerging completely unscathed from the debris, Xiumin mockingly acknowledges the gang leader's demeanor, prompting the man to wonder if Xiumin must have killed countless hunters in his prime. Xiumin smirks and tells his opponent to show him more of his fancy power. The gang members chatter in disbelief that he's still alive, and one warns the boss that Xiumin has the eyes of a dangerous man, not a good cop. The gang leader is shocked he survived a cracked skull, but resolves to fight back. While screaming that he's going to kill Xiumin for real, he activates his B-rank armored skin skill, which increases his physical defense across his entire body by 30% and his magic defense by 10%. However, the duration of the skill depends on the user's mana. The gang members charge forward with a shout to kill him. The leader suddenly finds himself in a dark void, wondering where he is and what happened to the fight. He spots a mysterious old man across a river in the distance. He's confused as the old man frantically swings his arms, unsure if he's being welcomed or warned to stay away. The old man casually picks his nose, leaving the leader even more baffled. Back in reality, the leader lies on the ground, bruised and battered, twitching after the devastating blow. Xiumin coldly grabs the man by his hair and tells him to get up. Standing over the wreckage of the defeated crew, Xiumin notes that the leader is the only one left. Xiumin prepares to extract the man's power, as Pred comments on how tasty the new skill looks. As his skill is extracted, the leader realizes that his entire crew has been wiped out. He calls Xiumin a pig and desperately demands to know why this is happening, insisting that they are merely goons and have never killed any hunters. Xiumin mocks his opponents, noting that they only know how to yell about being weak and incompetent. The leader lies on the floor in a pool of blood, desperately wondering why this is happening to him. Xiumin casually explains that he just wanted to test the strength of awakened criminals and clean up the city's streets. Zhonggu Huang frantically rushes in to report that the ground floor has been cleared while checking on his superior's safety. Zhonggu screams in terror at the sight of the carnage, while Xiumin nonchalantly remarks that the backup team took their time getting there. Xiumin pins a criminal to the ground with his foot, explaining that he kept this one alive as a high-ranking informant. Xiumin bluntly states that he has already taken care of the rest of the gang members. Zhonggu nervously explains the HMCS protocols for lethal force and body cams, while internally questioning how Xiumin can remain so calm after such a slaughter. While the team leader marvels at his ruthlessness, Xiumin realizes he forgot about the body cam but hopes his probationary status will excuse the oversight. Xiumin expects his team to handle the cleanup and cover for him, and a terrified Zhonggu quickly agrees to the task. Xiumin points to blood on his shirt as proof of self-defense, while a cowering witness desperately agrees to whatever he says to stay safe. A panicked voice reports that the entire Cerberus crew was wiped out by a single man. Their second in command, Gengho, was defeated without breaking a sweat, and their third in command has been killed. Gert, an A-rank hunter from Hong Kong's Silent Radiance Guild, darkly demands to know who has been killed. The scene shifts to an international airport where a new group of hunters has just arrived. Hunter Gert from Hong Kong's Silent Radiance Guild arrives at the gate and prepares to head to a designated location with his team. Jinyong Lee from the South Korean Association of Hunters offers his condolences for Gert's loss, but Gert immediately demands to know the location of his brother. The official explains that the forensic division is holding the remains of Jikin and that they will escort Gert to the facility for confirmation before moving him to a secure residence. Gert scoffs at the idea of his brother being labeled a suspect as a dark smile spreads across his face. Gert mentions hearing that an HMCS agent killed his brother, but the officials refuse to disclose any information regarding the incident. Visibly annoyed, Gert asks if he is allowed to leave his designated residence outside of the scheduled times. The official firmly denies the request, warning that leaving without authorization violates international hunter law and will lead to deportation and severe penalties. Gert realizes they are essentially telling him to pay his respects and then leave the country without causing trouble. As they follow the officials, Gert calls out to Ryu, who respectfully acknowledges him as they move toward the facility. Gert quietly orders Ryu Yenfeng, a B+ rank espionage specialist from his guild, to find the man responsible, and he happily agrees to the mission. Consumed by rage, Gert vows to find the scum who killed his brother and rip his heart out in revenge. Xiumin is shocked to learn that someone stole all of his deceased disciple Minjun's belongings. Sejun confirms the theft, explaining that everything was taken from Minjun's house just 2 days after the murder. He explains that a hunter's mana acts like a fingerprint, and investigators believe the killer stole the items to erase all traces before disappearing. Because Minjun was an archaeologist with a vast repository of data, the killer made sure to remove anything that could still hold his mana. Xiumin questions if this was truly the killer's work, or just a simple burglary, leaving Sejun completely baffled. He points out that the list is filled with valuables, and argues that a real killer wouldn't risk leaving traces by turning a house upside down. Xiumin notes that if he were the killer trying to hide mana, he would have simply burned the entire house down. As Sejun wonders if a burglar struck after the murder, Xiumin reveals he found many similar cases while studying HMCS crime files. Xiumin decides to track down some fences for information, even though Sejun argues that too much time has passed to find the stolen goods. With a confident grin, Xiumin promises to return by evening, after he finishes checking out his lead. Later, a frustrated Xiumin admits that he might have been a bit too confident in his original plan. After a week of finding nothing but petty thieves, Pred mocks Xiumin's judgment and demands to take over the search. But when Pred takes control, Xiumin erupts in fury after being led into yet another dead end by him, while Pred simply responds with a sarcastic apology. Xiumin listens intently as a nervous criminal asks his boss if he heard the news. Moving with stealth, Xiumin carefully observes the situation from the shadows. The criminals discuss how the HMCS has been raiding fences without warrants, expressing shock over a recent bust in Yongdyongpo. The underling warns that the HMCS has the authority to kill criminals on sight, but the boss arrogantly suggests they should just overpower and kill the government drones instead. They note that the HMCS lacks top-tier hunters because the best ones join guilds for money, though they are wary of a specific individual who has been targeting fences lately. Worried about their stash of stolen hunter goods, the underling suggests moving them before Xiumin suddenly asks for their current location. The startled criminals demand to know who he is, and Xiumin reveals he is there to confiscate all their stolen property. Realizing they are facing the notorious fence raider, the boss frantically calls for reinforcements to Area 2. Xiumin demands answers before things get ugly. While the boss desperately orders his non-combatant underling to attack, reinforcements arrive at a sprint, but they are confused to find an HMCS agent they mockingly call a pig. Feeling confident with his men behind him, the boss mocks Xiumin for making the mistake of showing up without backup. The boss threatens to dump Xiumin's body in the sea as several hunters surround the lone agent from all sides. Unfazed, Xiumin notes how convenient it is that they all gathered in one place to be hunted down. Xiumin signals that it's time to get serious, and Pred agrees to unleash a powerful attack in exchange for more fried chicken. With the deal struck, Xiumin walks forward as massive amounts of mana erupt around him, ready to wipe out the gang. A sudden, blinding flash catches the criminals completely off guard, leaving them stunned and shielding their eyes. A massive shockwave erupts with a powerful blast, sending a pillar of light high into the air. The force of the explosion sends objects tumbling as the criminals are left incapacitated on the ground, crackling with residual electricity. Shuddering with fear on the ground, the defeated criminal is asked if he's finally ready to cooperate and show the way. Trembling in terror, the man desperately asks what kind of monster he is facing. With a dark smirk, the hunter simply questions if the man is asking about him. He lets out a chilling laugh and introduces himself as the legendary rabid dog. After successfully raiding the warehouse and tying up the criminals, Pred boasts that good things always happen when Xiu lets him take the lead. Xiumin, however, dismisses it as nothing more than pure luck. Pred asks if this is the mana he's been hunting, and Xiumin confirms he's finally found one of his disciple Minjin's stolen belongings. He examines Minjin's research notes, realizing the book is protected by a powerful and unusual magical seal. As he touches the lock, he wonders if it requires the original master's mana to be opened. Pred notes that the book won't open, and a frustrated Xiumin admits he can't access the mana inside as long as it remains sealed shut. Xiumin calls Byunggu to let him know he has arrived. He informs his contact that he has captured several awakened criminals and tells him to bring a vehicle to pick them up. The man mentions having a specific location to visit as he speaks on his phone. The story introduces a hidden location where forbidden techniques and mysterious eldritch skills are practiced together. This neutral ground serves as a hub for trading and exchanging everything related to supernatural abilities. The mysterious location is finally revealed as the Eclipse Sanctuary. Inside, a woman in traditional attire sits before a set of cards, her expression hidden in shadow. She slowly slides one of the cards across the table. She lets out a soft exclamation with a knowing smile. Wuming, the Grand Shamaness and one of the 10 chiefs of the Eclipse Sanctuary, senses a familiar presence approaching. Xiumin notes that the area hasn't changed much in 10 years, while Pred mockingly points out that everyone is staring at him because he must have been quite popular. Pred notices some people with interesting skills and eagerly suggests beating them up so he can consume their powers. Xiumin refuses to attack, explaining that they are in a neutral zone where starting a fight would cause too many complications. Wuming greets him warmly, telling him she's been waiting and inviting him to follow her. Wuming remarks that it's been 10 years and he hasn't changed at all, to which Xiumin gives a similar compliment back to her. Wuming curiously asks what kept him away for a whole decade, assuming it must have been something significant. Xiumin dismisses his long story as boring and gets straight to business, asking her to extract the mana stored inside the locked book he brought. Wuming smiles at his directness and agrees to help as she enjoys the process. While Xiumin tells her to get started since she already knows what needs to be done, Xiumin lifts a combat knife with a focused expression, preparing himself for the ritual. As blood drips into a silver chalice, it is explained that reverting manifested mana back to its original state is nearly impossible. Wuming uses a curry analogy to explain magic, noting that while solid pieces can be removed, the base ingredients remain changed. She explains that while ingredients can't normally be uncooked, her unique mana rewind skill allows her to achieve the impossible. These extraordinary skills rely on forbidden mediums that defy natural laws and the law of causation. Because of their dangerous nature, these powerful techniques are often targeted for misuse by criminals. Due to the risks involved, these forbidden practices must remain under constant surveillance. Wuming finishes the process and praises the exquisite taste of the blood, while the internal entity Pred is completely creeped out by her. Xiumin thanks her for the help and hands over a tip before quickly heading out. When Wuming asks if he's leaving so soon, Xiumin explains he's a busy man but promises to return later. Wuming watches him go with a knowing smile, finding him just as mysterious as he was a decade ago. As Xiumin gets into the car and starts driving, Pred remarks that he's never coming back to this place again because it gives him goosebumps. When Xiumin questions Pred's unusually feisty attitude, the entity replies that what Xiu and the woman did today was a perverse act and that he should be ashamed of himself. Xiumin clarifies that they only drew some blood, while a tired Pred asks where they are heading next. He swerves the car as he announces their next destination is the Ancient History Research Center. He arrives at the large building where his disciple, Minjin, was tragically murdered. Pred worries about trespassing, but Xiumin reveals the building is his brother's property and has been well maintained. Xiumin reflects on how much Minjin's death must have affected everyone who knew him. Looking at the ghostly remnants of the past, he admits that his disciple's death is weighing heavily on him now. Xiumin places his hand on the surface, determined to uncover the truth of what happened on that fateful day. Pred asks if he plans to use his power, and Xiumin confirms his intention while kneeling on the ground. He activates the Recollection of Mana skill, which materializes the emotions of the Mana's master to create a visual representation of the past. A sudden burst of mana erupts from the vessel as the skill takes effect. Holographic images of the past begin to materialize in the room. Showing his disciple Minjin being confronted by a mysterious figure, Xiumin grows frustrated with the blurry images due to the lack of mana, but Pred reminds him that the skill reveals emotions rather than clear memories. He reflects on his disciple's strength, noting that Minjin was certainly not an easy target to defeat. Looking at the scene, he realizes the attacker must have been incredibly skilled to take down someone like Minjin so quickly by themselves. He catches a glimpse of the hooded assailant's face among the whispers of the past. He leans in to listen as the phantom image of Minjin begins to murmur something in his final moments. He is stunned to hear the dying man mention a VIP, and wonders if the attack was carried out under someone's orders. The mysterious, hooded figure looms over the scene, its face obscured by shadows and flickering mana. The vision reveals that the mastermind behind the murder is someone even more powerful than a typical VIP. Xiumin questions if Minjin was involved with another organization, while Pred asks if he is doing okay after witnessing the vision. Xiumin confirms he's fine as the magic circle fades, while Pred recalls how he clung to the memories of his brother and disciples for an entire century in the demon world. Pred questions if his heart has turned to stone since he hasn't cried, but Xiumin jokingly asks where the entity learned to be so poetic, to which Pred replies he learned it from Netflix. Pred notes that Xiumin is hiding a storm of intense emotions and wonders if he is suppressing them or has simply forgotten how to express them. Xiumin insists he is fine, but contemplates if a century of hardship has truly broken his mind. The door suddenly swings open as Ryu Yanfeng arrives and addresses him by name. Ryu complains about the difficulty of tracking him down and tells him to come along because someone important wants to meet him. Xiumin remains unimpressed and mockingly points out that she seems very confident for someone who only brought 6 subordinates with him. Ryu flinches in shock, wondering how Xi was able to tell that there were 6 of them. He acknowledges Xiumin's sharp eyes and decides to get straight to the point by offering him 2 choices. He gives him the ultimatum to either surrender peacefully or fight and be dragged away like a dog after losing a limb or 2. Xiumin sarcastically decides to keep his arms and raises his hands in mock surrender. Ryu orders his subordinate to tie him up, and the man quickly obeys his boss. One of the masked men steps towards Xiumin to carry out the order. The subordinate is suddenly slashed by a dark force and lets out a pained cry as blood splatters across the room. Xiumin reveals that they fell right into his trap and mockingly invites them to try and cut him down. The remaining assailants are horrified to see their comrade fall and furiously declare that Xiumin is a dead man. A mysterious figure enters the room and commands everyone to stop as they walk toward the center of the conflict. Gert arrives with an intense red aura, declaring that he will take over the fight because the kill belongs to him. Xiumin looks at the newcomer's flashy appearance and mockingly comments on his impressive style. Gert confronts the hunter, asking if he is indeed Xiumin of the HMCS. The tension rises as Gert and Xiumin stand amidst the fallen guards, ready for a fight. He demands to know if Xiumin is the one responsible for his brother Jiken's death. Pred excitedly notes that Gert is far stronger than their previous opponents and says that his skill smells delicious. Meanwhile, Xiumin dismisses Gert's question, saying he doesn't remember killing his brother because he never bothers to learn the names of trash before sweeping them aside. Gert's rage reaches its breaking point as he prepares to strike. With a sudden crack, Gert lunges forward, screaming in fury at the hunter's insult. He charges with a glowing red arm, vowing to rip out Xiumin's heart. A massive explosion of force rocks the room as Gert delivers a devastating blow. Xiumin effortlessly blocks the attack with a smirk. Noting that his opponent must be at least an A-rank hunter, Gert is shocked by the presence of a high-level healing skill and screams for the hunter to die as he continues his relentless assault. The surrounding gang members are stunned to see the boss's attack blocked and desperately call for everyone to swarm the target. Xiumin tells the underlings not to interrupt as he prepares to unleash his own power. Activating the Quicksilver skill, Xiumin moves with blinding speed, refusing to let anyone spoil the thrill of the battle. The attackers are left terrified as they realize a healer possesses incredible speed and the ability to read every movement. Gert realizes that Xiumin is far more precise and perceptive than any speed-based hunter he has ever encountered. Gert resolves to fight with his full power, while Xiumin prepares to teach him a harsh lesson about how the world truly works. Xiumin declares that there are no exceptions to facing consequences for crimes as a sickening crunch echoes through the room. Xiumin bluntly justifies killing Gert's brother, stating that the true victims are the people he harmed, not his family. Gert grits his teeth in fury, demanding to know if Xiumin truly believes every criminal deserves a death sentence. Gert desperately defends his brother's past, explaining that Jikin turned to a life of crime, only to survive and provide for them as children. Consumed by vengeance, Gert vows to make Xiumin pay for taking his brother's life with his own. Gert unleashes his A-rank skill, Hail of Thousand Arrows, sending a lethal barrage of mana-charged projectiles directly at his target. Realizing he can't dodge, Xiumin calls on Pred for one last skill. Pred replies that he's exhausted because Xiu has almost no mana left, leaving him drained. Xiumin then promises the weary entity that it can rest once the battle is over. Xiumin activates a mysterious skill called Neutralize, manifesting a massive magic circle designed to analyze and completely block his opponent's attack. Gert is left in total disbelief as he realizes his powerful attack has been completely dispelled. Ryu is stunned by Xiumin's advanced countering ability and urges the group to abandon their honor and swarm the hunter immediately. With a burst of lightning, Xiumin dismisses Gert's excuses, stating that many others in the same position chose a righteous path instead of a life of crime. Tired of the same old excuses, Xiumin delivers a powerful blow that sends Gert reeling. Gert is sent skidding across the floor as his worried subordinates cry out for him. Despite his injuries, Gert stubbornly orders his team to stay back and let him handle the fight alone. Betting on his superior endurance, Gert decides to close the gap and finish Xiumin with a point-blank barrage of arrows using his ability. Gert lunges forward with a desperate scream, but Xiumin effortlessly leaps out of the way of the attack. Xiumin calmly warns him to stop before delivering a crushing strike that slams Gert into the ground. Xiumin continues his relentless assault, mockingly asking if the criminal scum plans to pay for the damages to the fragile building. Gert unleashes another desperate attack on Xiumin, letting out a pained scream as he charges forward. As Xiumin floats calmly above the wreckage, Gert realizes that he cannot defeat him alone and orders Ryu to bind him. Ryu sarcastically asks why Gert is only now asking for his help after insisting on handling the entire fight by himself. Xiumin stands ready as mysterious, chain-like red energy suddenly surges around him with a deafening burst. Consumed by rage, Gert lunges forward and vows to avenge his brother by tearing Xiumin apart so he can no longer heal himself. Xiumin remains perfectly calm and mockingly congratulates Gert on becoming a criminal just like his brother as he effortlessly shatters the chains binding him. Activating his SS rank lifesteal skill, Xiumin begins to drain the life force from his target as a massive magic circle erupts around them. Gert lets out a pained cry as his body begins to wither and age rapidly under the effects of the devastating power. Ryu is left in a state of total shock, unable to believe that a healer could possess such a terrifying and destructive ability. Xiumin explains that this was his very first awakened skill and warns them to show more respect. Noting he is far from an ordinary healer, he reveals that he controls mana at its core rather than just healing life force, establishing the true extent of his power. With a dark smirk, Xiumin officially identifies himself as a powerful life-mancer. Xiumin asks who is next to face him, while a terrified Ryu desperately pleads for mercy and begs not to be hurt. Xiumin bluntly refuses the plea and effortlessly knocks the man out with a single heavy blow. Surveying the area, Xiumin calmly checks to see if he has successfully taken down every single one of his attackers. Xiumin realizes he almost forgot something and hopes his body cam is working properly as he clicks it onto his belt. He contacts Byung-gu to confirm he is watching, insisting that the criminals attacked him first and that his actions were purely in self-defense. Back at headquarters, the team is left in a state of total shock as they watch the chaotic events unfold on their monitors. The leader hesitantly points out a major mistake, revealing that Xiumin accidentally hit the live stream button instead of just recording the footage. The incident quickly reaches the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where officials demand to know when the HMCS began live streaming the subjugation of awakened criminals. An official nervously explains that this is part of a talent recruitment project that the international headquarters has been running for the past 2 years. He admits the promotional videos were originally considered a failure because the organization was unable to produce anything exciting enough to grab the public's attention. The official wonders why such a high-caliber talent would even bother joining the HMCS, though he quickly dismisses the thought as unimportant. A female official points out that the man killed on the livestream was Gert, a prominent hunter from Hong Kong's Silent Radiance Guild. She acknowledges that while the HMCS enforcer didn't technically break any current laws, the political situation has become incredibly complicated. As the door creaks open, the officials quickly rise to greet President Dai Su-choi, who apologizes for keeping them waiting. President Dai Su-choi enters with a stern expression and immediately asks his subordinates to explain the current issue. A few days later, at the Imperium Guild cafeteria, the room is filled with the constant chatter of members. Sejun asks his brother if he is listening to him, but a distracted Siu can only respond with confusion. Sejun tries to bring up the viral video, but Siu is too busy stuffing his face with food to pay attention. Pred encourages him to ignore the lecture and keep enjoying his pork cutlet. Siu is incredibly impressed by the guild's cafeteria food and asks if he can eat there every day. Sejun agrees but begs for a moment of his attention, noting how voracious his brother's appetite has become. Saijun explains that the live video of Siu defeating Gert of the Silent Radiance Guild has gone completely viral across the internet. He notes that Siu is lucky the shaky body cam footage made his face unrecognizable to the public. Sejun warns his brother to keep a low profile, fearing what the corrupt President Dai Su-choi might do if he discovers Siu's return while his mana is still recovering. He mentions how the president has spent the last decade trying to erase Siu's name from history. Siu casually agrees to follow his brother's advice and shoves a piece of food into Sejun's mouth to get him to stop worrying and start eating. Sejun reminds Siu that he is nearly 30 years old, but Siu insists he will always be his little brother. Someone calls out for the guildmaster as Sejun winces in embarrassment. A group of hunters approaches the table, surprised to see the guildmaster in the cafe, and quickly recognizes Xiumin from the tower. They excitedly ask for his name while gathering around. Taiji Seok introduces the new recruit, Jisoo Shin, who bows respectfully to Xiumin. She thanks him for helping her awaken an A-rank skill, and mentions that the guildmaster told her his name. Sejun notices that Taiji Seok is with the group, and asks if they are all attending the Inter-Guild New Hunter seminar together. Taiji confirms they are with a polite response. Taiji introduces Haman Chu from the White Lion Guild and Yamato from the Frost Soul Guild. Both hunters acknowledge the introduction with a nod and a respectful bow. Taiji Seok introduces himself as a member of the Imperium Guild and expresses his honor in finally meeting Xiumin. He admits he has only heard of Xiumin's name through the guildmaster as he bows low. Taiji mentions hearing about Xiumin's impressive work in the HMCS and says he looks forward to working together in the future. Xiumin politely replies that the pleasure is all his. A hand taps Taiji's shoulder as someone asks whether Xiumin is the famous HMCS rookie everyone has been talking about lately. Hamin Chu leans in and asks if Xiumin is the one from the viral video who killed his rival, Gert. He scoffs at the idea, claiming it's impossible for someone like him to be that person. Hamin Chu mocks Xiumin, telling him he looks incredibly weak. Taiji Seok is horrified by Hamin's attitude, while Jisoo Shin watches the tense exchange with worry. Sejun Min sternly calls out Hamin for his blatant disrespect towards someone he's just met for the first time. Hamin dismisses the criticism, asking if the Imperium Guild is always this intense, while Taiji Seok angrily tells him to watch his mouth. Sejun Min is enraged that Hamin is tarnishing the reputation of the White Lion Guild and wonders what his master, Seong Il Choi, would think of his behavior. Hamin Chu asks if they're going to snitch on him. He then arrogantly boasts that he is an A+ rank hunter and the direct disciple of Zhao Long, the leader of Black Lotus, claiming that the name of a mere guild doesn't intimidate him. The name Zhao Long catches Xiumin by surprise. Hearing that Hamin Chu is Zhao Long's apprentice, he is reminded of his former student and the memories they once shared. Sejun Min abruptly claps his hands to end the confrontation, cutting off Haman as he brags about being one of Seong-il's favorites. Seo-min challenges Haman to a future duel to prove his identity, mockingly suggesting that Haman's master failed to teach him manners or how to fight. Haman grits his teeth in pure rage, furious that Seo-min would dare to mock his master, and wishing he could attack him right then and there. Unable to contain his anger, Haman kicks a chair with a loud bang as he prepares to storm out of the room. With a dark and menacing look, Haman delivers a final threat, warning Seo-min to watch his back at night. A panicked subordinate begs for forgiveness and promises to handle the disrespectful member, but Sejun calmly tells them to just go. Sejun tells Sayo to ignore the fool and promises to make the White Lion Guild pay for the damages, while Pred brags about his ability to lay low. Seo-min laughs and decides to overlook the insult since the hunter is actually his disciple's apprentice. In a quiet office, a voice confirms that the case will be officially labeled as confirmed for Mr. Choi. Gyonho Bak, the HMCS regional director, politely asks his visitor why they came in person instead of just sending an email. Seong-il Choi, the guildmaster of White Lion, explains that their partnership justifies a personal visit to apologize for a recent incident. Seong-il offers a direct apology for his member's disrespect toward a new recruit, but the director insists it isn't necessary. The director laughs it off, stating that since no one was hurt, a formal apology from someone of his high standing isn't needed. The director jokingly asks if Seong-il is actually trying to headhunt the recruit, though he claims to trust that isn't his goal. Jeonho explains that the recruit is a valuable member currently busy on a mission to escort a dangerous awakened criminal. Seong-il finds the situation unfortunate and notes how rare it is for a correctional facility to request reinforcements from the HMCS. He admits that such requests are rare but do happen, noting that these tasks were usually given to major guilds in the past. He observes that a surge in applicants for the HMCS might signal that the winds of change are finally blowing. After acknowledging the director's points and rising to leave, Seong-il Choi suggests that Ha-min Chu, the one responsible, should deliver the apology in his place. Shrugging casually, the director agrees that this would provide everyone involved with a much-needed sense of closure. The director politely thanks Seong-il for his visit and wishes him well as he prepares to depart. Walking away, Seong-il Choi realizes the director is trying to hide the recruit, but remains determined to find and persuade the mysterious hunter himself. He orders Ms. Seo to have Ha-min Chu prepare for deployment and sternly reminds her to tell him to be on his best behavior. Ms. Seo acknowledges the order and asks for the specific location where she should send the hunter. The destination for the mission is revealed to be the city of Incheon. A sweating official anxiously fans himself while questioning why the HMCS hasn't sent any reinforcements yet. A guard complains about a troublesome inmate while his colleague reassures him that help from the HMCS will be arriving shortly. The official vents his frustration over the inmate causing trouble and creating extra work right before the busy auditing season. Looking at the file of Terry Volka, he recalls how the man seemed quiet at first before suddenly going feral and causing chaos. He is in disbelief that the inmate defeated 5 people while restrained, while the guard points out his reputation as an infamous criminal who once outsmarted the investigations bureau. Frustrated by the situation, the official suggests sending the nuisance to Gangwon province once and for all. The scene shifts to a high-security prison hallway, lined with heavy metal doors and a supply cart at the end. A man's hands are shown bound in heavy handcuffs, identifying him as the notorious inmate Seri Volka. As a rat sneaks toward his bare feet, it delivers a secret message from an organization known as Bestia. A hooded figure notes the approaching conference and tells the inmate he has a task. But first, he must use the escape the organization has already arranged. With a brutal stomp, the inmate crushes the messenger rat under his bare foot. His final instruction is simple. All he has to do is wreak total havoc. Seo-min arrives on the scene, looking up with a calm and determined expression as he prepares for his mission. Arriving at his destination, Seo-min questions if he's finally reached the Incheon Correctional Center for the Awakened. Ha-min Chu is shocked to learn that the group he was supposed to meet has already departed. He complains about the facility's sloppy procedures and wonders why his guild leader, Seong-il, sent him on such a frustrating mission. Spotting a departing bus, he realizes it's likely the transport vehicle and quickly turns to give chase. He panics, realizing that if he doesn't catch up, he'll be forced to travel all the way to Gangwon province. As he speeds down the highway, he demands double overtime pay from his guild leader for the extra trouble. The transport bus continues its journey, rattling loudly as it travels along the road. Inside the bus, Seo-min casually sips his coffee and addresses the prisoner sitting across from him. The inmate, Terry Volka, asks him to stop making noise with his drink, but Seo-min bluntly refuses. Terry Volka calls him an inconsiderate brat and questions if he'll be his guard at the new facility. Xiumin gives another short and different refusal while continuing to enjoy his drink. Terry Volka mocks the rookie guard, questioning if a mere part-timer from a large guild is actually bold enough to handle escorting someone as dangerous as him. Xiumin simply tilts his head and asks if he should even care about the prisoner's identity. The inmate lets out a small laugh, seemingly surprised by the guard's ignorance. Terry Volka is shocked that his escort has no idea who he is, or why such a dangerous prisoner is being moved in the first place. Xiumin bluntly tells the prisoner that all he knows is that he talks way too much before going back to loudly slurping his drink. The prisoner boasts about how he easily crushed 5 other awakened inmates. He explains that he did it all while restrained by heavy manatech cuffs, asking if the guard finally realizes the danger he's in. Terry Volka questions why the HMCS would send a lone rookie to escort an A-rank criminal instead of their top hunters and specialized vehicles. The prisoner reveals the grim truth, claiming that Xiumin's superiors only sent him there to die. Suddenly, a violent explosion rips through the transport vehicle, engulfing everything in flames. The destroyed bus slides across the field as smoke and debris fill the air. From the sidelines, an old man and a young boy watch the smoking wreckage, wondering if the guards survived the blast. A foot suddenly smashes through the bus window as someone inside screams at the old man. Terry Volka climbs out of the rubble, enraged and demanding to know if the old man was trying to kill him along with the guard. The old man mockingly addresses the prisoner as the Grey Wolf of Bestia, laughing at his current state, while the infuriated inmate threatens him. When asked about the guard, Terry Volka confidently claims he kicked his head so hard that his brain is likely drowning in coffee and blood by now. On the ground, a hand lies motionless in a gruesome mixture of spilled coffee and blood. The prisoner tells them to hurry up, while the young boy warns him to stay still unless he wants to lose his hands to the tough manatech cuffs. With a sharp click, the heavy restraints are finally broken. Terry Volka expresses his immense relief at being free, but the celebration is cut short when a voice orders them to freeze. Hamin Chu surveys the wreckage, realizing why the transport took such a shady route and calling the situation a total catastrophe. He scoffs at the idea that the guard lost to such low-level criminals, thinking that his guild leader bet on the wrong person. Hamin Chu cracks his knuckles and demands to know which organization they serve, threatening to drag them to his headquarters if they don't talk. The young boy recognizes the newcomer as Hamin Chu, an A+ rank hunter from the White Lion Guild, and wonders how long he has been following their bus. The old man notes that Hamin Chu is alone without any other hunters nearby, which Terry Volka finds perfect for a quick warm-up. Hamin Chu slides into a combat stance, demanding that the thugs stop whispering and answer his questions immediately. Terry Volka arrogantly questions why they should bother answering him as he takes steady steps forward. Terry Volka declares that his opponent is dead meat as he activates his A+ rank werewolf skill, transforming his body into a massive beast. Hamin is shocked to face a transformation type awakened, but remains determined to dice the beast into pieces, regardless of its form. Hamin Chu unleashes a massive surge of red energy, confidently declaring that it is the prisoner's funeral. Hamin activates his A+ rank Asura unrelenting assault skill, channeling mana into ethereal armor to enhance his martial arts with the power of the superior fist. Hamin delivers a relentless barrage of blows, making the prisoner realize that facing such a powerful A-rank offense skill alone would have been a difficult challenge. Hamin Chu is confused because although his fists are clearly connecting and dealing damage, the beast does not seem to be slowing down. He grows increasingly frustrated as the massive werewolf refuses to fall despite the heavy assault. The werewolf mockingly asks if the weak punches are a massage to celebrate his release before grunting from a sudden impact. The young boy points out that the werewolf is clearly losing, even though he's trying to act tough, while the old man tells him to end the fight quickly before any reinforcements arrive. The young boy activates his 10-headed serpent skill, summoning glowing energy to bind his target. Hamin Chu mockingly questions what they expect to achieve with a mere toy snake, as glowing energy serpents begin to slither around him. The ethereal serpents slither through the air with glowing eyes, ready to strike their target. Hamin Chu grunts in pain as he is tightly bound, realizing too late that he has been caught by a target-seeking skill. The werewolf mockingly expresses his disappointment in the White Lion Hunter, as he delivers a devastating blow that leaves Hamin Chu reeling. Standing over his defeated opponent, the werewolf mocks Hamin for thinking his elite guild status makes him special, telling him that in the back streets, he is nothing more than fodder. Hamin Chu angrily points out that his opponent needs help from a child and an old man just to defeat him. With a powerful kick, Terry Volka mocks Hamin's intelligence and tells him he should have waited for reinforcements. The old man urges Volka to finish the job quickly because they are running out of time. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, the werewolf prepares to deliver a final blow, claiming he doesn't care about any last words. Hamanchu is paralyzed with fear, desperately wondering if his life is about to end right there. A massive explosion suddenly rocks the area, sending shockwaves through the forest as the battle takes a violent turn. Amidst the rumble and debris, Hamanchu is left coughing and struggling to breathe from the intense force. Xiumin's hand crackles with energy as he mocks Haman for giving up and questions if this is what Xiaolong taught him. Hamanchu is left in a state of pure shock, unable to believe that his companion actually survived the devastating attack. Xiumin struggles to turn on his body cam, unable to remember which button activates the live stream and which one controls the camera itself. Watching him fumble with the device, Pred mockingly tells him to get a magnifying glass if he can't even see the buttons. Serivolka is stunned that Xiumin is alive after supposedly crushing his skull, while the old man notes the hunter's undetectable mana and how he killed the boy instantly. Hamanchu desperately screams for Xiumin to stay down and wait for backup, believing he isn't strong enough to fight both enemies alone. Xiumin steps forward, listing their crimes including assault and attempted murder, before sentencing them under his authority as an HMCS hunter. With a terrifying smirk and a massive surge of energy, Xiumin declares that their final sentence is summary execution. Xiumin stands firm, declaring that the three criminals are sentenced to summary execution under his authority as an HMCS hunter. Xiumin tells Xiaolong's apprentice to watch and learn, explaining that Asura is not a skill meant for punching. Focusing his power, Xiumin forms a glowing red cross-shaped seal with his hands. The werewolf lunges forward with a roar, dismissing Xiumin's words as mere babbling. A devastating blow connects with the werewolf's face, making a loud cracking sound. Xiumin unleashes the dark crimson flash, a final form Asura skill that impales his target with a glowing trail of energy. Hamanchu is completely stunned, realizing that Xiumin is using his master Xiaolong's signature skill. Xiumin mocks the fallen werewolf, suggesting they should drain its blood to tenderize the meat before finishing it off. Before he can strike the werewolf, the old man unleashes an attack called Maharaga. A massive bolt of red lightning crashes into the ground with a deafening crack, erupting towards Xiumin in a violent explosion of energy. The old man is shocked that Xiumin managed to dodge his A-rank lightning flash magic. Xiumin acknowledges the old man's impressive skills, noting his mastery of Arcanium and double cast, while Pred greedily wonders whether they're abilities he can consume. Xiumin explains that the old man is using expensive mana scrolls, single-use items that must be carried around and are notoriously difficult to craft, making them affordable only to wealthy hunters. Pred, however, dismisses them as the magical equivalent of a boring frozen meal. Terrified and confused, Hamanchu demands to know who Xiumin really is, and how he can use his master's secret techniques. A hand reaches out in desperation, as blood spatters across the scene. The old man traps Hamanchu in a powerful gravity field, warning Xiumin not to move if he wants to see the boy survive. The old man threatens to crush Hamanchu to death with his gravity magic if Xiumin tries anything. Xiumin mocks the old man's plan, asking with a confident smile if he's actually trying to threaten him. Desperate, the old man tries to bargain for his life, offering to release Hamanchu if Xiumin lets them escape. The old man nervously tries to convince Xiumin that leaving now would be beneficial for both of them. Xiumin dismisses the old man's words as total nonsense, casually picking his ear while explaining he joined this mission to find what he wants. Xiumin tells Hamanchu to hurry up and escape the trap on his own, but the apprentice cries out in frustration that he is completely stuck. The old man is baffled, questioning if Xiumin and his companion were even on the same side. Xiumin's sharp questioning causes the old man to flinch, as he asks if they are professional killers working for a major organization. As he approaches, Xiumin points out that the old man's expensive gear and secret communications reveal he belongs to a specific group. Charging a powerful energy ball, the old man demands to know Xiumin's identity and his true objective. Xiumin remains cold and focused, demanding to know which organization the old man represents. Desperate to keep him away, the old man unleashes a massive electrical shockwave from his staff. Xiumin effortlessly counters the attack, his presence overwhelming the magical energy. The old man screams in terror as his arcanium overflows, realizing Xiumin's massive mana pool has completely hijacked his own magic. Pred is delighted by the tasty mana as Xiumin notes that these fights have already restored 40% of his power. Xiumin mocks the exhausted old man, telling him to give up and make better use of his remaining time. Refusing to surrender, the old man huffs in exhaustion while stomping the ground and vowing that they will never snitch on their organization. Xiumin explains that organization members sign silence agreements bound to their mana, making any betrayal a death sentence. The werewolf struggles in agony while the old man insults him for taking so long to join the battle. Xiumin mocks his opponent's cowardice, asking if he is simply terrified of dying. Surrounded by massive magical circles, Xiumin casually tells his enemy that dying gets easier after the first few times. The old man screams at the werewolf to start pulling his weight, but the beast tells him to stop nagging. Engulfed in a dark aura, the werewolf vows to tear his enemy to shreds even if it costs him his life. Xiumin dismisses the desperate lunge with a single denial, effortlessly dodging the attack. Hamanchu wipes blood from his face with a confident smirk, declaring that the fight is finally fair. The werewolf growls that his enemy should have stayed dead, but the hunter insists he is only just getting started. Xiumin stands with a darkened gaze as he prepares to unleash his Boreal Gale technique. Xiumin unleashes the SS rank skill, Boreal Gale, a massive wind-type magic that creates a destructive tornado to damage everything in the area. He grabs the old man by the throat and coldly asks him how it feels to be at his mercy. Xiumin lifts his victim into the air, watching with indifference as the man begins to die. The old man gasps in total agony as he struggles to breathe under the hunter's crushing grip. With a terrifying gaze, Xiumin asks how many times he needs to kill them before they finally break and fold. Desperate and terrified, the old man wonders what kind of monster he is actually facing. A sickening crack echoes through the air as Xiumin declares that a single death is not enough to satisfy him. Hamanchu watches in horror as Xiumin uses an overpowered healing skill to revive his victims just before they die, making their torture feel like an endless nightmare. Standing calmly with his arms crossed, Xiumin demands to know the name of the group they belong to. Broken and defeated within a magic circle, the werewolf begs the old man to talk, leading him to finally confess that they are part of Bestia. Xiumin gives a satisfied smirk now that he has confirmed his targets are indeed members of the Bestia organization. The old man finally realizes why the hunter's skills seem so familiar as the terrifying truth begins to dawn on him. He identifies him as Xiumin, the legendary rabid hound, and one of the 3 supreme masters who vanished long ago. With his secret identity out in the open, Xiumin decides to cut to the chase while his enemies lie defeated. Xiumin pulls out a holographic display and demands to know if they recognize the person he is searching for. Bestia is revealed to be a league of assassins that specializes in killing hunters under the command of their ringleader, Crow. This group is the underworld's most powerful organization, known for its members' elite skills and a perfect record of successful hits. As an experienced first-generation hunter, the old man felt he had no reason to turn down an offer from such a powerful group. In their line of work, keeping secrets is mandatory, as breaking a silence agreement means the organization can take your life on the spot. Because of these deadly terms, assassins are forced to serve their faction with absolute loyalty until the very end. After 15 years of faithful service, the old man was once certain he would die before betraying his comrades. However, the terrifying experience of facing true death at Xiumin's hands has finally forced him to break. The old man reveals that the person Xiumin is looking for goes by the codename Black Mamba. He confirms that this mysterious individual is also a high-ranking member of the Bestia organization. Xiumin reflects on the codename while realizing that his target is indeed working within the assassin group. Xiumin moves on to his next question as the defeated inmate trembles uncontrollably before him. He demands to know if the 2 of them played a part in the murder of his former disciple, Minjun Zhong. Xiumin demands an answer, leaving the defeated inmate trembling in confusion and pain. Overwhelmed by Xiumin's terrifying murderous energy, the broken assassins wonder what kind of monster they've encountered as their bodies twitch in agony. The old man desperately explains that their organization operates in isolation, revealing his specific mission was only to free the inmate from prison. While Xiumin remains indifferent, Hamanchu sits nearby, clearly annoyed by the ongoing situation. The old man mentions an upcoming secret meeting he was supposed to attend with the inmate just 1 week after the prison break. Hoping for mercy, the inmate offers to provide the Supreme Master with the secret coordinates and methods needed to infiltrate their organization. The old man bows his head in total submission, begging Xiumin to take them in as his servants. Hamanchu is completely outraged by the idea of the criminals joining them and shouts his disapproval. Hamanchu begs Xiumin not to side with the villains, calling him Brother Xiu. However, Xiumin is less concerned about the situation and more confused by the apprentice suddenly addressing him as his brother. Realizing Xiumin mastered the secret Asura technique, Hamanchu insists on using a respectful title since the hunter must be connected to his own master. Hamanchu eagerly asks to become Xiumin's apprentice, promising absolute obedience and loyalty. Exhausted by the constant pestering, Xiumin immediately tells him to shut up, and Hamanchu instantly agrees without hesitation. Xiumin focuses on his main goal of finding info on Black Mamba, knowing the Bestia organization will eventually hunt down these failures anyway. He realizes that letting the organization find these two could lead to his own identity being exposed, creating a massive problem for his mission. To Hamanchu's utter shock, Xiumin decides to accept the criminal's offer and strikes a deal with them. The old man tearfully swears his absolute loyalty to the Supreme Master, but Xiumin stops him to set one specific condition. Xiumin points out that since they betrayed their own people, he needs them to pledge a binding oath of mana to ensure they don't do the same to him. Volka is terrified to realize the oath is a slave contract that seals their power, but the old man warns him to stay quiet to avoid further pain. The ritual begins as a glowing magical seal activates with a powerful swoosh. Xiumin instructs them to gather their energy and state their names as the magic circle resonates with power. The old man and Volka submit to the contract, kneeling within the glowing seal as they formally declare their names. Crimson Geist and Terry Volka. Pred laughs, declaring that Xiumin's minions are also his minions, while Xiumin officially welcomes the two criminals as his new subordinates. A magical scroll appears as Xiumin promises to keep them safe as long as they remain loyal to their new oath. The broken assassins bow in total submission, accepting Xiumin as their supreme master. Hamanchu throws a fit about being excluded and tries to threaten Xiumin, but he immediately backs down after seeing the hunter's terrifying expression. Xiumin examines the information and confirms that the secret meeting will happen next week. Xiumin turns to the apprentice and surprisingly announces that he will take him on as a disciple. Haminchu is ecstatic to finally serve his new master, while Xiumin prepares for the hectic events ahead. Xiumin believes 4 members are plenty to cause chaos, while his new disciple boasts about his status and warns the captives to stay in line. Xiumin considers adding a final member to his team to handle the aftermath of their operations. News breaks out that a dangerous convict has successfully escaped from the transport vehicle. The furious warden demands to know why the guards were slacking off and letting such a threat walk free. Zhonggu Huang struggles to maintain a straight face, while remembering Xiumin's ridiculous excuse about the convict being too fast to catch. The warden continues his tirade, demanding a personal apology and threatening to seek compensation from HMCS. Zhonggu highlights that high-security transfers normally require up to 10 guards, catching the warden off guard. He questions why the warden only requested a single guard for such a high-risk prisoner. The warden begins to panic and stands up, desperately trying to shift the blame back onto the recruit. Zhonggu drops a bombshell, revealing the prisoner claimed to have bribed a high-ranking official at the prison. Sweating profusely, the warden tries to dismiss the claim by pointing out the lack of body cam footage. Zhonggu concludes that while it is only a claim, HMCS will now conduct a full investigation into the facility's corruption. Zhonggu Huang formally requests cooperation regarding the current situation. He feels completely drained and exhausted while trying to address his superior. He confirms he handled the loose ends as requested and has already started investigating the prison lobbying case. He questions why a hunter from the White Lion Guild, like Hamanchu, is attending their meeting. He also wonders about the identity of the mysterious old man sitting at the table. Carrie Volka looks visibly tense and nervous as he remains silent in the room. He recognizes the man as the dangerous convict who recently escaped from custody. Xiumin tells Byunggu to sit down and be quiet, promising to explain the complicated story later. Xiumin takes charge and prepares to go over the specific details of their upcoming operation. He announces a plan to infiltrate a bestia meeting tomorrow that will be attended by 8 high-ranking hunter assassins. He orders the others to take notes while their new converts explain the infiltration plan. Zhonggu is shocked that they are secretly infiltrating an assassin's organization with so few people and demands to know their true goal. With a confident smirk, Xiumin tells him that his objective is actually quite simple. He chillingly declares that his ultimate goal is the total annihilation of the organization. The leader of the group notes with surprise that they have a good turnout for today's meeting, while robed figures sit around a large circular table. A member points out that Crimson Geist and Volk are missing and mentions that the kid is dead. Another member immediately cuts in, coldly stating that traitors are never counted for attendance anyway. They express disbelief over the unexpected betrayal, and one member declares that he will enjoy hunting the traitors down. A distressed member nervously fidgets with her hair while vowing to make the old man pay for breaking his promise to take her to an amusement park and betraying the organization. A member with a scarred face tells the others that they have said enough. He continues by stating that the traitors' punishment will be decided by their leader. The hooded leader admits to enjoying the group's liveliness, but expresses shock that 3 members are missing from their long-awaited reunion. The group turns their attention to the leader, who asks if anyone has anything they want to say regarding the current situation. A member looks down at their hands in silent contemplation of the leader's words. The leader malevolently suggests hosting a deathmatch to decide which of them gets the privilege of punishing the traitors. A chilling silence falls over the entire room as the members sit in a tense standoff following the leader's terrifying proposal. One of the members bluntly tells the leader that their joke is not funny at all. A monstrous-looking member points out that while they can kill the traitors any time, the real problem is that the traitors know their meeting details. He smugly dismisses the possibility of an attack, believing their former comrades are far too weak to ever face them here. Alarms blare throughout the facility as an intruder alert warns the group of unknown movement detected across all entry routes. The shadowed leader reacts with sharp disbelief, questioning the reports of an intrusion into their hidden base. The team prepares to split up and cover all 5 routes, even as some members complain about the bother and their ruined new clothes. A chair screeches loudly against the floor as the assassins quickly stand up to intercept the incoming threat. While others head out to have fun, one member questions why Porcupine and Black Mamba are staying behind with the leader. Black Mamba coldly explains he has no interest in killing weaklings, while his companion focuses on her game and leaves the fighting to the others. The leader regrets not telling the others to preserve the intruders' heads for identification, as a subordinate marvels at how he tamed such violent hellions. Zhonggu Huang is completely overwhelmed by fear, cursing his terrible luck for being handed the worst kind of jackpot after so many failed lottery attempts. 30 minutes earlier, the team arrives at Bestia's meeting hall and remarks on how the organization picked the most hidden spot imaginable. Crimson Geist explains that the base has 5 entrances protected by sensors, though the internal layout changes constantly. He points out that all paths eventually lead to the central meeting hall, but the travel time varies depending on the route. Xiumin orders his team to split up and cover every entrance to trap the target inside and prevent any escape. Xiumin checks if Zhonggu has his radio ready for communication, and the investigator confirms he is prepared. He warns the others to be ready for a counterattack and to call for help immediately if they face a powerful foe. Identifying Black Mamba as their main objective, the team officially begins their infiltration of the hidden base. Zhonggu reflects on how well the mission was going until he ran into an unexpected problem. After hitting a dead end, he is forced to crawl through a nearby ventilation shaft to find a way forward. He discovers the shaft leads directly to the meeting hall and realizes the high-ranking assassins are confident enough to leave their center open. Fearing a radio alert would take too long for the others to regroup, he considers his options while watching the enemies from above. Deciding to take action, he reaches for a tool to thin out the enemy's ranks immediately. A small marble rolls across the floor of the meeting hall, creating a faint distraction. Porcupine is lured away from the table to investigate the object, wondering if the marble fell out of her pocket. Meanwhile, the leader teasingly asks if she's still addicted to gambling and slot machines. Porcupine casually mentions hitting a jackpot yesterday as she reaches down to investigate the small object on the floor. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, catching the assassins completely off guard. Seeing their companion motionless on the ground, Black Mamba realizes a fast-moving intruder has successfully infiltrated their hidden base. Without wasting a second, another grenade is tossed into the room to keep the pressure on the enemies. Black Mamba effortlessly deflects the incoming projectile, acknowledging that the initial ambush was quite impressive. Despite the chaos, the elite assassin remains calm and challenges the intruder to a direct head-on confrontation. Zhonggu Huang makes a loud entrance as he drops down from the ventilation shaft to face his targets. Black Mamba easily blocks a powerful kick and reveals that he already knows Zhonggu Huang's identity as an HMCS investigator. Zhonggu slides back into a defensive stance, realizing he is up against a far more dangerous opponent than expected. He curses his luck, frustrated that his initial trap only managed to take out one of the high-ranking assassins. Zhonggu wonders how the assassin survived a high-grade mana grenade, while questioning the true nature and power of the organization's leader. Black Mamba correctly guesses that the team didn't find their secret hideout alone, and asks if the traitors provided the exact location. Zhonggu doesn't back down, defiantly asking what difference it makes if they were indeed tipped off by former members. Black Mamba reflects on the gravity of the betrayal, noting that the traitors chose to leave despite knowing it would result in their certain deaths. He scoffs at his former comrades for choosing to align themselves with what he considers a group of second-rate awakened hunters. Enraged, Zhonggu lunges forward with another attack, but the elite assassin continues to block him with ease. Several daggers suddenly fly through the air toward the assassin, but he effortlessly dodges each one with ease, watching the battle unfold while casually drinking tea. The leader remarks that the intruder's performance is actually not that bad. Black Mamba realizes he should have anticipated the attack, identifying it as the signature skill of the HMCS investigator. He realizes that Zhonggu possesses a telekinesis skill. However, despite using it to control the daggers, Zhonggu struggles to keep up with the assassin's incredible speed and rapid regeneration. which is fueled by mana engulfment. Black Mamba declares that the warm-up is over and dashes toward the startled investigator. A massive explosion of energy sends Jonggu flying back with a pained groan. Black Mamba tells the leader he wanted a clean kill, but now plans to execute the investigator for drawing blood. The leader gives him permission to finish the job and promises to handle the cleanup. Jonggu desperately radios for backup, reporting his location and the overwhelming number of enemies he is facing. Before he can finish his report, a powerful kick slams into his chest and cuts him off. Standing over his victim, the assassin mocks the investigator for trying to call for help when it's already too late. He wonders aloud who will try to rescue him next, mentioning the Korean director, the traitorous Crimson Geist, or the young apprentice. Mysterious figures step into the room as the assassin begins to consider another possibility. The entire team suddenly arrives at once, with Hamanchu, Crimson Geist, and the werewolf ready to launch a full-scale assault. Black Mamba is surprised to see the team arrive despite his earlier doubts about their survival. A massive blast erupts near the assassin, forcing him to dodge out of the way. As he evades the attack, he admits that he never expected them to make it this far. The team stands firm, leaving the enemy shocked that the elite Bestia assassins were defeated so easily. Black Mamba asks if the leader is disappointed, while she complains that her chosen fighters were taken out like flies. The assassin finds it strange that they survived the skirmishes, despite the visible injuries on their bodies. The team stands firm amidst the wreckage, as a loud slam echoes through the meeting hall. The assassin struggles to comprehend how the group managed to defeat the powerful assassins Tigre and Grizzly so quickly. A massive rumble and blast shake the entire facility as the battle intensifies. Energy crackles around a glowing seal as the attacker tells the enemy to shut their mouth. A violent explosion of energy strikes towards the assassin, while the attacker calls him murderous scum. The assassin effortlessly blocks the powerful attack, then recognizes the apprentice as Hamanchu and confirms that he is a hunter from the White Lion Guild. He questions why someone who isn't part of the official investigation service is participating in the raid before casually throwing him aside. The apprentice accidentally bumps into the detective and quickly apologizes for his clumsy mistake. The werewolf and the old man cough amid the rubble, while Black Mamba is left completely unable to make sense of the situation. The assassin mocks their sloppy teamwork and points out the massive difference in their individual power levels. He demands to know the identity of the mysterious person who managed to rally such a mismatched group. Xiumin stands victoriously over the defeated assassins while holding one of them by the hair. Meanwhile, Hamanchu vows to restore his pride after being humiliated by the assassin and urges Detective Jonggu Huang to get back on his feet. The detective asks how he managed to arrive so quickly, to which Hamanchu casually replies that he started sprinting the moment he radioed them. Hamanchu explains that Master Xu appeared during his fight with another thug and ordered him to run to the center. He assumes the same happened to Volca and the old man, insisting they must hold the target until their master arrives. Volca expresses frustration over the nearly impossible task of capturing a dangerous A+ rank awakened without killing them. The old man agrees that the abomination has yet to use any skills and suspects there is more to the chamber than meets the eye. He also reflects on Black Mamba, a shapeshifter type awakened whose speed and strength are second only to their leader. Though they likely lack advanced magical abilities such as detection or tracking, he suspects that either the assassin or the leader, who is watching from a distance, has set a trap for them. The old man admits that Crow's abilities remain a complete mystery even to him. A powerful weapon suddenly stabs into the ground with a violent burst of energy. The old man decides to take on Crow himself, ordering Volca to focus on capturing the serpent assassin. Volca grumbles in frustration, cursing the old man for always dumping the hardest tasks on him. Black Mamba leaps through the air and slams his foot into his opponent, demanding to know if anyone is going to answer his question. Meanwhile, Hamanchu quietly appears behind him, completely unnoticed. The old man declares that no one is leaving until the Supreme Master arrives at the scene. He activates his Zone of Binding skill, summoning powerful magical chains to trap his enemies. Hamanchu strikes the assassin while he is still bound by chains, causing him to grunt in pain as he gets caught in the middle of the chaotic magical battle. The red magical chains successfully bind Crow as she sits calmly at the table. Crow calmly remarks that the old man is merely trying to drag him into the fight. Meanwhile, the old man warns her to stay still, insisting that even she won't be able to break free from his legendary binding spell so easily. Crow mocks the old man for using fancy tools and questions the honor of his sudden betrayal. The old man senses someone behind him and asks Porcupine for her opinion on the situation. Porcupine suddenly springs to her feet and lunges at the old man, causing the tension in the room to escalate even further. She lands a powerful strike on the old man, causing Volca to scream his name in shock. At the same time, the detective realizes that the assassin he believed to be dead is still alive. Black Mamba decides to stop wasting time as the magical chains begin to crack and break apart on their own. The assassin notes they have a lot of work ahead, including facing backup and erasing all traces of their presence. Black Mamba orders his enemies to die quickly as he activates his A-rank Draconian skill, transforming into a deadly lizard man imbued with poison. The skill allows him to maintain this form until his mana is completely depleted. Zhonggu Huang offers covering fire for Haman Chu, but Haman warns the detective to be careful since his ribs are already broken. He also points out that their attacks won't even penetrate Black Mamba's hide, even if they manage to land a direct hit. Amid the massive explosions, Haman Chu realizes that their best option is to avoid the attacks entirely and focus on escaping. During the clash, Haman Chu notices that Black Mamba's mana is far greater than Volka's, despite both possessing the same type of skill. He also grows suspicious of whatever the enemy has set up within the hall, as Black Mamba seems to be controlling the ground itself as though it were an extension of his own body. Feeling outmatched, Haman Chu decides to act as a tank and buy time since he is too weak to defeat the smirking beast. As a loud clang echoes, Haman Chu realizes he cannot count on Volka, who's currently preoccupied with his own battle. Struggling against the Dragon Man's strength, Haman Chu admits that this is the toughest fight he has ever faced. A dagger stabs the Dragon Man, but the wound immediately begins to sizzle with a strange energy. Zhonggu Huang is stunned to find that the serpent assassin can utilize corrosive elemental magic. The Dragon Man unleashes a devastating ground-shaking attack that sends debris flying everywhere. A desperate warning is shouted to Zhonggu as a massive rock falls directly toward him. Haman Chu flinches in fear as the Dragon Man warns him never to turn his back on an enemy. With a heavy thud, Haman Chu is slammed into the ground while the monster prepares for a final swing. The Dragon Man mocks the official hunters for failing to understand a fundamental truth about combat. While crushing the investigator, the assassin explains that stats don't decide winners, and asks if they expected the base to be defenseless. Chaos erupts as the porcupine lunges at the werewolf, screaming for the big liar to die. It is revealed that the meeting hall floor is rigged with self-destructive and tracking magic fields for any contingency. The base is described as a true den of serpents where the intruders' fates were sealed the moment they entered. The Dragon Man begins to choke Zhonggu, ordering him to stop resisting and accept his death quietly. The assassin suddenly jolts as he senses a massive spike of danger approaching him. Xiumin suddenly darts into the room with incredible speed, surprising the enemies. With a powerful blow, Xiumin punches the Dragon Man and sends him reeling in pain. Xiumin wears a terrifying grin as he tells the slithering piece of trash that he has finally found him. Xiumin lunges forward, declaring that he has finally found the slithering target. Porcupine lashes out in a panic, demanding to know the identity of her mysterious attacker. Porcupine gasps in pain as she is suddenly overwhelmed by a violent surge of electrical energy. Crow is completely stunned, questioning if the intruder actually managed to reverse engineer all the complex magic fields in the hall. Pred confidently explains that he rigged the magic fields because they were far too easy to manipulate. Crow watches in disbelief as millions of dollars worth of high-grade magic fields are reduced to absolutely nothing. Black Mamba admits that the intruder's crude entrance was enough to catch him off guard. The assassin realizes that everything finally makes sense as the two powerful warriors face off. Black Mamba identifies Xiumin as the villain responsible for forming the team and wiping out the Bessia assassins. Xiumin scoffs at being called a villain, retorting that such words are bold coming from a murderous criminal. Crow wonders if the assassin messed with the wrong person, but Black Mamba insists he only kills targets specified in his contracts. The assassin concludes that he finally understands the intruder's true motive is revenge. Black Mamba is impressed that he was tracked down, as he is known for never leaving a single trace behind. Xiumin confirms that this is about revenge, but demands an answer to his question before finishing the fight. A devastating blast crashes into the assassin, sending debris flying everywhere. Crow is suddenly shoved aside as she begins to realize the true identity of her opponent. Crimson Geist warns everyone not to move, ordering them to stay quiet and let the Supreme Master speak. Crow laughs, claiming she had no intention of interrupting, while questioning what turned the old man into such a faithful follower. She's left in total disbelief, questioning the true nature of the monster they are facing. Black Mamba is completely overwhelmed as he realizes his own augmentation magic has been reverse-engineered and turned against him. The assassin is baffled by Xiumin's abilities. He wonders if Xiumin is a tracking-type hunter, but if that were the case, he shouldn't be capable of using such advanced magic-based skills. Yet despite appearing to be a close combat hunter, his speed is absurdly high. He struggles to comprehend how a single hunter can possess both incredible speed and high-level magical abilities. With a devastating blow, Black Mamba is sent flying and slammed into a wall with bone-crushing force. Bleeding and broken, the elite assassin admits that he has never faced an opponent as terrifyingly powerful as Xiu Min. Despite his extensive knowledge of every elite hunter, the assassin is shaken by the fact that he has no clue who Xiu Min really is. Desperate and cornered, the assassin demands to know exactly what the hunter wants from him. Xiu Min casually pins the assassin down, telling him that he clearly doesn't understand the situation he's in. Xiu Min ruthlessly tramples his opponent's head, reminding him that he is the one in control and is still holding back his true power. He orders the assassin to remain a silent punching bag, warning him to stay down until he is given permission to speak. The once proud assassin is reduced to a panting mess, desperately begging for the torture to end. Xiu Min grabs his victim's face, mentioning a target even more important than a VIP. With a terrifying look in his eyes, Xiu Min demands the name of the person who ordered the murder of his disciple, Minjun Zheng. The assassin is shocked to hear the name of the historian, realizing the weight of the crime he's involved in. The broken assassin begins to laugh as the realization hits him that his attacker is deeply connected to the murdered historian. Xiu Min tells the assassin to talk, suggesting that his loyalty to a contract shouldn't be worth more than his own life. Terrified and broken, the assassin quickly agrees to tell the hunter everything he wants to know. The assassin reveals a glowing green seal hidden inside his mouth, a sinister grin forming on his face as he prepares to put his plan into motion. Suddenly, the assassin spits a corrosive black liquid directly into Xiu Min's face, convinced that the battle is over. Certain of his victory, he believes the deadly poison will finish Xiu Min on the spot. He mocks the hunter with a bloody grin, claiming that no proper assassin would ever leak their client's private information. Disgusted and enraged, Xiu Min wipes the filth from his face and screams at the assassin for spitting on him. Xiu Min activates a powerful golden aura, instantly purging the corrosive liquid from his body and healing his wounds. Staring coldly at the assassin, he declares that if he refuses to talk willingly, he will force the truth out of him. The assassin is completely shocked to realize that his opponent is actually a healer, capable of such immense power. The assassin desperately calls for his leader's help, but Crow refuses to intervene because she is currently surrounded by enemies. Fearing his certain death, the assassin breaks his silence and begins to reveal that his client is someone named Panda. A massive spray of blood erupts as the assassin is silenced forever mid-sentence, leaving Xiu Min to question the name Pandemonium. Watching the brutal execution from the sidelines, Crow gives a malevolent smile and lets out a satisfied laugh. A destructive shockwave slams into the room with a violent blast, sending everyone reeling from the impact. Removing her hood to reveal her face, the leader confidently claims that she has finally figured out the intruder's true identity. She identifies him as Xiu Min, the legendary rabid hound, and a first-generation hunter, who mysteriously vanished 10 years ago. Xiu Min stares intensely and asks if she is also a member of Pandemonium. She denies it, explaining that they are a union for independent assassins who don't work exclusively for private clients, as an assassin should remain a tool rather than a private agent. She reveals she identified him as Xiu Min due to his immense power and knowledge of Pandemonium, noting that her sister had mentioned a first-generation hunter with a unique healing ability. Xiu Min asks if she truly knows nothing about Pandemonium, warning her that he will be able to tell if she's lying. She denies knowing more and remains confident that he has already realized she's telling the truth. Crow wonders why the world seemed to forget he ever existed before snapping her fingers and ordering Porcupine to get up. A massive explosion erupts, completely engulfing the scene in a violent blast. Floating in the air, Crow mocks Xiu Min by asking if the rabid hound is going to follow them. Xiu Min remains behind, calmly stating that he is fine because he already has the lead he was looking for. Crow smirks and acknowledges the current situation, deciding on her next course of action. Crow waves goodbye as she and Porcupine vanish within a glowing teleportation bubble, promising to see them again soon. Hamanchu questions if letting the enemies escape was the right call, but Xiu Min explains they would have triggered a self-destruct field that none of them were in a condition to survive. Xiu Min casually notes they got what they came for, and tasks a tearful Byung-gu with cleaning up the mess while their subordinates lie exhausted on the ground. Standing over the blood-soaked floor, Xiu Min ponders the mysterious name Pandemonium. Amidst the rubble, Xiu Min wonders what critical information his late disciple Minjun could have possibly uncovered. Xiu Min sits at his desk, staring at the screen while deep in thought about the mysterious name Pandemonium. He clicks his mouse as he reflects on how countless things spilled out from the first gate that opened on Earth 20 years ago. These gates brought forth mana, the source of all power, along with monsters, mana stones, and other rare resources. But most dangerous of all were the demons, sneaky beings from other dimensions who were highly experienced in using mana and skills. These vermin use the chaos of the first gate to invade Earth, crowning themselves as overseers from a superior dimension as they took control. They look down on humanity as if they were beneath them, while civilizations ground to a halt under the sudden emergence of mana and monster attacks. The demons built their headquarters on a continent, calling it the Fortress of Demons, and monopolized every gate that appeared across the globe. As they declared themselves masters, some spineless humans formed an organization called Pandemonium to worship the head honcho, known as the Demon Lord. Thankfully, the first-generation hunters learned to harness their mana and fought back shortly after to put an end to this senseless tyranny. This led to humanity finally defeating the demons in the war for Earth, and successfully restoring peace to the world. Xiumin reflects on how Pandemonium was disbanded even before he defeated the Demon Lord of the Fourth World. That was 10 years ago, leaving him to wonder why that name is resurfacing now after all this time. Xiumin calls out to Pred, who asks what he wants. He asks Pred if he remembers the demons from the other world. Noting they looked different from the ones on Earth, Pred recalls how that race enslaved dragons and abused others, while Xiumin wonders if they do this in every dimension. Pred admits his memories are still missing, only knowing that those demons stole something important from him. Based on a century of encounters, Pred wouldn't be surprised to see them repeating their actions in other planes of existence. Xiumin sighs that they need more info, admitting he was too focused on hunting demons 10 years ago to actually study them. He notes that their mana patterns differ from humans, and that they have become much better at mimicking people over the last decade. Pred tells him to just kill them all, but Xiumin wishes it were that simple as he uses his foot to press a button. A door creaks open, and Xiumin notices that his visitor has arrived earlier than expected. Sijun Min demands to know exactly what he's been doing in the office he lent him, wanting to hear the truth directly. Xiumin clarifies that he only used the office to investigate Minjun's whereabouts. Sijun demands the full story after hearing from team leader Huang that Xiumin decimated an entire organization of assassins. Sijun questions if the space was used to assemble a team for the mission, and asks why Xiumin is keeping his actions secret from the Hunter Association. Sijun warns his brother to maintain a low profile to avoid attracting Daisu's attention. Meanwhile, Xiumin realizes that Byunggu was the one who leaked his activities. Xiumin reassures his brother that Junggu will erase the evidence of his recent actions. He admits that he isn't afraid of Daisu and was already planning to confront him. Xiumin explains that a direct approach will prevent Daisu from using underhanded tactics and will allow him to get the answers he needs. Sijun reacts with pure shock at the bold plan. Sijun sighs in frustration, reminding Xiumin that his mana hasn't fully recovered and pleading with him to avoid being reckless. Sijun expresses his deep fear for his brother's safety, noting how much the world has changed during his 10-year absence. As Sijun speaks, Xiumin begins to move. Xiumin playfully ruffles his brother's hair and tells him to stop worrying. Sijun struggles to break free from the inescapable grip, while Xiumin teasingly points out that although his brother has grown much stronger, escaping his hold is still impossible. Sijun swats his brother's hand away and reminds him to honor his deal to train their new hunter. Sijun brings up Jisoo Shin, explaining that her newly awakened skill is quite peculiar and difficult to master. He suggests that Xiumin should provide her with some expert guidance. Xiumin casually agrees to the request, while absent-mindedly scratching his ear. Xiumin's stomach growls loudly as he announces he's hungry again. Sijun is baffled, wondering if his brother's stomach is a black hole since he just finished dinner. Xiumin complains about being hungry, while Pred mocks his tiny mana pool and insists that they should go eat fried chicken immediately. This prompts Xiumin to blame the entity for his constant starvation, just as his phone suddenly begins to ring. Xiumin answers a call from Junggu, who frantically demands to know why the hunter removed his name from the current case file. Xiumin tells the investigator to be quiet and scolds him for leaking details to Sijun, while Junggu shouts that their secret operation has already blown up on the news. The news reports that a dangerous assassin organization has been exposed, and that HMCS successfully wiped them out alone, causing media outlets and institutions to swarm the office for cooperation. Overwhelmed by constant calls, the HMCS staff repeatedly tells the media that they cannot provide any specific details or official statements at this time. Junggu worries that Director Beck has been watching them since the Gert incident and realizes that with Xiumin's name removed, all the pressure is now on him alone. Xiumin suggests that taking all the credit is a good thing, but the investigator cries that the situation is out of control, and he can't plausibly explain how he defeated all those killers by himself. Xiumin tells him to seek help from Haman at the White Lion Guild. The investigator replies that he already spoke with him, but before he can elaborate, another incoming call forces the stressed team leader to answer his phone. The investigator acknowledges the need for Xiumin to keep a low profile, but begs for help with the media mess and the escaped convict case, though Xiumin insists on waiting until after he eats supper. Disregarding the investigator's desperate pleas not to hang up, Xiumin ends the call with a final beep. Exhausted by the constant demands, Xiumin walks into the room while wishing for a moment of peace. Xiumin collapses onto the sofa and tells Sejun that team leader Huang is supposedly very happy because his work is going so well. While relaxing on the couch, Xiumin prepares to ask a serious question about the current state of the world. Xiumin asks Sejun about the recent activities of the demons, wondering if they are still as arrogant and insufferable as they were a decade ago. Sejun explains that the demons unexpectedly offered a peace treaty after Xiumin successfully defeated the demon lord of the Fourth World. Saijin explains that the demons relocated to Antarctica and established a research institute for Earth's mana. They've been staying out of trouble and even collaborating with some countries on research projects. He notes that it's rare to see a demon outside their base, as they haven't shown their faces to the public for ages. He mentions that some children now consider demons to be nothing more than an urban myth. Xiumin repeats the words, peace treaty, with a skeptical and thoughtful look in his eyes. Pred finds the idea of demons signing a peace treaty impossible and believes it's obviously a sham. Xiumin admits he feels the same way. He suggests that just as not all humans are bad, there might be decent demons too, since everyone is different. Xiumin reflects on Crow, noting her mana pattern felt different from a typical demon's, and wondering if she's a half-demon. He considers this possible since demons first appeared on Earth 20 years ago. A framed photo of a happy moment with Minjun and others is picked up with a soft clack. Xiumin admits that his initial goal was simply to avenge his disciple, Minjun. However, as he tracked the trails Minjun left behind, he came to a stark realization. A lone figure treks through the harsh, snowy mountains toward a massive, isolated facility. He realized that his battle would end up stretching on much longer than he had originally anticipated. Xiumin instructs his students to cycle their internal mana and focus on its central point. Hamin Chu is visibly confused by the concept of cycling his mana. Hamin admits he doesn't understand the lesson, questioning if skills should just trigger like adrenaline during intense action, rather than through meditation. Xiumin scolds Hamin for slacking off and asking obvious questions after begging for training, punctuating his point with a firm bonk on the head. Xiumin compares using a skill to running, explaining that poor pace management leads to a quick burnout while criticizing modern hunter education for neglecting mana control. Xiumin dismisses Hamin's preference for brute force over strategy, promising to teach him essential lessons that the man-made tower of tutorials completely failed to provide. Xiumin explains that mana acts as a fuel with varying outputs, and scolds Hamin for trying to use skills without understanding the fundamental basics of cycling it. Xiumin tells him to pay close attention, as he explains that when mana first enters a person, it unlocks a reservoir known as the center of mana. He describes how mana accumulates at this center and is cycled to generate power, which eventually manifests as a unique skill based on a person's traits. Xiumin emphasizes that the overall density and strength of a skill depend entirely on how efficiently a hunter manages the flow of mana from their center. Xiumin explains that training gradually expands a person's mana capacity, and once it reaches a certain threshold, additional mana centers awaken, allowing them to store even more mana. He then asks whether it has really been 20 years since humanity first came into contact with mana, urging Hamin to stop obsessing over power levels, and instead focus on understanding the true essence of this mysterious force. Hamin is caught off guard by Xiumin's mention of Earth time while trying to sense the mana in his hand. Xiumin insists that meditation is the best way to master mana management, and orders Hamin to concentrate. While Pred mockingly notes, it took Xiumin a century to learn that. Xiumin warns his new subordinates that their training will be brutally physical as punishment for their crimes, especially for Crimson and Volca. Just then, the door suddenly bursts open as a new visitor storms into the room. Zhonggu Huang rushes through the door in a panic, demanding to know why the hunter hasn't been answering any of his frantic phone calls. Xiumin calmly explains he ignored the calls to avoid feeling stalked, but a stressed Zhonggu insists he must come to headquarters immediately because the regional director wants a private meeting. The two arrive at the massive HMCS headquarters, navigating through the busy hallways of the Hunter Investigation Agency. As they walk through the facility, Xiumin questions what a high-ranking official like the regional director could possibly want with him. Xiumin asks if he's been snitched on, but Zhonggu reassures him that the director likely just wants to discuss the Incheon facility case and the investigation into the corrupt warden. Their walk is interrupted as they are intercepted by members of a rival investigation team who recognize Zhonggu. Changwon Seong, the smug leader of the HMCS Gangnam team, mockingly asks how a desk-bound guy like Jong-gu managed to get lucky and score such a major victory while they were away. Jong-gu clicks his tongue in annoyance, clearly frustrated that his arrogant rival has already returned from his own assignment. Jong-gu orders the rival team leader to stop bothering them and return to his station, while Changwon dismisses the frustration by claiming he only intended to greet them. Changwon mockingly asks if this is the recruit everyone is talking about, mentioning his supposed failure at the Incheon facility and questioning where Jong-gu finds such troublemakers. Soo-min looks completely bored and dismissive as he casually twists a finger in his ear. Jong-gu scowls at his rival, telling him to step aside and suggesting his rude behavior was just the result of jet lag. The glasses-wearing subordinate clarifies they were only in Japan and have no jet lag, while Changwon laughs and mocks Jong-gu for never having traveled outside the country. Changwon laughs as he tells Jong-gu to imagine wasting time on lowly criminals while his own team handles global missions that actually matter. The seasoned investigator turns his attention to Soo-min, addressing him as a mere recruit. Adjusting his glasses, Juntae lectures Soo-min on his lack of manners and explains that it is basic courtesy to introduce himself to more experienced members. Soo-min mockingly raises an imaginary glass in a sarcastic toast before dismissively telling the glasses-wearing hunter and his sweaty superior to get out of his sight. He points out that they are the ones being rude by standing in the middle of the hallway and blocking everyone's path. Soo-min tells the man to get a new pair of glasses if he is too blind to see that they aren't the only ones using the corridor. Trembling with rage, Juntae asks his superior for permission to physically discipline the insolent recruit as magical energy begins to crackle around his hands. Jong-gu gives a stern warning, ordering the rival team to stop their actions immediately since they are currently inside the main building. Changwon angrily tells Jong-gu not to order his subordinate around, insisting that the investigator should be scolding his recruit instead of enabling his rude behavior. Jong-gu pretends not to have heard a word, while Soo-min suggests the rival is hearing things because his ego has become completely unmanageable. Changwon vows to crush his opponent and show everyone in the building who is really in charge. Nearby hunters whisper in concern while the two groups face off in the hallway. Before the angry man can finish his threat, a hand suddenly grabs his shoulder. Regional Director Gyeonho Baek appears, calmly declaring that he is the one in charge as his subordinate freezes in terror. The two rival hunters are absolutely shocked and terrified to see their high-ranking superior. The director greets Soo-min warmly, noting he was busy dealing with the troublemakers, while Jong-gu apologizes for the delay. The director ignores the others and leads Soo-min away to enjoy some rare tea he has prepared for his esteemed guest. Changwon tries to protest the situation, but the director sternly calls out his name to silence him. With a sharp smile, the director warns Changwon to reflect on his poor attitude and focus on his work if he wants to advance his career. The two hunters can only offer a weak and defeated response as they realize they have been thoroughly humbled. They watch in total confusion, wondering why their powerful director is so excited to meet a mere recruit. The scene shifts to the director's private office, filled with various artifacts and collectibles. The director welcomes Soo-min to his office, expressing his pleasure at finally meeting the hunter whose exceptional skills have kept him so busy. Soo-min asks the director what he requires of him, while Jong-gu sits nervously sweating in the background. Director Baek laughs and admits he likes Soo-min's directness before beginning to explain the reason for their meeting. Jong-gu grows visibly tense as the director brings up the details of the escort mission at the Incheon Correctional Facility. The director explains that the Bestia incident has granted them the authority to investigate the case along with the corruption at the Incheon facility. He notes that on that note, they must now allocate resources toward finding the escaped convict. While Soo-min calmly sips his tea, the director admits he finds it hard to believe that someone capable of defeating Gert of Silent Radiance could simply lose track of a criminal. The director asks Jong-gu to give them some privacy, and the investigator immediately springs to his feet to obey. As he closes the door, Jong-gu silently begs Soo-min for forgiveness for leaving him alone with the regional director. Now that they are alone, Director Baek addresses Soo-min by stating that he is a man of reason. He explains that while he has known Jong-gu for a long time, there is no way the investigator could have dismantled an organization like Bestia on his own. He concludes that Soo-min must have been involved in the elimination of the assassins and the escaped convict, and that he likely uncovered some crucial leads in the process. The director acknowledges the tremendous achievement, but insists they cannot let an awakened criminal slide, especially when a mysterious recruit like Soo-min is involved. He reveals that he has invited a renowned hunter and close friend who claims to know Soo-min well and is eager to meet him. Just then, a knock echoes from the door. Soo-min turns toward the sound of the opening door, questioning who would be so desperate to meet him. The director introduces his guest as a legendary first-generation hunter and one of the nation's 3 supreme masters. The visitor is revealed to be Gyeonghu Do, the guildmaster of Salabi, who makes a grand entrance accompanied by a powerful dragon aura. A warm drink is poured as the guest remarks on how much time has passed since their last meeting. Sitting across from each other at a table full of food, the Blade Master admits he thought it was a joke when he heard Seo-min was alive, as everyone genuinely believed he was dead. Seo-min notes that his old friend has aged significantly, while Pred suspiciously questions who this man is and why he is acting so friendly. Seo-min identifies him to Pred as Gyeonghu Do, the legendary Blade Master, a first-generation hunter, one of the 3 supreme masters, and a former comrade. Meanwhile, Gyeonghu Do jokingly remarks that Seo-min is incredibly lucky to have escaped the effects of aging that caught up to everyone else. The Supreme Master is fascinated that Seo-min hasn't changed a bit and looks exactly as young as the day he vanished all those years ago. As Seo-min takes a drink, the veteran hunter asks where he has been hiding and mentions that his own disciples searched high and low for him. Seo-min gives a small smile and suggests they should order another round of drinks. He notes that they have a long night of catching up ahead of them. Gyeonghu Do reflects on the incredible truth that Seo-min was trapped in another world for 100 years, admitting that while the story is believable, he cannot begin to imagine what an entire century of survival felt like. Seo-min explains that the magic of dimensional travel activated as soon as he killed the demon lord of the 4th world. He isn't entirely sure whether it was a desperate move on the lord's part or the artifact's activation by sheer coincidence. But Gyeonghu Do drops a bombshell by telling Seo-min that the monster is actually still alive. Seo-min reacts with complete shock and disbelief, demanding to know what he just heard. Slamming his fist onto the table with a loud bang, Seo-min asks how humanity could have possibly signed a peace treaty with the demons while that thing still exists. Ching in disgust, Seo-min tells Gyeonghu Do that they can't trust those bastards and asks what the leaders were thinking back then. Gyeonghu Do tries to calm him down, explaining that he never said the demon lord is alive and well, but rather that it's basically a corpse that somehow still lives. Gyeonghu Do explains that the war between humans and demons had dragged on for years, dividing both races further apart. He notes that after Seo-min defeated the demon lord of the 4th world, the demons promptly proposed a peace treaty, claiming they had only fought because their lord commanded it, and that not everyone had supported his will. Seo-min scoffs at the idea, believing the demons were just afraid that the hunters would come for them next. Gyeonghu Do agrees, but points out the harsh reality that humans were in no condition to keep fighting at the time. A flashback shows the world in ruins after the emergence of the first gate, and the continued onslaught of monsters. The history continues, showing that while humanity succeeded in closing the gate, numerous awakened went rogue, which severely compromised global security. On top of the internal chaos, humanity was also waging a desperate war against the demons, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. That was the moment when the demons stepped forward to propose the treaty. Surprisingly, the demons not only offered their assistance in rebuilding nations, but also promised to teach humans the secret methods for closing gates. In exchange for their help, all the demons requested was permission to retrieve the powerless remains of their demon lord and to claim Antarctica as a temporary refuge until they could return home. Back then, when gates and mana were still foreign concepts, everyone believed that the best way forward was to quickly regain peace and adapt to the new power. Because of that mindset, the nations accepted the proposal and sent their highest-ranking hunters as representatives to sign the treaty. A flashback reveals that Dae-Soo Choi was the hunter who represented Korea during the treaty signing. Since that day, the demons have remained in their designated territory in Antarctica, only venturing out to offer assistance and staying out of trouble. Gyeonghu Do explains that while some first-generation hunters questioned the treaty and refused to cooperate, they all went their separate ways after Seo-min disappeared, as he was the heart of that war. He notes that once communication and order were restored, the public gradually lost interest in the demons. Gyeonghu Do admits that he wasn't particularly interested in them either, but seeing Seo-min here now, he feels that something is very off. Seo-min asks him to explain what he means. Gyeonghu Do looks at him solemnly and explains that Seo-min's name and legendary title, Rabid Hound, have almost completely faded from history. He reveals that all records of Seo-min from the past decade were meticulously erased, leading many first-generation hunters to suspect that Dae-Soo Choi was behind the disappearance. The cover-up was so thorough that most second-generation hunters today have never even heard of Seo-min's existence. He admits that even he couldn't remember what Seo-min looked like until today. The Supreme Master finds it completely unnatural for a comrade who fought in countless battles to be this forgotten after only a decade. Xiumin asks his friend if he thinks the demons and Daesu struck some sort of secret deal. Gyeong-hoo-do believes they did, noting that Daesu was always willing to do whatever it took to surpass Xiumin. Pred complains about how shady the demons always are, while Xiumin ponders the possibility of Daesu Choi teaming up with them. Xiumin questions if that self-absorbed man erased his existence just for his own ego, wondering what the demons would gain from removing his name from history besides avenging their fallen boss. A flashback shows Daesu Choi reaching out toward the snowy research facility in Antarctica. Gyeong-hoo-do admits his theory is far-fetched, since the demons stayed in their territory and helped humanity adapt to mana, concluding they need more information. Xiumin reminds him that the demons provoked them first by declaring themselves a superior race and trying to dominate humanity after being sucked through the gates, which his companion acknowledges. Gyeong-hoo-do suggests that the disciples who fought alongside Xiumin would know more and encourages him to go see them, causing the hunter to stop mid-drink. Gyeong-hoo-do admits it won't be easy because all the former disciples have gone their separate ways. Gyeong-hoo-do laughs about the empty nest feeling and mentions that Yeohwa is currently in Korea, reflecting on how much she has grown from a rookie to an S-rank hunter leading Azure Bloom. Yeohwa is revealed as a powerful S-rank leader with a signature blue flower emblem. Gyeong-hoo-do recalls how Yeohwa used to stick with Xiumin all the time and finds it hard to believe she eventually chose to work for Daesu Choi. Xiumin silently drinks his tea, noting that people change and assuming she must have had her own reasons. Xiumin complains that the drink sucks, while Gyeong-hoo-do mocks his childish taste buds and tells him to grow up since the tea cost a fortune. Gyeong-hoo-do wishes he had invited Sejun to catch up, but Xiumin is glad he didn't, joking that his brother acts like a worried mother and will flip when he finds out they met. A secret camera snaps a photo of Xiumin as he smiles during the private meeting. A person reports over the phone that he sent the photo of the man who is currently having a private meeting with the Guildmaster of Salabi after leaving the HMCS headquarters. A mysterious woman looks at her phone and tells her subordinate he did a good job before ordering him to return. Yeohwa stands in a dark hallway, her face hidden in shadow as her phone suddenly dings with a notification. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she looks at the screen, realizing that the person she is seeing really is him. She stares at a photo of a smiling Xiumin and confirms that her master is indeed still alive. Overwhelmed, she drops her phone as she finally understands Imperium's recent secrecy and the true cause of the commotion at the Tower of Tutorials. Her legs give out as she slides down the wall with a heavy thud, gasping that her master has truly returned. Sitting on the floor, she breaks into tears of joy and relief, overwhelmed by the fact that he is really back. She reflects on how she was right to spy on Guildmaster Do, and notes that Sejun has been keeping secrets from her ever since she started working for Daesu. She remembers how everyone else gave up hope, but she never stopped searching every corner of the earth until he finally reappeared. Looking at his photo once more, she smiles through her tears, noting that he hasn't changed at all and is finally back in Korea. She springs to her feet with renewed determination, declaring that she needs to leave and see him immediately. Daesu Choi suddenly appears in a dark hallway and greets a startled Yeohwa. Yeohwa nervously acknowledges the president as he continues to approach her. Daesu tells her to use a more familiar title when they are alone and questions why she is rushing off in such a hurry. Yeohwa's hands tremble as she tries to hide her phone, claiming her rush is nothing worth mentioning. Daesu places a hand on her shoulder, noting her visible distress, and wondering what could possibly stir her more than even her own mother's passing. Yeohwa is frozen in terror as Daesu realizes the rumors about the rabid hound, Xiumin, are actually true. With a sinister smile, Daesu confirms that the legendary hunter has indeed returned. Daesu Choi scoffs at Yeohwa, noting that her excitement to see her master is like a dog waiting to greet its owner. He condescendingly taps her head, calling her naive and foolish for her behavior. Yeohwa grits her teeth in anger as he asks if she truly thought he would let her go, reminding her that she is his only niece and his sister's daughter. She angrily swats his hand away, declaring she only joined him to find Master Siu. But he reveals he knew her true motives from the very beginning. He explains that he allowed her to pry into his secrets because her growth as a powerful hunter made her an increasingly valuable asset to him. Yeohwa is stunned as he asserts that no sane person would ever give up a valuable hunter for free, especially a blood relative. Enraged, she screams at him to stop, rejecting him as family and crediting Master Siu for shaping her into who she is today. She is paralyzed with dread as he asks what her master will think when he discovers she is the daughter of a notorious criminal. He warns her to choose her actions wisely, reminding her that Xiumin is ruthless toward criminals, and will never see her the same way again once he learns the truth. As he walks away, he tells her that no matter how noble she tries to appear, she can never change the dark roots from which she emerged. Yohwa clenches her fist in a silent, trembling rage, cursing the man as she stands alone in the empty hallway. The scene shifts to a large hangar where various hunters and officials are gathering for a scheduled event. Jisoo Shin nervously calls out to get Seo-min's attention. Jisoo acknowledges that Seo-min was specifically chosen by the guildmaster to lead their joint training session. She curiously asks if the two exhausted men standing behind him are also trainees like them. Seo-min introduces them as his minions before quickly correcting himself and calling them his associates. He explains that they will benefit from this as well, adding that they are much like her, just with a bit more field experience. Meanwhile, Volka hides his identity inside a mascot costume, struggling with the intense heat of the suit. As the others watch in confusion, Jisoo Shin and Byung-guk Kim politely introduce themselves as members of the Imperium Guild. Jisoo is impressed by Crimson Geist's overwhelming presence, noting how rare it is to see such a powerful elderly hunter. The old man's terrifying aura vanishes instantly as he cheerfully returns the greeting, leaving the young hunters completely baffled. Crimson Geist praises Jisoo's manners and predicts she will become a fine hunter, prompting her to vow that she will give her absolute best. Seo-min sternly warns his subordinates that this mission is community service for them and any reckless behavior will result in their deaths. Seri insists they will follow orders due to their mana oath and begs Seo-min to stop glaring at him. Seo-min leads the group toward the entrance of Gate F5, which is officially owned by the Imperium Guild. Jisoo Shin admits she's nervous and she's only ever visited the Tower of Tutorials. Seo-min reassures her, explaining that a gate is simply a path between different dimensions. Byung-guk asks about rumors of people disappearing or being devoured when gates shut down unexpectedly. Seo-min bluntly clarifies that those people simply got stuck when the exit closed. Crimson Geist agrees, noting that hunters essentially control the gates now. He observes that the gate they are entering is legally registered as guild property. He explains how former disasters have become profitable businesses full of treasures like mana stones and monster remains. The team approaches a massive, swirling orange gate inside the hangar. He encourages them to see these gates as opportunities instead of threats, insisting that progress requires taking the first step. A hunter's boot firmly plants itself onto the lush green grass of the other side. The group arrives in a stunning forest under a bright, streaked sky. Jisoo is completely awestruck by the view, while Seo-min remains calm and focused. Jisoo begins to feel nauseous and wonders if she's suffering from gate sickness. Byung-guk Kim observes that unlike the Tower of Tutorials, this gate doesn't launch an immediate monster attack. Seo-min is annoyed that the others are treating the mission like a field trip, questioning the quality of modern hunter academies. Volka explains that while these schools are new, modern hunters have become standardized laborers following strict protocols. He describes how new hunters are recruited by guilds for their rank and trained for combat. Jisoo is delighted to find a small horned squirrel in the bushes, while Jung-gu looks on. Seo-min skeptically questions if hunting weak monsters in a low-rank gate actually counts as training. He concludes that this poor teaching method is why there are so many unskilled hunters today. Seo-min addresses the group as beginners and demands a demonstration of their skills before they move deeper into the forest. Jisoo eagerly accepts the challenge. As the two hunters prepare to demonstrate their powers, Byung-guk Kim questions Seo-min's true identity. He wonders why they are taking orders from a mysterious outsider who doesn't even belong to their guild. Byung-guk Kim complains about being paired with an incompetent hunter who can't even use her skill, while Jisoo Shin struggles and lets out a frustrated sigh. With a bright flash of light, Jisoo is ecstatic, realizing she finally managed to activate her power. Her success is cut short as a sudden explosion knocks her backward onto the grass with a heavy thump. Seo-min calls out in concern, and Jisoo quickly apologizes for the worry, but Seo-min coldly tells her to save her apologies for a time when she actually needs them. Seo-min tosses a mysterious object toward the seated hunter, telling her to catch it. Jisoo looks at the item in confusion, wondering why she was just handed a riding whip. Seo-min explains that the tool is arcanium, designed to help manifest complex spells, and instructs her to try again using it as a medium for her unique skill. Determined to succeed, Jisoo gives a firm response and tightly clenches the tool in her hand. The whip crackles with a purple electrical charge as Jisoo attempts to channel her mana through it. A sudden loud roar echoes through the area, causing Byung-guk to look around with a serious expression. Byung-guk warns the group that they have company as a pack of armed goblins appears on top of a large rock nearby. Seo-min casually orders the two trainees to go handle the monsters, but Byung-guk is shocked that they are being sent in alone. Seo-min dismissively explains that it is their job as trainees to do the work and tells them not to get killed, leaving Byung-guk swearing in total frustration. Watching the battle from a distance, Crimson Geist notes that the boy has a tricky tracking skill and gives it a B+ rating at most. Pred, however, is completely unimpressed, dismissing the flashy ability as unappetizing. Crimson Geist watches the battle, noting that Byung-guk is being reckless with his skills and will likely run out of mana very soon. Byung-guk struggles against a large group of goblins, complaining that while they are easy to handle, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. He questions how a rookie is supposed to survive this alone, and wonders what kind of training his master is putting them through. Desperate for assistance, Byung-guk shouts for Hunter Shin to help him, but the girl tells him she needs a few more seconds to prepare her move. A heavy blow sends Byung-guk crashing to the ground, and he realizes with a groan that his mana has completely run dry. The defeated hunter lets out a terrified shriek as a goblin leaps through the air to attack him. Jisoo Shin suddenly unleashes her power, shouting the name of her Tamare skill. The goblin is instantly frozen in midair by a magical seal. It is revealed that Jisoo possesses the A+ rank Beast Tamer skill, which allows her to control a monster for 10 minutes. With the duration and number of targets scaling with her mana, the controlled goblin slumps to the ground while Jisoo prepares to use her Arcanium Whip. With a sharp gesture, Jisoo orders the other monsters to stay back. The tamed goblin begins to trudge backward away from the fallen hunter. Ecstatic with her success, Jisoo celebrates her Beast Tamer skill and eagerly asks the others how she performed. Watching from the sidelines, the bear-suited Seri Volca is surprised to see a rare domination-type skill. Crimson Geist agrees, noting that the skill is high-ranking even without magical tools and predicting a bright future for the girl. Pred is delighted by the appetizing skill and wants to consume it immediately, but Seo-min tells him to wait until he fulfills his promise to his brother. While impressed, Seo-min notes that there is still a catch to her performance. Seo-min points out that she will need to learn to control more than one monster at a time as a massive swarm of goblins suddenly surrounds the group. Jisoo Shin panics as she tries to wake the unconscious Byung-guk, desperately begging the approaching goblins to stay away from them. Terrified and overwhelmed by the monsters, Jisoo screams at the top of her lungs for someone to help them. Jisoo Shin bows deeply and loudly thanks Seo-min for the training session. Though she is visibly drained, Jisoo Shin excitedly claims she is finally starting to master her unique skill. Crimson Geist worries about Jisoo's pale state and her ability to get home, while Seo-min coldly offers her the chance to quit and train under Sejun if his methods are too harsh. Jisoo Shin quickly dismisses the idea, expressing deep gratitude and admitting she used to be arrogant about being a hunter. She reflects on how she used to believe rank was everything, but now understands that a skill is only as good as the person using it. Crimson Geist listens as Jisoo vows to focus on self-improvement and mastering the flow of mana. Seo-min acknowledges her progress and tells her to contact him, the bear, or the old geezer if she needs help before ending the night amidst the surrounding chatter. The group is surprised by a sudden crowd, and Crimson Geist wonders if another guild has arrived. Jisoo Shin explains that their guild is negotiating with Azure Bloom over gate shares in the Middle East and assumes these are their members. Seo-min questions the name Azure Bloom as he looks toward the gathering. Jisoo is confused as Seo-min begins walking toward the other group. Yeohwa briefs her team, who report that this particular gate is unique and contains the remains of its first explorers. The team reports that the bodies had ruptured internal organs despite showing no external injuries, prompting Yeohwa to question what could have caused such deaths. Yeohwa ponders the unusual deaths, wondering if something harmed the explorers from the inside. Yeohwa's attention is drawn elsewhere as someone suddenly calls out, announcing that they have finally found her. Seo-min approaches the group and casually greets Yeohwa, noting that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. With a confident smile, he mentions that he expected her to be the one to visit him first, rather than him having to track her down. Yeohwa remains silent for a moment, her eyes welling up as she softly acknowledges that he has finally returned. Seo-min asks if she is busy and suggests they catch up, but she abruptly turns away, claiming she has other urgent business to attend to. Her subordinates are left in total confusion as she quickly walks away, ignoring their puzzled calls. Pred mocks the rejection as a new record and sarcastically offers comfort, while Crimson Geist remarks on her poor manners and questions if she was his former disciple. Seo-min acknowledges the comment but begins to ask a follow-up question about her reaction. He wonders aloud if she was actually crying as she left. In a quiet moment alone, Yeohwa is found hiding in a corner and shedding tears, which Seo-min notes is hardly a surprise given her emotional state. She tells him to go away, but he sits down beside her and asks why she is crying. He teasingly wonders if she is just upset about losing a fair fight to someone like Sejun. As he gently rubs her head, he tells her that if she needs to cry, she shouldn't feel the need to hide away like this. She swats his hand away, complaining that he probably teaches Saijin better techniques because they are brothers, while she feels like nothing more than a stray he found on the street. Yohwa expresses her gratitude to Seo-min for saving her from starvation, but begs to be left alone to cry in peace. She tells him to stop being so nosy, pointing out that they aren't even blood relatives, though she admits he is incredibly strong, but Seo-min dismissively refuses and begins to vigorously rub her head, causing her to cry out in protest for him to stop. With a calm smile, Seo-min explains that while they can't choose the mess they were born into, they can at least decide who they consider to be their family. He declares that she is his little sister from now on and tells her to start treating him like a big brother. Yohwa turns away with a huff, flatly rejecting the idea and stating that she has no need for a big brother like him. Seo-min warns her that if she thought today was rough, tomorrow will be even worse, and she'll be begging for mercy. Yohwa retorts that he would have made things difficult for her regardless of what she said, reflecting on the past as she walks alone at night. Yohwa realizes she said those things not just out of shyness, but because being a sister or a star disciple wasn't what she truly wanted. She remembers wanting to be his friend and his equal, a true partner who could help him build the world he dreamed of. Blushing at the memory, she admits to herself that along the way, she began to develop feelings that she shouldn't have. She acknowledges her dark past as the daughter of a notorious criminal and feels that Daesu Choi was right about her being unworthy. She believes it's despicable to even think about being with Master Siu, given her history built on blood money. But she still can't let go. Refusing to sink into despair, she vows that even if she can't stay beside him, she will remain in his shadow and fight for the man who gave her a new life as she storms into an office. Sejin Min is caught completely off guard by her sudden entrance and stands up from his desk in surprise. Looking at her with concern, Sejin calls out her name, questioning why she has arrived so unexpectedly. Sejin Min is caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the Guildmaster of Azure Bloom, questioning why she has come to see him so long before the scheduled conference. Yohwa simply addresses him by his name. With a serious expression, Yohwa tells him that she needs to speak with him about an important matter. The scene shifts to the president's office, where Gyeong-hoo-do stands with his arms crossed and tells Daesu Choi that he still has faith in him. Gyeong-hoo reflects on their history as supreme masters who fought demons on the front lines since the first gate opened, upholding order when power-hungry individuals threw civilization into turmoil. He expresses deep respect for their bond as former brothers in arms. Gong-hoo warns that if a bargain was struck with demons in the name of restoring civilization, he won't stand for it, but Daesu coldly tells him to get to the point. Daesu scoffs at his old comrade and asks if he has already met with Siu. Daesu asks whether Siu told him to inquire about making a deal with the demons. He remarks that a decade was apparently enough to make even the rabid hound tuck his tail and carefully evaluate the situation. Daesu claims that everyone, including Gyeong-hoo, misjudges him, declaring that he does not work for the peace and prosperity of mankind. Gritting his teeth in anger, Daesu calls the title of the three supreme masters a complete joke. Laughing maniacally, he shouts that there can only be one true master. Daesu declares his craving for absolute power, viewing mana as a powerful gift meant to help him reach the highest peak and surpass the strongest masters to attain even greater strength. He explains that political power is nothing more than a tool for his goals, and that they only stand where they are because their interests align with those of the demons. Daesu describes how world leaders forged alliances with demons for their own benefit, cloaking their motives in labels like world peace and prosperity for all. He notes that regardless of the reasons, the treaty allowed humanity to rise from the ashes and advance civilization. Daesu argues that Gyeong-hoo must have once believed the treaty was the best option, and asks if he only came here to pin all the blame on him. Gyeong-hoo-do demands to know if the president is admitting to forging a pact with demons regarding Seo-min. He asks if the president is responsible for his disappearance and the erasure of his name from history. Daesu Choi laughs at the accusation, claiming he has nothing to hide. He insists that he is the type to face his opponents head-on to crush them instead of resorting to pulling strings. He even offers to arrange a three-way meeting, if that is what the Blade Master wants. An unknown voice agrees that the plan sounds good, causing the president's eye to flinch in sudden surprise. The voice firmly states that he has nothing to hide and that he has several questions of his own that need answering. Suddenly, a powerful whoosh echoes through the air as Seo-min descends from the night sky. He stands calmly atop a glowing white magical seal, hovering above the city. He looks down with a cold and bored expression. He remarks that it has been a long time since they last met, addressing the man directly as Mr. President. Seo-min hovers on a glowing magical seal outside the building, casually greeting Daesu and noting that it has been a long time. With a spread of his hand, Seo-min shatters the massive glass window to force his way into the room. As the debris clatters around them, Dae-soo Choi watches the intruder with a sinister smirk while addressing him by name. Tapping his foot down onto the floor, Seo-min apologizes for the rude entrance. He explains it was the only way to bypass official procedures and a long elevator ride. Stepping forward, he tells Dae-soo he wants to ask a question before any of the president's subordinates arrive. Seo-min demands to know if Dae-soo sided with the demon of the fourth world or pandemonium 10 years ago to send him to the other world. Dae-soo scoffs at the question, mockingly asking if all this chaos was just for such a boring inquiry. He tells the rabid hound that he has certainly lost his charm. Seo-min remains focused, ignoring the taunt about a shouting match. He tells the one-eyed president to just answer the damn question. Dae-soo laughs, noting that Seo-min is as arrogant as ever. He asks what was so bad about his vacation, pointing out that it did wonders for him since he hasn't aged a day. A violent crash echoes through the room as Seo-min smashes an object against the wall in a display of power. Seo-min warns that if Dae-soo keeps calling it a vacation, he will chop him into pieces and send them through a portal. He makes it clear that if Dae-soo wants to live, he needs to start providing answers. Seo-min asks if Dae-soo sided with the traitors and if he played any part in the murder of his disciple, Min Jin-jeong. Dae-soo wipes his mouth as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Seo-min issues a chilling warning, stating that if he discovers Dae-soo has harmed or threatened Yeohwa or any of his disciples, there will be dire consequences. Dae-soo Choi lets out a low, knowing chuckle in response to the threat. He bursts into a loud, manic laugh, declaring that this aggressive attitude is exactly the version of the rabid hound he remembers from the past. As Seo-min stands atop a glowing golden magic seal, Dae-soo admits that he has missed the intense thrill of a battlefield where death is a constant shadow. Dae-soo claims that while Seo-min was enjoying a retreat in another world, he rose to power by challenging the strongest hunters on the planet and using those battles to forge his own strength. Stepping onto a red magical circle, he tells his old rival that his murderous gaze no longer intimidates him or gets his blood pumping like it used to. Dae-soo goads Seo-min to let his fury burn even hotter, challenging him to fight for his life if he truly wants to hear the answers he's seeking. With a determined look, Seo-min accepts the challenge, deciding that he will fight if that's what it takes to get the president talking. Just as the two are about to clash, Young-hoo-do suddenly darts between them, shouting for them both to stop immediately. The Blade Master demands they both calm down, reminding Dae-soo that as an SS rank hunter and the leader of the nation, he should know better than to start a duel in a residential zone. He asks if they have forgotten their responsibilities and their places, while guards in the hallway look on with total confusion. Young-hoo-do turns his focus to Seo-min, warning him to remember that the Imperium Guild is backing him and that his actions will directly affect his brother, Si-jun. He points out that the era of lawless hunters is over, and a battle like this would draw too much public attention. He orders Seo-min to stand down for Si-jun's sake so that Imperium doesn't have to deal with the fallout of an assault on a government official, causing the hunter to click his tongue in frustration. Dae-soo Choi watches with a bored expression as his red aura flares, dismissively stating that Seo-min is beginning to bore him. Dae-soo reflects on the past, claiming that everything was better back then when they fought, killed, and competed for power without any remorse. He clenches his fist, describing that time as an age of glory that was far superior to the dull era they live in now. Since his blood was briefly stirred, Dae-soo decides to provide some answers, explicitly stating that he had no part in the death of Min Jin-jeong. He further explains that Yeohwa joined his ranks of her own free will and warns Seo-min not to blame him for the kind of hunter she has become. Dae-soo turns to leave, telling them to schedule an appointment for any other questions and promising to find a suitable ground for their duel. Seo-min remains silent, watching the president walk away with a cold and focused expression. Once the immediate tension breaks, Young-hoo-do lets out a heavy and exhausted sigh of relief. As Dae-soo exits the elevator, a panicked subordinate tries to report a commotion, but the president tells him to shut up and mind his own business, declaring that no one in Asia is powerful enough to kill him. Terrified by the president's cold demeanor, the subordinate bows deeply and begs for forgiveness. With a sinister look, Dae-soo orders his man to contact Infinitum to prepare an A-rank gate and demands that they bring Yeohwa to him immediately. Under a bright full moon, the scene shifts to Si-jun-min's office late at night. Si-jun-min sits alone, deep in thought, as he reflects on a conversation from 7 hours earlier. In a flashback, Yeohwa reminds Si-jun of a gate their guilds discovered together and the hunters' bodies found scattered nearby. She explains that autopsies revealed every tissue in their organs had completely disintegrated. She theorizes that the hunters either encountered an enemy with a unique skill or consumed something toxic together. Yeohwa identifies a mysterious trading guild named IZ that has been operating in the same area where the gate was found. She notes that the guild must be very secretive since no one has heard of them, but he mentions a disturbing rumor she recently came across. Yowa reveals the rumor claims the IZ Guild is actually run by a demon guildmaster. When Sijin asks for her source, Yowa explains that working for someone powerful and traveling to various locations allows her to hear many secrets. She tells him he is free to use the information however he likes, as she intends to handle things her own way. As she prepares to leave, Yowa expresses her certainty that the group is plotting something and promises to provide updates if she finds new leads. Yowa issues a stern warning for Sejun never to contact her first, explaining that President Daesu is keeping a close eye on him and his guild. Sejun calls out her name in concern. Sejun watches her walk toward the door, questioning why she is taking such risks. Before leaving, Yowa tells him not to let their master, Seo-min, know she was there, declaring that she has no intention of going back to him. Sitting alone in the present, Sejun confirms his suspicions that Yowa joined Daesu Choi and spent the last decade working under the corrupt leader, specifically to track down Seo-min. Sejun leans back in his chair, deep in thought about the current situation. He questions why Yowa is still working for Daesu Choi. He believes that with Seo back, there is absolutely no reason for her to continue serving him. Sejun reflects on how Seo always had absolute faith in his disciples. However, to Sejun, those students always appeared to be people lost in a sea of secrets. Because of those hidden truths, he couldn't fully trust them in the past, and he still cannot trust them now. Letting out a heavy sigh, Sejun wonders what Yowa and Xiaolong are really planning. He is suddenly startled by a presence in the room. Sejun springs from his desk in shock as Seo appears. He frantically asks if Yowa told Seo something that she kept hidden from him. Sejun hesitates, looking nervous and uncertain about how to respond. Seo demands that he spill the truth immediately, asking if something is going on with Yowa. Outside, a group of men in blue suits approach Guildmaster Kong by her car. The men apologize for interrupting her schedule, but inform her that the president has urgently requested her presence. Yowa murmurs an insult under her breath with a pained expression. Knowing she has no choice, she tells the men to lead the way. 10 years ago, right after Seo-min's disappearance, Daesu Choi questions why the demons want his help to erase every record related to his former comrade. The demon, He-Katan, confirms the request, labeling Seo-min a highly dangerous individual who dealt a near-fatal wound to the Lord of the Fourth World. He explains that a demon lord's authority must remain absolute to control their independent race, and the fact that a human almost won poses a major threat to their entire regime. Walking through the ruins, the demon notes that while the war is over, the world remains in chaos, suggesting that a good relationship between them would be beneficial for both sides now that the treaty is signed. Daesu Choi dismisses the idea, reminding the demon that while a treaty exists, humans were the ones who technically won the war. He asks why he should grant a favor to a group of remnants who are about to be exiled to Antarctica. Addressing him as an SS rank hunter, the demon reveals they have been watching Daesu closely and asks if he is secretly disheartened by the end of the war. The demon suggests Daesu is reluctant to embrace a new era where his massive power can no longer be used freely and without consequences, claiming he craves to explore his strength without any restraint. With a sinister smile, the demon asserts they know that Daesu's only true desire is to fight even stronger foes. He promises that the demons will help Daesu achieve the pinnacle of power and gain ultimate mastery over mana. Daesu Choi clenches his fist in thought, arguing there is no way the demons are doing all this just to hide a historical chapter where one of their leaders was defeated. He questions if the demons have considered that if he accepts the offer and becomes the ultimate warrior, he would become a new threat to their own kind. He-Katan smiles, explaining that their lifespans far surpass those of humans, and that their perspectives are fundamentally different. He claims that all the demons seek is to unveil the true nature of mana and unravel the mystery of the gates that bridge different dimensions. The demon turns to leave, stating that he will wait for a response from Daesu Choi. He addresses Daesu one last time as the strongest hunter in South Korea. Inside an F-rank gate owned by Infinitum, a hollow silence hangs over the desolate rocky terrain as President Daesu Choi looks out. A subordinate addresses the president, confirming they have prepared an empty and worthless gate exactly as he instructed. He explains that the area is confirmed as infinitum property, with public access restricted under the president's authority, adding that final inspections have ensured no living entities remain inside. Daesu Choi acknowledges the good work and asks if the invitation has been sent. The subordinate confirms it was sent, but tries to remind him about tomorrow's summit. The president dismisses him, stating he already knows and ordering everyone to leave the area. With a sigh and a crunch of footsteps, Yowa arrives, wondering why she was called out when she thought she was being dispatched. Surrounded by a fiery aura, She demands to know why he brought her all the way out here. Desu Choi warns her to watch her tone, while others are still listening, as his subordinate bows and makes an exit. Yeohwa tells him to get to the point as the subordinate steps toward the glowing gate. A heavy sense of doom settles over Yeohwa, as Desu Choi admits he knows she suspects him of playing a major role in Seomin's disappearance. The president claims that when the demons approached him with a proposal 10 years ago, he neither accepted it nor cooperated with them. Desu Choi admits to allowing Seomin's records to be deleted. He explains that he didn't try to stop it because he couldn't have cared less if the legendary hunter's legacy evaporated without a trace. Yeohwa is completely stunned by the revelation, unable to believe what she is hearing. Desu reflects on a strange sense of discomfort he felt recently. While he initially thought it might be guilt over the actions that made him president, he realizes that he was wrong. He begins to charge a glowing red energy in his palm. He clarifies that what truly unsettled him was the uncertainty of never knowing who is stronger between himself and the vanished rabid hound. A violent red aura erupts around him as Yeohwa watches in fear. Enraged by the betrayal of her master's memory, Yeohwa screams at him, calling him a bastard. As she slides back into a defensive stance, she realizes with horror that the president really did have something going on with the demons all along. Clenching her teeth in a silent rage, she notes that he knew about everything that was happening. Yeohwa unleashes a massive explosion of energy, her voice full of fury, as she shouts about the disappearance of her master and the destruction of his legacy. Desu Choi remains completely unfazed by the outburst, mockingly stating that she is just like her mother. With a powerful swing, Desu kicks her away, describing her as flamboyant and cunning enough to ally with a nemesis, yet ultimately reckless and slow. Yeohwa is slammed into a pile of rocks with a heavy thud. Desu tells her she's nothing more than a tool used to push the rabid hound to even greater heights of fury. The president stands tall, admitting that a feeling of inferiority has been stalking him like a ghost from the past. He notes that even as Seomin's records diminished, the feeling latched onto him like a taint that refused to be washed away. Now that his rival has finally returned, Desu declares that the time has come for him to clean out the residue of the past once and for all. Despite her injuries, Yeohwa laughs defiantly at him. She mocks the idea that her master would ever play along with the president's games, just to save someone as insignificant as herself. With a sudden swoosh, Desu steps forward toward her. He plants his foot on her shoulders and admits that, back then, he refused to believe the rabid hound was actually serious about his little family act. Seomin reflects on how a gaze from the past proved him wrong, noting that while he isn't sure what happened in the other world, his opponent has left parts of himself behind. Desu Choi ruthlessly pins Yeohwa down with his foot, telling her she is the fuel meant to ignite Seomin's will to fight. He claims he had no part in Min Jin-jong's death, making her his only usable card. Desu manifests a glowing purple arcanium padlock and chain. The chains snap into place, binding Yeohwa as she groans in pain. Desu stands over her, explaining the arcanium was crafted by the Eclipse Sanctuary's best artisan. He warns her that even an S-rank hunter cannot escape and that resistance is useless. He further explains the arcanium drains the victim's mana center if they resist, eventually leading to organ failure. He tells her she must stay alive until Seomin arrives, declaring it her new mission. Despite the pain, Yeohwa twitches and retorts that his actions won't change the fact that he is still trash. Suddenly, a massive impact catches Yeohwa's attention. Seomin arrives with a violent clash, striking at the president. A massive explosion rocks the area. Desu Choi laughs maniacally amidst the energy, shouting that history will be set right today. He continues his boast, claiming the day will witness the death of a relic from a bygone era, while exalting him as the strongest man the land has ever known. Seomin gives a sinister smile, dismissing the president's grand speech as a load of bull. He activates a glowing magic circle, unleashing a surge of powerful mana that shatters the ground beneath them. Desu Choi laughs as he prepares his next move within a glowing magic circle. Desu calls Seomin's performance mediocre, asserting that a decade of absence has created a gap in strength far too vast for the returnee to overcome. Pred panics, asking if Seomin is okay, and warning him that they can't fight such a monster without fully recovered mana. Seomin coldly states that he doesn't care about the risk. Ready to risk everything, Seomin tells Pred they're going full throttle as he charges up his final reserves of power. Seomin decides to go full throttle, but Pred panics and tells him to think again. He warns that the hunter has only recovered 50% of his mana, and that his opponent is a monster stronger than any human they have ever faced. Pred adds that he doubts he can even devour a skill of this magnitude while bound to Seomin's weak body. He issues a final warning that breaking his limits in his current state will cause severe side effects. Seomin realizes he is only half as strong as he was in the other world. but he confidently decides that it should be enough. Dae-soo Choi demands to know what they are whispering about. He mockingly asks where the confident legend went and if he is already having second thoughts about their duel. The two powerful hunters dash toward each other with incredible speed, leaving trails of energy in their wake. With a powerful whoosh, Soo-min declares that he doesn't even need to use his full strength to handle a bastard like the president. A massive explosion erupts as their powers collide, shaking the entire area with a violent blast. Watching from the sidelines, Yohwa realizes she is witnessing a true battle between first-generation hunters, the true awakened. She is completely stunned, noting that they are moving so fast she can't even follow them with her eyes. She admits that while she knew there was a gap between S-rank and SS-rank hunters, this level of power is beyond anything she expected. Dae-soo Choi warps a massive spear into his hand, laughing maniacally and claiming he has truly missed this sensation. He describes the feeling of total liberation that comes from breaking all of his limitations. With a violent flume, the president tells his opponent to throw himself into the essence of mana as he swings the heavy weapon. Soo-min creates a bright flash of light to evade the strike, mockingly noting that the president is still into collecting toys even after all these years. A massive thwoom echoes as the president's attack collides with the enormous rocks Soo-min summons to block it. The boulders begin to crack and crumble under the immense pressure before a brilliant flash erupts from the impact. With a thunderous BAM, the spear smashes through the massive rocks and drives them into the earth, leaving Pred wondering if his opponent is even human. As the spear hurtles toward them, Pred analyzes the situation, noting that the president's power rivals that of high-ranking demons and that his spear is clearly no ordinary artifact. Soo-min agrees, recalling that the man had always been as reckless and powerful as a raging bull. Soo-min reaches out, channeling his mana and skill to seize the incoming weapon and bring it to a halt. As he stops it, he remarks that the president is more beast than human. The president lets out a loud laugh as he leaps into the air atop a series of glowing golden magic circles. The president summons multiple weapons that swish through the air. He shouts that he is coming for the rabid hound as their weapons meet with a deafening clang. The president strikes a hexagonal shield, dismissively calling it a weak defense. Soo-min's shield begins to crack and crick under the pressure as the president asks if this is really the best he can do. Summoning a massive hammer with a loud zang, the president decides to see exactly how many hits the shield can take. With a violent crack, the president slams the giant hammer down, intending to shatter the shield completely. Soo-min shouts the name of his icicle javelin skill, unleashing a barrage of sharp ice projectiles. Dae-soo Choi looks back as the massive ice shards descend upon him. The projectiles create a massive explosion of light and ice upon impact. The force of the blast is so great that Dae-soo Choi's giant hammer is shattered and sent clattering to the ground as he lets out a pained groan. Dae-soo Choi remains unfazed by the destruction, smiling as he brushes off the ice shards, and remarks that the rabid hound still packs a powerful punch. Soo-min walks forward with a cold expression, ordering the president to shut up and release Yohwa immediately if he wants to survive. He points out that Yohwa was only used as bait to lure him there, and since he has arrived, her role is finished. He adds a sharp jab, noting that taxpayers likely don't want their money spent on such creepy behavior. Dae-soo Choi gives a sinister smile and dismisses the attack, claiming it wasn't enough and goading Soo-min to do better. The president insists that Yohwa still has her uses, and declares he will continue to keep her on a tight leash. He cruelly tells her to be grateful for having a purpose, referring to her as the spawn of a serial killer. Outraged and humiliated, Yohwa screams for him to shut up. Yohwa breaks into tears, begging him not to dare speak of her past. Soo-min flinches at her distress, and gently tells Yohwa to stay still. He emits a powerful surge of mana and assures her that he doesn't want her to get hurt. Dae-soo Choi reacts with sudden shock, as he senses a change in the atmosphere. The president laughs maniacally as a massive dark aura begins to swirl around Soo-min, declaring that he has dearly missed that dreadful presence. Summoning a glowing red weapon, Dae-soo declares that it is finally time for a real fight. Soo-min closes the distance instantly, beginning to tell his opponent to shut. He completes his command to shut up as he launches a devastating strike. Dae-soo Choi grunts as he blocks the blow with his shield, realizing that the flow and density of Soo-min's mana have changed completely. The impact is so powerful, it sends the president sliding back across the ground. Despite the pressure, Dae-soo mocks Soo-min for holding back, noting that his appalling mindset hasn't changed even after all these years. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield as Soo-min remarks that his opponent is still as reckless and rash as ever. Grunting in pain, the president declares that he is no longer the man he used to be as a surge of red energy erupts around him. As Soo-min stomps his foot onto a glowing green magic circle, the president declares that he has learned a great deal over the years. With a glowing red artifact on his shoulder, He notes that their recent clash has made something very clear to him. Xiumin is caught by surprise as a powerful surge of energy erupts around him with a loud swoosh. Charging forward, Desu Choi prepares a devastating strike, determined to finish his thought. With a thunderous impact that shatters the ground, the president confidently shouts that Xiumin is no longer a match for his current power. Watching the destruction from behind her chains, Yohwa screams for her master in total terror as the area is filled with smoke. She looks on with tears in her eyes, deeply worried for the safety of the man who saved her. Emerging from the dust with a calm smile, Xiumin sarcastically thanks Desu for saving him the trouble of stating the obvious. Xiumin effortlessly stops the president's powerful attack with a single hand. As a massive golden aura erupts around him, he chillingly declares that the president doesn't stand a single chance against his true power. Desu Choi's hands shake uncontrollably as he struggles to maintain his grip during the intense struggle. The president is in total shock. Unable to believe that his legendary greatsword, capable of leveling buildings in an instant, is being stopped so easily. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Desu wonders how his opponent has managed to block such a devastating weapon with only a single arm. Xiumin casually pulls the blade down, dismissively telling the president that fighting a few tough opponents for only 10 years is hardly a big deal. With a thunderous wham, Xiumin lands a massive blow, declaring that he survived in the depths of hell for a full century. A violent bam echoes through the air as the impact connects with bone-crushing force. The sheer power of the attack results in a massive kapow, sending the president flying backward across the terrain. Crashing into the rocks with a loud thud, Desu begins to laugh maniacally, finding it interesting that someone has finally managed to make him bleed after so long. Standing back up, the president realizes that Xiumin intentionally kept some of his mana hidden, just to land that one singular powerful blow. With a heavy clunk, Desu decides he needs to up his game and begins to remove a device from his wrist. Xiumin watches as the president explains that a law introduced 5 years ago requires all SS rank hunters worldwide to wear those specific bracelets. A loud whir fills the air as a massive swirling aura erupts. The president explains that the device suppresses mana and physical abilities to ensure hunters pose no threat to society, noting that removing it without authorization automatically designates them as criminals. The bracelet hits the dirt with a thud, as Desu admits that such bureaucratic problems are one of many things that tire him. Xiumin gives a sinister smirk, mocking the device as a collar that perfectly suits a bloodthirsty animal like the president. Looking at his glowing opponent, Xiumin questions if the man became president just to obtain the authorization to remove his limiter, calling him pathetic if that was his true goal. Desu Choi notes that Xiumin's arrogance remains unchanged. He clarifies that simply rising to power wasn't his only objective. The ground begins to crack and crunch under the immense pressure of their auras. Desu believes this is the perfect opportunity. He declares his desire to finally test his full strength against a truly worthy opponent. Xiumin glows with white energy and retorts that Desu was always the loudest person in the room. Brimming with power, he challenges the president to bring on his best attack. A blinding flash of light erupts as their devastating powers begin to collide. A thunderous thoom echoes through the battlefield as a massive pillar of energy crashes down. Nearby, Yohwa is slammed into the dirt with a thud, gasping in pain while bound by her magical chains. She realizes that the sheer pressure from their mana is already damaging the arcanium and fears the entire gate will collapse under such overwhelming power. As the ground continues to crack and crunch, she worries that if the gate fails, her master's power might harm innocent people on the outside. With a determined clunk of her chains, she vows that she must stop the impending catastrophe at all costs. A series of massive explosions and bright flashes rock the battlefield as the two warriors clash with incredible force, sending shockwaves through the air. Desu Choi lets out a powerful roar, slamming his giant hammer down with enough strength to shatter the massive rocks surrounding him. Xiumin calls for Pred to activate the Quicksilver skill, moving with blinding speed and landing multiple hits. Pred admits the high-speed movement makes him feel a bit nauseous, but he finds the overwhelming power incredible. Pred notes that while Xiumin is only half as strong as he used to be, going full throttle feels amazing. A massive barrier crackles with electrical energy as someone groans in pain from the intense pressure. Desu Choi is completely stunned, unable to believe that the gap in their strength remained so wide even after he released his limiter. Overwhelmed by the situation, Desu Choi curses and breaks into a manic, desperate laugh while standing within a field of glowing blades. He grabs a special artifact and hurls it towards Xiumin as Xiumin orders Pred to strike. A massive spectral tiger's head erupts from the artifact with a powerful whoosh, signaling the activation of its devastating ability. Xiumin grapples with the beast, realizing that this must be the monster sealed within the artifact. Xiumin calls for the Tamare skill, summoning a swirling purple magic circle to dominate the spectral creature. Daesu Choi is left completely speechless and shocked by the sudden turn of events. Daesu Choi demands to know what kind of power Xiumin has managed to attain during his decade-long absence. Xiumin smirks at the beast, declaring himself its new master and ordering it to attack his opponent. Daesu Choi is consumed by rage, shouting an insult at his rival as energy crackles around him. Yohwa suddenly dashes toward the center of the battlefield, screaming for the two warriors to stop immediately. Xiumin is caught off guard as she warns him to look at the destruction happening around him. The gate begins to fall apart as cracks spread across the sky. Yohwa warns both men about the catastrophic consequences if all that magic flows to the other side of the gate. Yohwa Kong confronts Daesu, telling him that even though he is the president, he will have to answer for all the damage he has caused. She warns him that things will get ugly once he is brought before the international court. Daesu Choi looks on with a sinister expression, calling her an insolent whelp. Yohwa reveals that she contacted the association and the HMCS main headquarters while he was fighting. She explains that they will call him soon and the gate will be reopened. Standing in the desolate landscape, Yohwa desperately begs the two warriors to stop their fight. Xiumin remains silent, looking at his former disciple with a serious and contemplative expression. Suddenly, a loud beep sounds from the president's communicator. Daesu Choi picks up the device, wondering who is calling him during such an intense moment. A man named Edward from the HMCS main headquarters identifies himself. He informs the president that he is reaching out regarding a matter of extreme urgency. Edward insists that they must speak as soon as possible. Cursing under his breath, Daesu reluctantly agrees to the call. Turning his back on the group, Daesu Choi insults Yohwa, stating he should have never taken in an ingrate like her. He walks away, stating he has lost interest in the duel and ordering everyone to get out of his sight. Yohwa collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, despairing that it is all over now that her master has discovered the truth. She grips her hand tightly, fearing he has learned the secret she intended to take to her grave, and will now believe she betrayed his kindness and trust. As she wonders how to admit she is indeed the daughter of a criminal, Xiumin approaches and calls out her name. Xiumin kneels down and gently pats her head, asking if she is all right or injured anywhere. Yohwa looks up at him with a blush, realizing her master is still the same. She sniffs back tears, thinking that he is every bit as gentle as she remembers him to be. She suddenly shouts for her master and lunges into a tight hug. Xiumin is caught off guard by the force of the embrace and jokingly observes that she clearly still has plenty of strength left. The scene shifts to the president's office. Daesu Choi insists that he hasn't broken any laws and claims that the information provided by the hunter is completely false. He admits his only mistake was letting Yohwa continue her ramblings when she contacted the authorities, and he takes full responsibility for her raising a false alarm. He argues that they were simply holding a brief training session inside a closed gate, and suggests that he is overreacting to the situation. He addresses the vice chairman of International HMCS headquarters, Mr. Blackwood. Mr. Blackwood points out that the president's excuses were only valid before he decided to release his limiter. He reminds the president that all SS rank hunters are strictly forbidden from engaging in private battles. Mr. Blackwood explains that if a fight is unavoidable, hunters must immediately contact the association or HMCS, noting that using mana against an HMCS-affiliated hunter is a serious offense. He warns the president that given his high position, his illegal actions could lead to a trial in the International Court of Justice. He states that regardless of local laws on excessive force, the president will be held accountable by the international regulatory body. With a slight smirk, Edward suggests there is little reason for the judges to escalate the matter and disrupt the long-standing peace. He requests that the president handle the incident internally and appropriately, leaving the leader in a silent standoff. Edward stands up and announces that while HMCS will let this instance pass, they are still obligated to interview the person the president fought to better understand the event. He expresses interest in speaking with the supposedly insignificant hunter who managed to fight toe-to-toe with an SS rank master. Daesu Choi realizes with a grim expression that the vice chairman is actually after Xiumin. As the screen turns off with a quiet sound, Edward promises that they will meet again in person in South Korea. Daesu Choi grits his teeth in total frustration, lamenting what he considers to be a shameful defeat. He reflects on the past, admitting he already knew 10 years ago that his rival's strength far exceeded his own. But back then, that power still seemed within reason, compared to the ridiculous level it has reached now. Looking up at Xiumin standing atop the rubble, the president admits he was certain he would finally surpass him this time. He reaches out in desperation, sweating as he realizes it feels as if his opponent is no longer even human. Seeing Xiumin standing calmly with a spectral white tiger, Dae-soo Choi wonders what kind of trials he underwent over the past decade to trample over his own efforts so overwhelmingly. He finds the situation unacceptable and even unfair, questioning exactly what secret his rival is hiding. Despite the loss, a sinister smile forms as he expresses how much he has longed for the thrill of an unrestrained battle where his very life hangs in the balance. Clenching his fist, he declares his need for even more power, one that goes far beyond what his current limiter bracelet can restrain. Sitting alone in his office, the president concludes that he finally has a clear purpose and an opponent he must conquer, officially welcoming the rabid hound back. 1 week later at the Azure Bloom headquarters, a voice from within the building questions if that is really all there is to it. Inside, Soo-min sits with his arms crossed and asks if that's the real reason she didn't come to see him, even after she found out he was finally back. Looking down in embarrassment, Yoa admits she felt ashamed and explains that just knowing he had returned was enough to satisfy her. Sejun-min lets out a long, frustrated sigh, clearly finding her explanation hard to believe. With concern, Soo-min pleads with Yoa to at least confirm whether she investigated the circumstances surrounding Minjin's death. She reveals that she did investigate but couldn't uncover much, having only found out that the mastermind behind everything is someone located outside of Korea. She continues by noting that Dae-soo only took her in to exploit her for his own gain, and never actually attempted to sabotage his brother or any of his disciples. Yoa gets flustered and quickly clarifies that she isn't defending him because of their blood relation, but is simply stating her observations. Soo-min calmly cuts her off, telling her that he already knows. Soo-min gently pats Yohwa on the head and assures her that he wouldn't stand up for someone who treated him like garbage either, whether they were family or not. Yohwa smiles warmly, telling her master that she is over her past and thanks him for helping her get back on her feet. Soo-min disagrees, telling Yohwa that things are not good and that she needs to sever her family ties because they are dragging her down. He points out that it doesn't matter if her mother was a criminal, since she is living her own life and has done nothing wrong herself. He suggests that if she still feels guilty and wants to make things right, she should go out and do good, owning her path with pride. In a memory of them sitting among ruins, Soo-min promises to help her. Yohwa laughs softly, realizing she was never truly alone because she had people like him helping her at every turn. She adds that she should also apologize to Sejun for all the distress she caused him. She reflects that rebuilding the trust she lost due to her secrets will take time, but accepts that the responsibility is hers. Soo-min agrees and suggests she should meet up with him tomorrow to sort everything out while scratching his head. Yohwa panics at the idea of meeting tomorrow, worrying it will be awkward, but Soo-min tells her there's nothing to be awkward about since they're grown-ups and reveals he already told Sejun. Soo-min mentions he's glad the fight in the gate didn't draw much attention, despite whatever strings were pulled. He checks his phone and sees 9 missed calls from Sejun, but is suddenly interrupted by someone calling out his name. Soo-min asks Jung-gu what he's doing there, reminding him he was going straight home, but the investigator shouts that it's an urgent matter and he only came because Soo-min didn't answer any calls. He adds that he's looked everywhere for him. Director Beck enters behind him and informs Hunter Soo-min that he just received a call from the International HMCS headquarters. He reveals that Vice Chairman Blackwood is coming to Korea to meet Soo-min in person, prompting him to ask whether there is something Soo-min isn't telling him. Soo-min looks annoyed, wondering if Edwin found out about the fight and calling the situation a total bother. As the group gathers in the room, he questions what the man could possibly want with him. Director Beck explains that while no specifics were disclosed, the entire branch has been informed of the planned trip and issued a gag order. Meanwhile, Jung-gu is internally panicking, shocked that Soo-min addressed Mr. Blackwood as Edwin, and wondering if they are acquaintances. The director demands answers because Soo-min's name was specifically brought up, noting it is the first time in their branch's history that the vice chairman has visited and asking what happened. Soo-min stands up and dismisses the request, stating that if a gag order is in place, he will save the details for himself. The director accepts the response for now, stating they will call when the international headquarters shares the detailed schedules and ordering Soo-min to wait in his office. In a frantic side moment, the director pressures Byung-gu to use any means necessary to find out what is going on. He also questions why Guildmaster Kang, one of President Choi's hunters, is sitting so comfortably with Soo-min, while a stressed Jung-gu insists he has no idea. Yohwa suggests that her master should follow the advice and stay under everyone's radar until the public attention dies down. Walking outside at night, Soo-min admits he didn't expect her to see him off and asks if something is wrong. Yohwa reassures him that she just wanted to accompany her master, and notes that it happens to be the way home. As they continue their walk through the city, Soo-min asks her what her next move will be. Yohwa vows to help him in any way she can, Agreeing that Minjin's death requires a thorough investigation, she promises to give it her all using her status as a top guildmaster to find the answers to their many questions. Their conversation is suddenly cut short by the loud honking and screeching of a car pulling up beside them. Xiumin asks what is going on, while a startled Yohua recognizes the vehicle. As the car window slides down, a voice mocks Xiumin for deciding to take her in even after learning the truth, calling his choice boring. Yohua gasps the name Desu as the president is revealed sitting in the back of the car with his arms crossed. Desu Choi stares intensely out of the car window at his rival. He demands that the rabid hound get into the vehicle. Yohua is completely outraged by the demand, questioning how he has the audacity to show his face after everything he has done. Xiumin simply asks why he should comply. With a sinister grin, Desu warns that it would be wise for Xiumin to listen if he wants to continue acting like a mentor to his precious disciple. Xiumin stops Yohua before she can finish insulting the president, calmly calling her name. He tells her to go home and promises to contact her once he is finished with his business. Yohua watches in shock as her master enters the car with a loud click of the door. The car pulls away with a loud vroom, leaving Yohua standing alone in silence. The car continues down the road as a voice acknowledges that she was actually right. Inside, Xiumin mocks the president for having the nerve to show up after being thoroughly beaten. Daisu scoffs, claiming the fight was never decided, and insisting he would have finished Xiumin if Yohua hadn't intervened. Daisu admits his schedule will be much busier now, and announces his plan to host an international event where the two of them can finally battle to the end. Xiumin dismisses the proposal and expresses his disgust that someone as vile as Daisu is actually the president. Xiumin sits in the back of the car as the president suddenly mentions the name Pandemonium. Daisu observes that the remnants of that long-gone organization appear to still be active all over the world. He reveals that the demons used that group to contact him 10 years ago after Xiumin disappeared. It was during that time they requested his help to purge Xiumin's records from history. Because of this, he is certain that Pandemonium knows a great deal about him. He wonders to himself if the organization is merely a cult clinging to a mysterious power, or if they are actually secret agents working for the demons. Daisu explains that since the group disbanded and the stakeholders signed the peace treaty, tracking demons has become extremely difficult, with the exception of Antarctica. He notes that key global figures, including himself, have kept a close watch on them, but no one has seen them do anything significant yet. However, there is a new lead. He mentions that rumors suggest there is a group of half-demons living in a desert in the Middle East. Xiumin is surprised and questions the existence of a group of half-demons. Daisu confirms their existence, explaining that they are either humans who stayed in contact with demons for far too long, or children born from a union between a human and a demon. He adds that these individuals are said to look like ordinary humans without demonic features like horns or wings, but they are capable of wielding dark mana. He admits this information came from a government official, and he hasn't seen them himself. This is because regions with extreme conditions attract high-ranking gates, making it hard for foreign figures to get security clearance. Daisu points out that he noticed Xiumin using dark mana during their recent battle. He asks if Xiumin allied himself with demons and accepted their power while he was in the other world. Xiumin immediately and bluntly denies the accusation. Daisu Choi acknowledges the answer, noting that he had assumed Xiumin gave in to the desire for power and joined the entities he used to hate. Xiumin makes it clear that he is different from the president and demands that he pull the car over immediately. The car screeches to a halt, and as Xiumin clicks the door open, he tells the president to listen well because he is only going to say this once. He declares that he will never side with filthy demons and has no intention of playing along with a bloodthirsty person like Daisu. He warns the president not to try anything and to only contact him when he is ready to die, while also ordering him to go apologize to Yohua. Daisu Choi finds this behavior fascinating and questions why someone so strong would cherish weaklings, whose power can't even match a fraction of his own. The president predicts that Xiumin will eventually regret his softness, but Xiumin tells him to mind his own business. The car roars away with a loud sound, leaving Xiumin behind on the empty street. He thinks about Crow, the leader of the Bestia assassin group, and wonders whether she might actually be a half-demon. The scene opens at the HMCS building, where the staff is buzzing with rumors about an unexpected visit from international headquarters. They wonder if the high-ranking officials are actually there. Employees continue to chatter, mentioning they heard an inspection is taking place, and asking if anyone was given a heads up. Everyone seems to be in the dark, complaining that there is never a dull day at this branch. Inside the regional director's office, Gyeon-ho Baek welcomes Mr. Blackwood, acknowledging that his long journey must have been very difficult. Director Beck formally introduces Xiu-min as the newest member of their branch. Edward, also known as Edwin, remains seated as he offers a formal greeting to Hunter Xiu-min. Xiu-min looks on with suspicion, wondering what Edwin is actually scheming. Director Beck is visibly sweating, nervously calling out to Xiu-min. With a calm smile, Edward asks Director Beck if he could leave them alone to give them some privacy. Director Beck is incredibly curious about what is going on, but he knows he must stay on the good side of an executive member from international headquarters. He stammers as he prepares to comply. Beck agrees to wait outside and tells them to call if they need any assistance. As he walks away, he internally wishes Xiu-min luck, admitting he has no idea what is happening between them. The moment the door closes, a loud shout rings through the room. Edward screams an insult at Xiu-min, who's forced to plug his ears to block out the noise. Edward immediately loses his cool and grabs Xiu-min by the collar, demanding to know where he has been hiding for the past 10 years. Xiu-min tries to stay calm, telling his old acquaintance to take it easy. As the door closes, Edward erupts with a deafening shout, hurling a harsh insult at Xiu-min. The legendary hunter is forced to plug his ears to block out the overwhelming noise of the outburst. Edward immediately loses his composure and lunges forward, grabbing Xiu-min by the collar. He aggressively demands to know where the hero has been hiding for the past 10 years. Xiu-min tries to de-escalate the situation, telling his old acquaintance to take it easy. Still fuming with rage, Edward calls him a bastard and gives him a light punch to the chest. Despite his initial anger, Edward's expression softens slightly as he admits it is good to see Xiu-min alive and in one piece. He asks the returnee to explain exactly what he has been up to during all his years of absence. Xiu-min lets out a tired sigh and chuckles, realizing he can't avoid the explanation. He tells Edward to take a seat so they can discuss the situation properly. The two sit across from each other as Edward processes the story of Xiu-min surviving in another dimension where time flows differently. He admits it is a lot to take in, but considering the existence of gates on Earth, he finds the explanation believable. Edward reflects on how many people have forgotten a hero like Xiu-min ever existed. He confesses that even he had begun to forget until their meeting today. Xiu-min mocks him, noting that for someone who claims to have forgotten, Edward slipped back into his old, informal way of speaking very quickly. Edward insists his tone is justified because Xiu-min is his savior. He vividly remembers the time of chaos when Xiu-min pulled him back from the brink of death over and over again. Xiu-min expresses his disgust at being called a savior and quickly changes the subject. He asks Edward how he managed to get in touch with his disciple, Yohwa, back then. Edward explains that the international headquarters is currently collaborating with several different guilds on a specific case. He reveals that Yohwa's guild, Azure Bloom, is one of the groups involved in the investigation. He explains that he obtained her contact information following her most recent accomplishment. Edward notes that Xiu-min is currently working with the Korean branch and suggests that he move to the main headquarters instead. Xiu-min immediately refuses the offer. This leaves Edward screaming in frustration, while Xiu-min bluntly asks why he should even consider it. Edward tries to convince him, arguing that a big fish like Xiu-min belongs in an ocean rather than a small pond. He adds that he is in desperate need of a partner he can actually trust. Xiu-min thanks him for the offer, but explains he is already busy working on a personal case. Edward pushes further, claiming that working with the headquarters would give him the authority needed to make his investigation much easier. He insists that their jurisdiction is far stronger than Xiu-min realizes. Xiu-min agrees to think about the proposal, but asks for details on the massive case Edward is currently handling with the major guilds. Edward explains they recently discovered a gate with corpses found both inside and nearby. While deaths like these are usually attributed to demon attacks, the autopsy reports tell a different story. It turns out the hunters died from poisoning after ingesting a specific substance. Xiu-min listens intently while Edward reveals their belief that the victims had consumed illegal enhancers. He looks skeptical as he questions the existence of illegal enhancers specifically designed for the awakened. Edward confirms the news, but explains they haven't made an official statement because they haven't been able to find the actual substance or its distribution network. He reveals that the main headquarters has been secretly investigating a string of deaths across the globe for over 6 months. As one might expect, every single victim was an awakened. The forensic team performed autopsies on the discovered bodies, but the investigation hit a dead end. The only clue they found was that all the victims' organs had ruptured on a cellular level. Edward adds that they couldn't publicize the case because most of the fatalities were awakened criminals. Since traces of the substance were nowhere to be found, the entire process has been a massive struggle. Fortunately, a witness from a similar case that occurred in China eventually came forward to provide information. The witness testified that the awakened individuals inhaled a mysterious black powder, which sent them into a violent frenzy before they eventually destroyed themselves. These users reportedly unleashed mana and skills with power far beyond imagination, acting like weapons that decimate an entire area before self-destructing. Xiumin processes the information, asking if this black powder is the illegal substance responsible for the power boost, and if it's related to the corpses recently discovered in the desert. Edward replies that saying it is related would be an understatement. He explains that they have officially designated that desert area as Ground Zero for the illegal enhancer cases and have already begun a thorough investigation. Xiumin points out a discrepancy, questioning how that zone could be Ground Zero for cases that have been happening for over half a year when the desert site was only discovered recently. Edward prepares to dive into the details, noting that the Guildmaster of Azure Bloom was the one who found the original form of the black powder. It was discovered right by the entrance of the gate where the group of dead awakened hunters was found. He adds that Yohwa also came in contact with a vehicle belonging to a mysterious trading guild named IZ nearby. While it is a small guild that hasn't violated any laws, Edward notes that something about them definitely smells fishy. Xiumin leans back in his chair with a heavy sigh, wondering what kind of trouble Yohwa has gotten herself into this time. Edward reveals with a smug smile that he already knew Yohwa was Xiumin's disciple. He points out that since she is now involved in this secret investigation, as the first person to find the substance's original form, there is no way to pull her out of the mission. Edward suggests that Xiumin can help them with the case to make his disciple's life a lot easier. He asks if Xiumin is really planning to turn a blind eye while his apprentice is caught in the middle of such a dangerous maelstrom. Xiumin remains silent, his face shadowed, as Edward addresses him by his legendary title, the Rabid Hound. He lets out a breath and admits that Edward has backed him into a corner, calling the situation a total checkmate. Xiumin finally agrees to help, noting that he has business to take care of in the Middle East anyway. Edward is thrilled by the answer, clapping his hands and promising to aid Xiumin in any way he possibly can. Edward then asks what happened between him and President Choi, offering to intervene since the international headquarters never permitted that specific training session. Xiumin tells him not to bother. He describes the president as a scumbag who is completely obsessed with power, but trails off as he considers the situation further. Envisioning Daesu Choi, Xiumin quietly acknowledges that, despite everything, the man is still human. Sijun Min looks at the suitcases and asks if international headquarters is really putting Xiumin on a team for a major investigation. Xiumin confirms the news while looking at a document, mentioning that Edwin was the one who specifically requested him for the job. Sejun admits he knows who Edwin is, but wonders aloud how the two of them even managed to get in touch with each other. Xiumin vaguely explains that things just happened, and tells his brother that Yohwa will explain the details later. Suddenly, a phone begins to ring, and Sejun questions what Yohwa's involvement is in all of this. Sejun answers the call, asking for a moment as he speaks into the phone. Sejun is shocked to find Yohwa on the other end, asking how she got his number, and if Sia was the one who provided it. As Sejun walks away, Pred asks where they are headed next. Xiumin explains they are going to Europe since that is where the headquarters is located. Pred's main concern is whether or not they have fried chicken there, which Xiumin thinks is a possibility. Pred's tone turns serious as he asks if Xiumin will be forced to push his mana to the absolute limit again, like he did in his last fight. Xiumin asks if Pred is just worried about losing out on the meals he was looking forward to. Pred scoffs at the idea, claiming Xiumin's mana is too small to care about. Instead, he reveals that he is actually concerned about a change that occurred within his own body. He is left wondering exactly what kind of change Pred is talking about. Pred explains that since returning to Earth, he has gradually adapted to the planet's mana, causing his power output to grow. However, he admits the downside is that he feels like he is slowly starting to lose control. He realizes he is suffering from the side effects of interdimensional travel and suspects their last battle was the trigger, specifically when he had to maximize his mana output. Pred reminds Xiumin that because he is the host, the pact they forged in the other world prevents him from attacking his own master. Despite the pact, he has a bad feeling that the situation will only get worse, as Xiumin continues to recover more of his original mana. He warns that he cannot predict what will happen if he loses control completely, meaning his strength might not be available during a crucial moment in the future. Xiumin listens thoughtfully to the warning as he processes the potential danger. He clenches his fist confidently, stating that it shouldn't be much of an issue since he has become quite self-reliant lately. This shocks Pred, who asks if Xiumin is suggesting he doesn't need his strength anymore. Xiumin clarifies that he will definitely need Pred when they eventually fight demons, but right now, it isn't a pressing concern. He stretches his arms and notes that while the fight with Daesu was annoying, it actually helped him improve in many ways. As he walks toward the window and watches the plane take off, his mind shifts to the mystery of the illegal enhancers for the awakened. An airplane glides through the clear blue sky as the thought reflects on how something sounds oddly familiar, but in a very bad way. The view shifts to an aerial perspective of a classic European city, showing rows of historic buildings with orange-tiled roofs. 2 days later, the scene moves to the HMCS International Headquarters, a grand and historic building towering over the city center. Inside the office, a stressed team leader complains about the current hiring crisis and questions if Mr. Blackwood is actually serious about bringing someone into a classified international investigation on a whim. She notes that the vice chairman is as unpredictable as ever. Hikari Hayakawa, the team leader of Tokyo Team 1 from the HMCS Japanese branch, looks on calmly and asserts that the team only needs one person from the Asian division, herself. She asks her subordinate Kumo if he agrees with her assessment. Kumo enthusiastically supports her, calling her the youngest person to ever join the Japanese branch and the leader of the Tokyo investigation team. He adds that she is the prettiest and most competent woman there is, which Hikari takes as a cue to demand even more praise. Lila, the team leader of Investigation Team 1 at the HMCS main HQ, remains unimpressed. She admits that she would much rather work with Yeowa Kang, the Korean hunter she met during her last dispatch, even if she isn't officially part of HMCS. The statement leaves Hikari in a state of utter shock. Lila tries to act like she said nothing, but Hikari is furious. She reveals that she heard every word clearly through her translation earphones, and tells Lila that if she has a problem, she should say it directly to her face. The argument is interrupted as a subordinate enters the room, apologizing for the long wait. He informs the team leaders that Director Laney has just issued a directive for everyone to gather at the main conference room. Hikari crosses her arms and scoffs, assuming that their supposed Nepo hire has finally made an appearance. The subordinate urges them to head to the room immediately, explaining that the individual in question has just arrived at the airport alongside Mr. Blackwood. Lila considers the situation, noting that this hunter must be truly special if the vice chairman personally traveled to Korea to bring him in. She asks for clarification on whether he even works for HMCS, and the subordinate confirms that he is currently under the Korean branch. A suitcase rattles loudly against the floor as it is pulled through a terminal. Edward and the legendary returnee walk together through the airport, and his identity is confirmed as the powerful hunter, Soo-min. Edwin welcomes the gathered hunters to the meeting, expressing his gratitude for them coming together so quickly despite their hectic schedules. He then prepares to introduce the newest arrival to the group. He formally presents Hunter Soo-min from the Korean branch, announcing that he will be officially joining the team starting today. Soo-min sits calmly as the introduction is made. The European division members are introduced as Lila and Stefan. Both maintain a professional and serious demeanor during the introductions. From the Asian division, Hikari is introduced along with her subordinate Kumo. Hikari sits with her arms crossed, appearing skeptical of the new recruit. Edwin thanks the group and decides to skip any further pleasantries, noting that the current case requires their immediate attention. He turns to Lila and asks her to provide a briefing. Lila quickly springs to her feet, agreeing to brief their unexpected recruit right away. Stefan remains standing behind her as she prepares her materials. An administrative assistant enters and informs Edwin that it is time for him to depart. As he stands to leave, Edwin reminds the team to maintain strict confidentiality and take extra caution with the case details. With a confident smile, Edwin tells Investigation Team 1 that he is leaving the case in their capable hands before heading out the door. A heavy silence fills the conference room the moment the vice chairman leaves. The remaining hunters sit in quiet contemplation, eyeing their new teammate. Breaking the quiet, Lila clears her throat to get everyone's attention. She stands at the head of the table and formally announces that she will now begin the briefing. The projector displays the details for case number A-3942-FC, which involves the ingestion of illegal enhancers among the awakened. Lila explains that Investigation Team 1 has been officially assigned to the site where the original form of the substance was first discovered. Lila reports that the gate discovered at the scene is officially ranked A. She explains that a total of 6 awakened corpses were found nearby, and that autopsy reports confirm the victims suffered the same internal damage seen in previous similar cases. She adds that illegal awakened enhancers were also discovered among the bodies at the site. The briefing continues with the information that signs of a battle were found near the gate's entrance, though nothing else noteworthy was uncovered. No other substances were detected inside. and while the gate's threat level is still being evaluated, a final decision on whether to raid it will only be made once the current case is officially closed. Lila then reveals that a vehicle belonging to a trading guild named IZ was found in the vicinity. Seomin listens as she explains that research identifies IZ as a small, legally operating guild based in the Middle East with no notable points of interest or suspicious history. Given the current findings, Lila outlines their primary plan to explore the depths of the gate and investigate the adjacent grounds for further clues. Holding her remote, Lila finishes her presentation and asks the gathered hunters if they have any questions. Seomin gestures calmly, stating that he doesn't have any questions regarding the specific details of the case itself. However, he shifts the topic and asks if the headquarters has any information regarding a group of demons, or more specifically, half-demons. Hikari and Kumo look on with focused expressions as he poses the question. Lila looks at him with surprise and asks if he truly believes that demons are involved in this investigation. Seomin admits he isn't certain yet, but believes it would be wise to monitor the situation. He points out that if humans had created the substances, finding their original form wouldn't have taken this long, especially with tracking hunters available to trace the creation skills. He adds that the trading guild is also highly suspicious. Seomin asks for any information connected to them, but Hikari interrupts, stating that she doesn't understand his line of reasoning. She aggressively questions why he is looking for information that has nothing to do with the current case. Seomin explains he just wanted to share what he had heard and asks how she can be so certain when they haven't even investigated it yet. Hikari lets out a mocking laugh at his suggestion. She scoffs, asking if he really expects them to follow up on information an ordinary hunter from Korea supposedly heard, especially when the main HQ hasn't even acknowledged it. She tells him to stop making them laugh. She notes that if half-demons were actually central to the case, headquarters would have informed them a long time ago. Hikari reminds him that he is an unranked hunter who isn't even registered with the association, calling him a Nepo hire who landed in an international investigation. She questions why he is suspicious of demons. She brings up the peace treaty signed 10 years ago, calling him toxic for bringing outdated racial prejudice into the discussion. She demands to know how he dares act so privileged, but Lila finally snaps and shouts for everyone to stop. Stefan tries to mediate, asking everyone to keep their composure and avoid starting unnecessary drama so early in the investigation. Lila agrees with the sentiment, stating that they were all gathered here as the aces of their respective teams. She believes they are all capable of discerning what truly matters, and suggests they minimize their arguments to work together and bring the case to a swift conclusion. Hikari remains silent, her expression sharp and cold. Lila turns her attention to Seomin, asking him to focus solely on the investigation itself for the time being. Seomin calmly agrees to comply, at least for the moment. Looking over the meeting room, Lila announces that she will next provide a briefing on the environment the team will be relocating to the following day. The meeting is officially adjourned, and Lila tells everyone to prepare thoroughly before meeting at the airport tomorrow. The teams begin to filter out of the room with heavy footsteps. Once outside, Hikari is visibly fuming, angrily questioning exactly who that man thinks he is. She continues to vent her frustration to Kumo, wondering how someone so rude and self-centered could have possibly managed to win the vice chairman's favor. Lila tries to de-escalate the situation, asking Hikari to cut the new recruit some slack, since they will be working together for a while. Hikari is outraged by the suggestion, accusing Lila of siding with him. Lila denies taking sides, but admits that she can clearly tell the man has a significant amount of experience under his belt. Back in the conference room, Seomin lets out a massive yawn, looking completely unbothered by the tension he caused. Seomin remarks that this trip is going to be far more annoying than he originally expected. Pred notes that Seomin is truly terrible at reading the room, but the hunter simply replies that he doesn't like beating around the bush. The door suddenly creaks open, and a familiar voice acknowledges that Seomin was certainly given a hell of a welcome by the other team leaders. Seomin offers a casual greeting to the vice chairman, noting that Edwin seems to be having a very busy day. Edward explains the heavy burden of leading an international organization, comparing the many awakened individuals to dangerous ticking time bombs. He notes that this chaotic reality hasn't improved at all over the last 10 years. Seomin stands up and remarks that it takes time for a person to realize that great power must come with great accountability. Edward turns to Seomin and asks for his honest opinion on the newly formed investigation team. While looking over his papers, Seomin admits that some of the members are quite annoying, but he is fine as long as they stay out of his way. Edward smirks, observing that Seomin's blunt attitude hasn't changed a bit over the years. Edward warns Seomin to stay calm during tomorrow's site visit, reminding him that the reputation of the international headquarters is now on his shoulders. Xiumin casually agrees to the request. The group travels to the HMCS Middle Eastern headquarters, a massive desert fortress. A local official greets the team, explaining that they were informed of their arrival. The official welcomes them warmly, mentioning that rooms have been prepared inside the building so they can get some rest. He shows the team a white vehicle that has been prepared for their departure to the site the following day. While Lila confirms their legal permission to access the gate, Pred is overwhelmed by the intense desert heat, complaining that he had no idea Earth had a place this hot and calling the environment the absolute worst. Xiumin scans the city, noting that there are no signs of demons anywhere and the mana density remains normal. He internally hopes that the one-eyed bastard didn't trick him, but his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by someone calling out to him. A figure approaches with a firm step, declaring that they are going to say exactly what they couldn't say back at the meeting. Hikari Hayakawa stands before him, sternly warning him to keep his guard up and stop joking around unless he wants to die. Xiumin scratches the back of his head with a weary expression, realizing that she is definitely going to be a major thorn in his side throughout this mission. Xiumin questions the local about the existence of half-demons. The man admits he has only heard rumors of them, mentioning that their village is said to be hidden deep beyond the desert sands. When asked about a trading guild named IZ, the man apologizes and says he has never heard of them or any guild operated by demons, noting that they are far too busy to keep track of every small guild. A local woman explains that half-demons look exactly like ordinary humans, making them impossible to identify without the use of a mana analyzer. She continues by explaining that hybrids born during the war 10 years ago were never welcomed anywhere. She says she doesn't blame them for living in a place where they can't be found, and suggests that some half-demons might even be walking among them in disguise. Xiumin scratches his head in frustration, thinking that he hasn't come across anything useful yet, and wondering if he needs to venture deeper into the desert. Pred suddenly calls out to Xiumin. The entity then asks if he is being ostracized by the others. Xiumin is baffled by the sudden comment and asks Pred what he is babbling about. Pred points out that everyone else moves in groups and asks why Xiumin is playing the lone wolf in the City of Sands. Xiumin sits down with a loud plop and explains that he is just using his free time to look into some personal matters. Lila suddenly approaches and calls out to him. She asks why he is sitting all alone and points toward the HMCS building, noting that the facility is one of a kind and famous for its lavish decorations and amenities. Xiumin explains that he is using his free time to investigate a personal matter and asks Lila why she is also sitting alone. Lila mentions that Stefan is currently obtaining government permits for tomorrow's gate visit, explaining that they are necessary because the threat level is still being evaluated. She assumes that since he is from the Korean branch, he must work under Director Baek, and notes that they didn't meet when she visited Korea previously. Xiumin clarifies that he only joined the organization very recently, which comes as a surprise to Lila. Lila admits she assumed he was a high-ranking veteran because he emits a powerful aura. Xiumin realizes she has very sharp intuition and decides he should change the subject before things get annoying. He claims to be flattered and mentions that Mr. Blackwood spoke highly of her reputation within her division. Lila modestly denies the praise, insisting she is just an ordinary investigator who is mostly active in Northern Europe. Xiumin reflects on her region and remembers partnering up with a Northern European hunter named Hans Schroeder a long time ago. The mention of Hans Schroeder causes Lila to react with immediate and visible shock. She quickly pulls out her phone and shows him a photo, asking if this is the man he is referring to. The phone screen displays a picture of a man with a mustache posing in front of a grand, historic building. Xiumin confirms that it is indeed him, noting that while the man has aged quite a lot over the past 10 years, he would recognize that face and strong jawline anywhere. He asks Lila if she is Hans Schroeder's daughter. Lila clarifies that Hans is actually her uncle and expresses her surprise that he had an Asian hunter friend. She notes how young Xiumin looks, admitting she thought they were around the same age. Xiumin awkwardly plays it off, claiming he simply aged well. Lila looks somber and mentions that her uncle would have been very happy to see Xiumin if he were still conscious. She reveals the tragic news that Hans has been bedridden in a coma for the past 2 years after contracting gate syndrome. Xiumin repeats the name of the condition to himself, looking down in quiet contemplation. She explains that mana and gates are still considered mysterious and foreign on Earth, leading to dangerous infections and side effects like the one Hans suffers from. During a past gate raid, Hans ventured deep into the zone to look for a missing friend, and ended up staying inside for far too long. Although a rescue team eventually found him, he had already lost consciousness. It is revealed that healer-type hunters have been using their skills to sustain his life. and they are the only reason he is still alive today. Lila admits that she's been raiding high-ranking gates during her free days to find something that could help him, but she hasn't found anything of use so far. Seomin asks if she is seeking rare items like elixirs that are rumored to materialize inside the gates. Lila acknowledges that it might be foolish to chase myths, but she explains that Hans is her only relative, which is why she refuses to give up. Stefan suddenly approaches and reports that the authorization procedure is complete, meaning they can access the gate right away. Lila commends him for his good work. Lila stands up and tells Seomin they should meet outside, mentioning that she will go get Hunter Hikari before they depart. Seomin is deep in thought, deciding that he needs to pay Hans a visit in the near future. The team's off-road vehicle roars through the vast desert landscape with a loud sound. Hikari expresses her annoyance at the heavy sand in the air and impatiently asks how much farther they have to travel. Stefan, who is driving, reassures her that they will arrive shortly. He explains that a weak GPS signal slowed them down and forced him to take extra time to navigate the desert roads. Kumo notes that the sun has already reached its peak and worries that it will begin to set by the time they enter the gate, making a night raid quite a challenge. Seomin intervenes, explaining that gates are actually maws connecting two dimensions. He points out that the weather, flow of time, vegetation, and ecosystems inside are all completely different from those of Earth. He continues his explanation, warning that they could end up inside a paradise where the sun never sets, or a dark hellscape completely devoid of light. He concludes that they simply won't know the reality of the situation until they actually enter one. Hikari dismisses his lecture with a smirk, claiming that everyone already knows that and arguing that most low-ranking gates have ecosystems similar to Earth. She mocks his description, insisting that gates are merely entryways rather than maws. Seomin counters her argument, pointing out that gates take a physical toll on humans, something a mere entryway would never do. Hikari mockingly predicts that Seomin is about to lecture them on gate syndrome, describing it as an illness that drains the minds and memories of hunters who overstay their welcome, leaving them as nothing but empty husks. She reminds him that they are all veterans, insisting there's no need to bring up a condition that only affects the greenest of hunters. He then bluntly tells Hikari to shut her mouth before his attention shifts elsewhere. Lila intervenes and firmly orders the group to calm themselves. The team's off-road vehicle finally arrives at their destination, a large glowing orange gate cordoned off in the middle of the desert. Hikari notes that the gate is quite a sizable entrance and asks if it is still unranked. Kumo confirms that the Middle Eastern Division estimates the rank to be around A. Stefan observes that the authorities have already cleared the scene outside the gate. A close-up of numbered evidence markers on the sand reveals that any mana patterns in the area faded a long time ago. Seomin analyzes the surroundings and notes that while he doesn't sense anything unusual, he can't shake the feeling that someone went to great lengths to erase all traces of evidence. Lila tells Hikari to stay with the team, but Hikari dismissively asks why she should bother since there is nothing to see. She tells the others they are welcome to join her whenever they decide to stop wasting time. Hikari and Kumo stand before the swirling energy of the portal, announcing that they are entering the gate now. Lila is visibly annoyed by their arrogance, while Seomin questions why the two of them are in such a hurry. The entire investigation team walks across the desert sand toward the massive, glowing entrance of the gate to begin their mission. High above on a rocky cliff, three hooded figures silently observe the investigation team's vehicle parked near the glowing orange entrance of the gate. One of the mysterious men, marked by a long scar across his face, lets out a sinister laugh and remarks that their plan is going to be far too easy. The scarred man watches the investigators below and mocks them for willingly throwing themselves into a pit of death for his group's benefit. The current time is recorded as 5:40 p.m. as a close-up shows a wristwatch on a hunter's arm. The estimated rank for the massive gate in the desert is officially confirmed as A. A group of 6 A rank or higher HMCS hunters has been assembled to participate in the mission. An in-depth investigation of the CA3 gate, situated in the northern desert, is officially set to commence as the team gathers. Stefan admits that since his specialty is hunter crime investigation, it has been a long time since his last gate raid, leaving him feeling rather anxious. Kumo simply observes the comment with a quiet reaction. Lila clarifies to Stefan that they aren't actually raiding the gate as a bright green flash of magic erupts from the ground beneath her hands. Lila activates her A-rank skill, Forest Conjuration's Secret Garden, which synchronizes her mana with the earth to manifest roots that detect nearby life forms. A loud rumble fills the air as thick green roots begin to spread across the desert floor. Massive leafless wooden structures quickly sprout upward from the spreading green roots. She reminds the team that their main objective is to find leads regarding the illegal enhancers designed for the Awakened. Xiumin observes that it's a detection skill, likely a defensive type with an impressively large area of effect. Lila reports that she detects absolutely no monster presence within an 18.6-mile radius of their location. She promises to stay vigilant and detect any anomalies quickly, but warns the team to stay on guard because her skill's effectiveness weakens with distance. For today's mission, she recommends staying within the coverage area, dividing into search zones, and investigating at a steady pace while tapping her hands together. Lila stresses the importance of preserving the site and orders the team not to initiate combat unless attacked first. She specifically warns them not to do anything rash, causing Hikari and Kumo to respond with a silent, annoyed frown. Hikari clicks her tongue and orders Kumo to go search the area, telling him not to leave a single stone unturned. Kumo dashes away immediately, responding with a respectful yes. A murmur rises as Xiumin notices she is making her subordinate do all the work after talking so big. Hikari angrily snaps back that she can hear him and insists she is far too valuable for simple labor like this. Lila takes charge and suggests they expand the search areas to begin the investigation. As the group disperses across the desert, Lila asks the others to contact her if they find anything peculiar. Hikari offers a casual and dismissive response. Xiumin watches them walk away and questions what the point of forming a team even was if they're all working separately. Pred chimes in, noting he has come to the conclusion that Xiumin really is being ostracized by the rest of the group. Xiumin bluntly tells the voice to shut up. Suddenly, Xiumin comes to a sharp halt as something catches his eye on the ground. He focuses on a patch of dark dirt and notes that it is definitely a trace of some shady business. He picks up a handful of the foul dirt and observes that it is mixed with strange mana, making him doubt it originated from this gate. He concludes that someone must have brought it here on purpose. As he examines the black powder on his fingers, Xiumin wonders to himself if the sensation he is feeling is actually demonic energy. He reaches into his pocket and begins rummaging through it. The phone rings loudly outside the gate, where Crimson Geist is standing. He immediately answers the call, respectfully acknowledging his master. Xiumin asks for a status report on the situation outside and if there is any news. The old man stands on a cliff, looking down at the gate and the investigation vehicle. The old man reports that while observing the entrance from a hidden spot, he spotted a suspicious group of people near the gate. Xiumin immediately asks how many people were spotted. He confirms to his master that there are 5 individuals. Below, 5 hooded figures march toward the glowing orange portal. Xiumin tells him to get back in touch once they enter the gate. The old man warns that his intuition says these are formidable foes, and offers to follow them inside to provide assistance. Xiumin rejects the offer, ordering him to stay outside and guard the gate instead. He explains that he doesn't want the enemies blocking the entrance or calling for reinforcements from the outside. The old man agrees to the Supreme Master's wishes. Pred is completely shocked, wondering when the old man even arrived. Xiumin calmly explains that he arrived at the same time they did. Xiumin notes that he signaled the man to keep his distance and admits he did a great job at staying discreet. A memory shows the old man walking through an airport with a suitcase, looking like an ordinary traveler. Pred mocks Xiumin, noting he has a real knack for ordering people around. Xiumin twists his ear and retorts that if someone commits a crime, they should serve their sentence. Xiumin sweeps the sand with his foot, wondering what else could have been planted alongside the filthy mana he found. He lets out an annoyed click of his tongue. Looking at the sun setting over the desert rocks, he realizes that the situation will become a massive pain once it gets dark. Kumo dashes toward Hikari, calling out to her urgently. Out of breath, he reports that he searched every nook and cranny of their zone, but found absolutely nothing, not even a single monster footprint, let alone an illegal enhancer. Hikari is furious at the news, questioning how an unrated gate could possibly be this empty. Kumo points out that if she thinks about it, the traces of battle and the enhancers were originally found outside the gate. He considers a scenario where all the hunters involved in that fight might have destroyed themselves. Hikari asks if he is suggesting the victims didn't enter the gate of their own will. She argues that even if that were the case, they still fought each other after consuming the substances, so there should be some evidence left behind. She reminds him that the government imposed strict control over access to this gate following the incident, and if the victims had attempted to enter the gate, they would be seeing tracks. She clenches her fist, insisting that even if they didn't enter, they should at least be finding remnants of the resources they dropped. She believes those hunters had to be after something valuable inside this place. She worries that the branch won't recognize their effort if they don't bring them a rare item at the very least. She mentions that the regional director has been expecting great things from her ever since the main HQ called them, so she refuses to return empty-handed. Suddenly, a massive purple magical circle flashes around Hikari as she begins to manifest her power. Determined to find something even if it means turning the place upside down, she yells that an A-rank gate would surely have a rare magic stone buried underground and calls out her skill, Kagutsuchi. A giant glowing purple energy snake manifests behind her with a loud swoosh as she orders it to tear the earth asunder. A powerful beam of light erupts from the ground with a massive whoosh, cracking the desert floor. Elsewhere, Lila is shocked by the disturbance, wondering what is going on since she heard no report of a threat. Lila calls for Stefan, who responds that he is already on his way. She complains that there is always some obstacle standing in their way as he runs through the desert. As Lila wonders if she should wrap things up and call it a day, the scarred man and his group of hooded figures loom menacingly behind her. Back at the search site, Hikari is amazed, praising the snake for ravaging such a large portion of land in a single blow. She walks forward confidently, announcing that she is coming for the magic stones. Suddenly, a scream rings out as several greenish, tattered corpses are seen lying among the rubble. Hikari is horrified to see so many corpses buried there, but Kumo warns her that they aren't corpses. They are actually monsters. The hands of the creatures begin to twitch on the ground, identified as creations of twisted causations that feed on darkness. With a terrifying roar, the horde of ghouls rises from the ground, ready to attack. Hikari is completely stunned, questioning why an entire group of ghouls was lurking right beneath their feet. Kumo stands ready for battle as the undead surround them. Kumo observes that it is highly unusual for undead monsters to band together in a coordinated group like this. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, Hikari determinedly declares that they will solve the mystery of the ghouls' presence only after they have successfully disposed of every single one of them. She activates her S-rank skill, Spirit Kagutsuchi, which consumes her mana to summon a colossal serpent spirit whose power depends on her own condition. With a fierce shout, she orders Kagutsuchi to tear their enemies apart. A massive, glowing purple serpent manifests behind her with a loud swoosh. The giant spirit strikes the desert floor with a deafening impact, sending massive shards of rock and debris flying into the air. The sheer weight and power of the serpent's body easily crushes several ghouls into the dirt. Hikari smirks with overconfidence, mocking the monsters for thinking they could catch her off guard and calling them lowly heaps of rotting flesh. Suddenly, a heavy rumble shakes the earth beneath her feet, catching her completely by surprise. The ground continues to crack as even more ghouls begin to raise themselves and shamble out of the sand. Kumo is horrified to see that the horde is far larger than they initially thought. Looking around at the endless line of emerging monsters, Kumo frantically wonders if an entire army was buried under the desert. Kumo jolts in terror as he notices a new threat approaching. He screams a desperate warning for his leader to look behind her as a group of ghouls dashes toward Hikari while she is distracted. Stefan arrives on the scene with a swift swoosh, grunting as he uses powerful lightning magic to zap and repel the ghouls closing in on Hikari. He demands an explanation for what is happening and where this endless supply of monsters is coming from. An angry Hikari snaps back at him, demanding to know how his boss's detection magic managed to miss an entire horde buried right beneath them. Stefan stammers in his own defense, arguing that there was absolutely no mana activity to detect. Kumo, while fending off the undead, theorizes that the noise of their battle attracted them and questions why Hikari was ravaging the ground with her skills in the first place. Kumo struggles to his feet in the desert sand, realizing that now is not the time for internal conflict. He activates his B-rank skill, Heroic Spirit Kamatachi, which imbues him with a weasel demon spirit for a duration based on his mana. He shouts that they shouldn't be pointing fingers at each other while manifesting glowing blue blades. A powerful blue slash tears through the air, sending several shambling ghouls flying backward. Kumo warns his allies that the monsters will continue their assault unless their heads are utterly crushed. Standing within a glowing purple seal, Hikari commands her massive spirit serpent to blast the enemies. The colossal purple serpent crashes into the horde with a massive impact, scattering the undead across the desert floor. Stefan explains that his current skill requires a steady supply of life from victims, and won't last long against corpses. He urgently tells Hikari to call their team leader, but she retorts that her hands are tied, and the current commotion has surely already caught the leader's attention. Kumo realizes they have to shatter the ghouls' skulls individually as he delivers a crunching blow to a monster's head. He delivers a powerful spinning kick, noting that this is the worst possible matchup since both of their skills are designed for wide area damage rather than precision. As more ghouls crawl and sprint toward them, Kumo worries that they will be overwhelmed in no time. Xiumin arrives at the scene and remains perfectly calm as he prepares his own attack, quietly invoking his Aerostorm skill. A massive red magical seal manifests, launching a barrage of glowing red mana arrows into the air with a loud sound. The arrows rain down with lethal accuracy, striking the heads of multiple ghouls simultaneously. Hikari is left speechless by the sudden display of power, unable to hide her shock. She watches in awe as Xiumin strikes each of the ghouls' heads with flawless precision, wondering how he can manage such a feat with so many enemies surrounding them. Xiumin stands focused as he holds a sphere of crackling red mana, drawing Hikari's full attention. She is left deeply shaken, questioning exactly what kind of hunter Xiumin truly is. Stefan hunches over, gasping for air as he finally catches a break. He remarks that he has never seen a gate with this many ghouls, and realizes that since they emit no life signal, it is no wonder team leader Lila's skill failed to detect them. Both Stefan and Kumo are exhausted from the fight. Stefan suggests they exit the gate for now to make thorough preparations, and return as soon as the sun rises. Hikari hesitates, but Kumo urges her to listen and follow the recommendation. Xiumin tells Hikari to stop being so stubborn, warning that they will only end up damaging the site if they continue. Hikari blushes as Xiumin points out that staying there is just a waste of their mana and time. Suddenly, Kumo points into the distance with a look of alarm, shouting for the others to look. Another massive horde of ghouls erupts from the ground and begins rushing toward the investigators. Kumo grows frantic, noting there are still too many of them. Hikari demands to know if Stefan's superior is coming, or if he even called her. Stefan looks worried as he explains he has been trying to contact her, but she isn't responding to his calls despite the loud commotion. Xiumin comes to a sudden halt as a realization hits him. He asks with concern if they really left Lila alone out there. With a sudden dash, Xiumin leaves the group behind, telling them he will leave the current enemies to them. Hikari and Stefan are left in shock, calling out to him as he disappears into the distance. Xiumin sprints through the rocky desert terrain. On the phone, Xiumin urgently tells his subordinate that he needs him inside the gate immediately. The subordinate, Crimson Geist, ready to serve, asks for his first orders. Xiumin asks if the subordinate saw the group entering the gate from outside. He then orders him to track their footprints and provide updates on their location. Xiumin stands silently, observing the parched and cracked earth before him. Looking at the tracks on the ground, he realizes that the intruders have likely kidnapped one of their team members. Inside a dark cave, a campfire burns. Lila is shown gagged and held captive. Bound and gagged, Lila realizes in despair that she didn't stand a chance against her captors. As she sits tied up in the background, Lila wonders how the enemies managed to infiltrate the area despite the tight security on all the surrounding roads. One of the subordinates asks the boss if he can kill their captive right now because the way she is looking at them is really starting to irritate him. However, the bearded leader tells him to hold that thought for a bit longer, explaining that they need her as bait to lure the rest of the investigation team in, so they can finish them all off at once. Clenching his fist, the leader declares that they cannot afford another failure. He insists that once this specific mission is officially complete, their organization, Allmacht, will finally seize total control of the nation's black markets. He reminds his men that in the world of the Awakened, power rankings are the only thing that define everything. He tells them to imagine the massive fortune that swarms of third-rate hunters would be willing to pay just to get their hands on the powder. He is certain this tailwind will elevate Allmacht to brand new heights. The boss tells his subordinate to put aside his trivial craving for entertainment and stay focused on their greater cause. The man in sunglasses looks visibly annoyed by the lecture. The subordinate Robert admits that the powder is incredible, but he questions how much longer they have to keep skittering around like rats while doing the bidding of someone he refers to as a twig. The boss warns Robert to watch what he says, noting that while he may seem weak, he is not to be underestimated. A sinister laugh echoes through the cave as dark, ink-like markings begin to spread across a scarred arm. Thick black liquid drips from his arm and splashes onto the desert floor, creating a dark puddle on the sand. With a sudden and violent burst, a pale undead hand reaches up through the cracked earth. The scarred man stands over a glowing magical circle as several ghouls begin to squirm and raise themselves from the ground. With glowing red eyes and sharp black claws, he smiles sinisterly as the boss identifies him as a necromancer. The scarred man stands atop a glowing magic circle as ghouls begin to rise. Necromancy is described as a discipline of skills that defies the natural order, warping the very laws of life and death. Even among forbidden arts, the specific skill he wields is considered one of the worst. Merely possessing such power is enough to warrant fear and wary glances from everyone around. The all-mocked boss watches the necromancer, reflecting on how he has been to the darkest corners of the earth without ever seeing a hunter use such a skill. He views the man as a truly wretched human being. However, he acknowledges that he needs the necromancer's connections to rebuild All-Mocked, which is the legacy left behind by his father. He holds a small, pointed flask tightly in his hands. Robert asks if he is holding the famed drug, and wonders if he can get a whiff of it. The boss immediately denies the request, asking Robert if he has a death wish. He explains that the contents of the little flask are potent enough to amplify a weak skill to the level of an S-rank hunter. He warns that once someone has tasted it, there is no turning back. The boss reveals that eventually, the effects will overload the user's body and cause it to implode. In short, the body becomes a disposable ticking time bomb. He notes that he has already witnessed the unrestrained destruction it unleashed at this very site. He observes that while the substance is undoubtedly crafted with mana, it manages to evade detection skills entirely. He is left wondering how anyone could have concocted such a thing. As the scarred man, Ivan, approaches the campfire, the boss remarks that since they're now in this together, Ivan deserves to know exactly where the substance comes from. Ivan simply responds with a cold, mocking laugh. With his eyes glowing red, Ivan asks if they have already forgotten the mistake their inept lackeys made by letting an international organization expose the substance. He tells the boss it is bold to ask such a significant question when he has only proven his incompetence as a leader. The boss becomes visibly nervous, stammering that the situation was out of his control, and arguing that things like that simply happen in their business. Ivan bursts into a loud laugh, admitting he appreciates that the boss has no shame and loves such a brazen soul. However, he makes it clear that he still cannot disclose the information about the substance's origin. Robert glares at Ivan, who insults the all-mocked boss by claiming he can't have an incompetent leader leaking classified details to even more incompetent lackeys. Enraged, Robert springs to his feet and yells at the necromancer to stop bad-mouthing his boss, while the boss tries to restrain him. Just then, a calm voice casually asks what all the commotion is about. A crunching sound echoes through the cave as someone approaches the group. Crow steps forward, warning Ivan to keep it down because there is a patrol of scary investigators currently out and about. She adds with a sinister smirk that he should be quiet unless he actually wants trouble to come looking for them. Ivan mockingly greets Lady Crow, asking what brings her to this humble corner of the world. Crow mentions that word has it he has been up to quite a bit of mischief out in the desert. As she walks past him, Crow clarifies she has no desire to interfere in his affairs, but warns him not to act so carelessly while bearing the name of IZ, as it could potentially harm the entire species of half-demons. Ivan laughs off the warning, betting that those words came straight from the mouth of the traditionalist leader. He tells her to go back and inform the higher-ups to stop worrying, declaring that he will silence everyone the moment things get annoying. Crow notes that Ivan has clearly spent too much time playing with corpses instead of understanding humans, adding that he has no idea how stubbornly persistent human bonds can be. Suddenly, Crow halts as she notices the captive Lila and questions the identity of the woman they have taken. She looks down at Lila, mockingly observing that it looks like someone is in serious trouble. Ivan interjects, claiming she isn't in trouble for now because they plan to keep her alive until they wipe out every last member of her team. However, Crow dismisses his comment, clarifying that she wasn't actually talking about the captive. With a sharp smile, Crow reveals that she was actually referring to Ivan himself. As she begins to vanish in a magical swoosh, Crow warns Ivan that it is likely too late for him, but tells him he should think carefully about his situation. Ivan stands in silence, questioning whether anyone truly believes those individuals are on their side. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ivan mocks Crow for only being good at hiding and peeking, calling her a derogatory name as she disappears. A nervous Robert asks his boss who those mysterious people were, but the all-mocked boss quickly shushes him, advising that it is best for them to pretend they didn't see anything at all. The boss stares ahead with a cold expression, declaring that neither the captive woman nor the investigators currently at the gate will survive to see the sunrise. The team walks through the desert, noting that Hunterman's path is completely littered with the bodies of defeated ghouls. Stefan admits that if Siumin hadn't dealt with the monsters, they would be in deep trouble. He suggests they should exit the gate and call for reinforcements. Hikari stubbornly refuses, insisting they need to follow him because she can't let him win, even as she staggers from exhaustion. Kumo quickly grabs her arm to steady her, calling out to her in concern. Hikari looks up in surprise as someone asks why they came all the way here. It's Hunter Min, who has returned to join them. Hikari starts to scold him for running off, but Stefan cuts in, anxiously asking if something happened to team leader Lila. Siumin explains that he checked her last location and only found traces of a battle. However, he believes he has pinpointed her location because he senses a hint of mana in a specific direction. Kumo is shocked, asking who could have kidnapped her. Xiumin reveals it was the same person who summoned the ghouls they just fought. Stefan is in total denial, insisting that team leader Lila isn't someone who would be defeated so easily. Xiumin asks how he explains the sudden appearance of the ghouls if they didn't materialize on their own. He bluntly tells the group that if they are too scared, they should just stay behind and fight the monsters. The team follows Xiumin deeper into the desert as Stefan desperately calls for him to wait. As they run, Stefan asks if the abductors and the ghoul summoner are truly inside the gate with them. Xiumin confirms his suspicion, explaining that he already took down a couple of their lookouts. Hikari covers her nose in disgust, reacting to a foul and unpleasant odor in the air. Kumo remarks that the gate stretches much farther than he initially thought, while Stefan questions if the team leader was really dragged all this way. Mysterious figures arrive before the group, remarking that the investigators have finally decided to show up. The all-mocked boss and Robert stand with a group of ghouls, mocking the team and thanking them for saving them the trouble of a search. Hikari spots the enemies and shouts that the intruders are really there. Kumo charges in with a loud swoosh, outraged that anyone would dare make his dearest cousin do all the work. While Kumo delivers a powerful blue slash, Robert lectures him, stating that their country pays them to do their job properly, not to skip procedures and resort to violence. The group zooms into the fray as the team proceeds to subjugate the suspects. The all-mocked boss watches with a grimace, calling the investigators reckless whelps. With a bright flash of his magic circle, the boss slams his hand down and unleashes his wolf spear technique. As the energy flares, the boss vows to make them regret entering this place. Xiumin watches coldly, mentally calling them annoying bastards. The cave erupts with the sounds of battle as the team leaps into action, their weapons clashing against their foes. While Kumo battles the ghouls, Xiumin uses his power to manifest a massive crystalline shield that protects the group. The boss's attack crashes into it with a thunderous bam, intensifying the battle. Hikari looks around with concern, realizing the cave is too confined for her full strength. She notes that if she summons the full force of Kagutsuchi here, the entire place will collapse and endanger everyone inside. But she knows she can't just sit by and do nothing. Deciding on a plan, Hikari declares that she knows what to do and will use the current chaos to her advantage to find Hunter Lila. A hooded figure chuckles, noting he expected this outcome and mocking how humans always let their prey slip away. Hikari looks on in shock as the enemy looms over her. Hikari erupts with crackling purple energy, furiously ordering the villain to get out of her way. The villain simply mocks humanity as an insufferable species before unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The blast hits Hikari with a massive impact, sending her crashing to the ground as she screams in agony. Kumo reaches out in desperation, shouting in denial as he watches his leader fall. Xiumin's expression turns cold and serious as he shouts Hikari's name. Kumo also shouts Hikari's name in alarm as the battle descends into chaos. Xiumin reaches out his hand as golden mana begins to spread around him, preparing his next move. A massive golden magic circle flashes beneath Hikari's feet with a loud whirring sound, enveloping her in light. Hikari is stunned by the sudden eruption of light, struggling to understand what is happening. Ivan watches with a sinister grin, recognizing the technique as a rare life manipulation skill. Ivan finds the display intriguing, noting that he has never seen a skill like it before. However, he retorts that it's a strange comment coming from someone like him, who is no stranger to bending life itself. Kumo dashes into the fray with a furious shout, hurling an insult at his enemies. Robert steps in to intercept him, telling him not to be in such a hurry. Their weapons clash with a loud clang as Robert mockingly tells the young hunter that their fight is far from over. Xiumin finds the growing number of enemies to be a nuisance. Inside him, Pred warns that the man's power is on an entirely different level, and that he is clearly no ordinary human. Xiumin acknowledges that they have no idea what other tricks the enemy might have hidden within the gate. Realizing the uncertainty ahead, he concludes that this mission is going to be a brutal struggle. Ivan notes with amusement that even after seeing his power, his opponent is still standing their ground, calling them a brave individual. As ghouls squirm on the ground around him, Ivan challenges his opponent to see if they have what it takes to become high-quality material for his magic. A powerful boreal gale technique erupts, sending a swirling green wind that slashes and crunches through the undead horde as they let out pained shrieks. Xiumin stands calmly within a glowing magical seal, as Ivan observes that he certainly knows how to dispatch his children with impressive efficiency. Looking curious, Ivan wonders aloud what kind of work Xiumin has been doing on this human-infested planet to gain such high levels of skill. Ivan lets out a deranged laugh, swiping his clawed hand and mockingly asking if Xiumin was perhaps a human-eating monster himself. The ghouls begin to twitch and writhe, rising from the sand, as Pred screams in disgust that Ivan is raising an entire army of the undead. Xiumin agrees and tells Pred it is time to escalate things, unleashing a devastating thunderbolt skill that crashes down and electrocutes the rising horde with a massive crackle of energy. Ivan looks genuinely impressed, admitting he never expected to see a mere human wield mana with such incredible mastery. Xiumin rubs his chin, calmly stating that he is impressed as well. He adds mockingly that he didn't think a junkie like Ivan would be so well-spoken. Ivan's brow furrows in anger as he repeats the insult, clearly offended by being called a junkie. Ivan calls the comment rude and clarifies that he hasn't used the powder himself, describing it as nothing more than an unhealthy indulgence meant for lowly humans. He continues his insult, calling humans misshapen mongrels who wouldn't even be able to use mana if it weren't for the existence of the gates. Ivan scoffs, noting the irony that the client who hired them is actually a human. He mocks the human race for being willing to devour their own kind just to satisfy their hunger, claiming that even mindless ghouls wouldn't stoop to such levels of depravity. He explains that this assignment was an opportunity to offer worthless beings a chance at rebirth. With a wide grin, Ivan declares that they are witnessing his greatest achievement, claiming humans are most elegant in death, and that those who use the powder make for exceptional materials. As ghouls rush forward with a roar, Xiumin analyzes their demonic energy pulses and realizes that Ivan isn't lying, leading him to wonder if someone else actually created the illegal enhancers. Xiumin stands unfazed by the charging undead, calling the act of raising corpses a revolting puppet show and telling Ivan he should be ashamed of himself. Offended by the remark, Ivan retorts that he never expected a lowly human to understand. He tells Xiumin to keep killing his children, boasting that he will simply create more to replace them as dark liquid drips from his arm. The battlefield erupts in chaos as the hunters clash with the undead with heavy impacts. Ivan proclaims that as long as the moon is in the sky, his mana will remain overflowing. A ghoul lunges at Stefan, while Ivan mocks Xiumin, pointing out that he's overwhelmed with responsibilities, fighting ghouls while simultaneously babysitting and healing his teammates. Xiumin remains composed, though he visibly flinches as the battle continues. Ivan challenges Xiumin to see how long he can maintain his insolent expression as dark liquid splatters through the air. Xiumin scoffs at the mention of mana, revealing that he knows the half-demons are actually using demonic energy instead. Ivan jolts in surprise and demands to know exactly what Xiumin just said. With a surge of energy, Xiumin directly identifies Ivan as one of the half-demons. Xiumin reveals that Ivan is a creature of cursed blood, rejected by both humans and demons alike. Standing among the fallen ghouls, Xiumin claims he can sense Ivan's dense demonic energy from miles away and warns him not to lie, mockingly asking who the mongrel is now. Ivan lets out a deranged and sinister laugh as his clawed hands tremble with dark energy. With a sudden surge of power, Ivan furiously screams that his opponent is a despicable human. Pred reacts in alarm, noting that Ivan's demonic energy is incredibly dense for a half-demon and suggests they might be in trouble. Xiumin remains calm, explaining that while the enemy's output is greater, his attacks have become predictable, and he has finally stopped summoning his annoying minions. Xiumin prepares to finish the fight, stating they can take Ivan down if they go all out. He asks Pred if he is ready, but the entity is shocked, asking if Xiumin is really going to overexert himself again as a magic circle flashes beneath his feet. A heavy rumbling sound fills the air as Xiumin explains he just wants to use his skill again with a bit of extra style. He mockingly asks Pred if he is starting to chicken out. Pred loudly denies being afraid as the magic circle erupts with a powerful surge of energy. With a confident smirk, Xiumin declares that this is exactly the kind of thrill that gets his blood pumping. Xiumin calls out his Tamir skill as glowing purple chains erupt and clink together, lashing out through the air. The glowing chains strike their targets, forcing the undead creatures to a sudden stop. One of the monsters is completely frozen in place, its hand halting mid-motion. Stefan screams in terror, but is quickly left baffled when the monster right in front of him suddenly stops its attack. The Almach's subordinates are confused, demanding to know why the ghouls aren't moving. The boss begins to wonder if Xiumin is behind the phenomenon. Gasping for breath, Hikari is stunned by the realization that Xiumin might actually be controlling the ghouls himself. A heavy tension fills the area as the ghouls stand frozen and let out low, guttural groans. The Almacht members recoil in disgust and panic, desperately shouting for the undead to stay away as they realize they are being surrounded. Visibly sweating and terrified, the boss frantically yells for Ivan to do something to regain control. A scream rings out as the ghouls begin to feast, with audible sounds of crunching and munching as they tear into their victims. Ivan is shocked, realizing that his opponent is actually controlling the entire horde of undead using domination magic. With a sinister smile, Ivan calls the situation utterly ridiculous and takes note of the dark mana being unleashed. As glowing chains rattle and lightning surges from a massive magical seal, Ivan is left in total disbelief, desperately demanding to know exactly what kind of entity he is facing. Xiumin feels the heavy aftereffects of his skill and wonders if it slightly boosted his power output. Meanwhile, Pred complains about being dizzy and feeling like he's going to puke. Xiumin tells Pred to take a break and promises to handle the rest of the situation himself. He orders the ghouls to go to their papa as the monsters let out a loud roar while closing in. With a loud sound, Ivan unleashes a powerful blast of energy, though he curses in frustration as the battle continues. A massive explosion erupts across the battlefield with a deafening boom. Declaring that he has had enough, Ivan announces he is using his full power while dashing forward with a sharp sound. Xiumin suddenly appears behind Ivan, casually asking if he even has any cards left to play, leaving the necromancer in total shock. Ivan is left baffled, wondering when Xiumin moved and if he used a speed enhancement skill to get behind him. Xiumin thanks Ivan for punching a hole through the cave as he prepares a massive orb of crackling yellow electricity. Ivan is left speechless, forced to shield his eyes from the blinding light of the incoming attack. The energy detonates in the desert sky with a massive kaboom. A mysterious figure watches the aftermath with a sinister smile. Crow suddenly appears within a protective magical sphere, carrying Ivan away while noting that it has been a while since they last met. Xiumin immediately recognizes the newcomer, questioning if it is really Crow. Xiumin admits he thought she wouldn't intervene and asks if he isn't allowed to kill Ivan. Crow holds the defeated Ivan within a magical sphere and explains that he is actually quite important. She asks Xiumin to let him off the hook just this once, suggesting he can do whatever he wants with the necromancer after he has served his purpose. She admits she really doesn't want to fight someone as strong as him. Xiumin considers the situation, noting that unlike the other dead lackeys, Ivan is heavily tied to the distribution of illegal enhancers. He believes that with a personality like his, Ivan is bound to cause more trouble sooner or later. He admits he would really like to finish him off right here. Looking over his injured and exhausted team, Xiumin realizes he needs to get his priorities straight. He observes Crow's smug expression and concludes that she is definitely stronger than Ivan, deciding to change his approach. Xiumin demands to know who is leading the half-demons and why they are involved in such dirty work. Crow's impressed by how much he knows, but tells him he has it all wrong. She explains that the moderate party has been in charge for quite some time. She reveals that Ivan took this contract on his own and misused their name, insisting her group has nothing to do with his actions. Crow claims she has no idea who Ivan's client is. Xiumin glares at her, calling her words a load of bull, and questioning how she can claim ignorance while helping Ivan achieve his goal. Crow frantically denies the accusation, claiming she only stepped in because her group needs him alive. She insists they had no idea what he was up to until recently. She repeats that while she knows he has questions, she really doesn't know much more. Xiumin hears his teammates chattering as Layla is safely rescued, while the rest of the group slowly moves about in the background as they recover. With a sigh, Xiumin decides to let Ivan go since he isn't the mastermind, but he warns that there won't be any mercy the next time he catches him. Crow is surprised by his sudden trust, but Xiumin explains that he read her mana patterns. He notes that if she were lying, the shift in her mana would have given her away immediately. Crow dismisses the situation as boring, while Xiumin asks to pose one final question before he departs. He asks for clarification on who the group she keeps mentioning actually is. With a dismissive scoff, Crow decides that she can finally reveal that information. As she begins to teleport away with the unconscious Ivan, she reveals the name of the group is IZ. Xiumin watches as Crow vanishes with a loud sound. He realizes that the half-demons were likely just minor players in this scheme. He considers that because half-demons are naturally aggressive toward humans, no one would hire them without a motive far greater than simple financial gain. He reflects on the black powder, noting that while it definitely gives off an ominous power, it isn't demonic energy. He finds the pattern to be completely different from anything he encountered during his time in the other world. As he walks away with a steady step, Xiumin decides that he should probably investigate the group known as IZ on his own. Lila thanks the team for her rescue and expresses regret for failing them as a leader. She then orders everyone to leave the gate immediately, while Stefan tells her to take it easy. Xiumin considers the situation, Thinking that he should finish tying up the loose ends before they depart, Hikari demands to know where the necromancer went. Seomin explains that the villain escaped while he was busy dealing with another ambusher. Lila continues to apologize, blaming herself for letting her guard down during the mission. Kumo suggests they should just be grateful that no one was hurt and leave the gate first before reviewing the incident. Looking at the gathered group, Seomin reflects on how he prefers being alone, but realizes that in truth, he was never really by himself. With a slight smile, he asks Pred for his thoughts on the matter. As he walks away into the vast desert under a trail of light, Seomin calls out to Pred once more, but receives no response. 2 days later, at the HMCS main headquarters, Edwin looks visibly shaken as he processes the news about the ghouls. Inside the office, Edwin is stunned, admitting he's never heard of a necromancer and expressing shock that the man wasn't even the mastermind behind the attack. Seomin confirms the details and warns that, based on the way the enemy spoke, this might only be the beginning of their troubles. Edwin looks down in regret, cursing his own carelessness. He admits he should never have treated the mission as a simple site reconnaissance, and sincerely apologizes to Seomin for putting him through so much. Seomin remains calm, telling Edwin there is no need for an apology since no one could have predicted such an event. He adds that he is just grateful no one was seriously injured during the encounter. Edwin acknowledges this and thanks Seomin, noting that because of his help, the team might be able to return to work immediately. He reflects on how much worse things could have turned out, especially for Hikari. With a smirk, Edwin remarks that the legendary rabbit hound still has his skills. Seomin dismisses the praise and prepares to leave, stating that if there is nothing urgent, he is heading back to Korea. He tells Edwin to contact him only if new leads are discovered. Edwin is surprised by the sudden departure and asks Seomin to at least stay for a proper goodbye, but the hunter bluntly refuses, stating he is far too busy. As Seomin walks alone through the city streets, someone suddenly appears, catching his attention. Hikari Hayakawa stops him at a crosswalk and calls out to him. Seomin comes to a halt, visibly confused by her sudden and unexpected appearance. Hikari looks away with a slight blush, explaining that she came to express her gratitude for him healing her during the battle. She acknowledges that her performance during the mission was disappointing, but promises to do better the next time they work together. Hikari walks past Seomin, telling him that he can count on her for help. Seomin dismissively agrees with whatever she says as she walks away with a steady step. Seomin reflects on how Pred has been silent since then, but he notes that he has had no trouble using the skills he learned through him. He feels his mana output and centers are recovering smoothly. He looks up at a plane in the sky and wonders exactly when the little buster is going to wake up. At the HMCS International Headquarters, an investigator briefs Vice Chairman Edwin Blackwood on the Middle Eastern Division's findings. She reports that the Almacht organization, which was responsible for ambushing their investigator, had been secretly operating in the region's black market to deal in illegal enhancers. She continues the report, noting that further investigation revealed Almacht did not actually create the substances. While their distribution network was dismantled following the death of their leader, the division reports that remnants of the group are still hiding in the local black market, making an official sweep necessary. Edwin looks over the documents and asks for an update on the current status of the gate. The report shows images of the site, confirming that the area remains severely damaged from the recent battle. The investigator adds that reports indicate the gate holds no value and is scheduled to be shut down. She expresses concern that this situation leaves them vulnerable to attacks from their rivals, noting that the ex-chairman's people could blame them for failing to preserve the scene of the investigation. Edwin lets out a frustrated sigh as the investigator reminds him that the ex-chairman's faction has essentially taken control of the main headquarters. She specifically mentions Deputy Executive Inspector Juan Cargill, who holds significant power and answers directly to the ex-chairman. She warns that Cargill is constantly working to take Edwin's place, and is certain he will use this latest incident as an opportunity to attack his position. The investigator suggests they do their best to fill any openings their rivals could exploit, but she is suddenly interrupted by a loud creak as the office door opens. A man enters the room, mockingly apologizing for forgetting to knock. The newcomer is identified as Juan Cargill, the Deputy Executive Inspector of HMCS Main HQ. He offers a casual greeting to Vice Chairman Blackwood. Juan waves dismissively as he mentions hearing that Edwin has been preoccupied with the illegal enhancer case. He smugly asks if things are not going according to plan. Edwin coldly asks what he is getting at. Juan tells him to be honest, noting that rumors are spreading throughout the headquarters about Edwin adding a random hunter from Asia to the investigation team. Juan continues his provocation, stating that word has also gotten around that the team left the site in ruins, only to return completely empty-handed. Edwin clenches his fist, while firmly correcting Cargill, explaining that the investigation team didn't intentionally damage the site, but were forced to engage in battle after being ambushed, eventually neutralizing their attackers. Juan Cargill dismisses the explanation, pointing out that the team only uncovered a minor organization rather than the true mastermind. He notes they failed to find key details regarding the supply network or its creator, and mockingly assumes Edwin didn't hire a random Asian hunter out of nepotism. Edwin listens in silence as Juan asserts that no one can deny the investigation is currently stagnating at its current rate. With a sinister smile, Juan proposes that they solve the problem by publicizing the case to the world. Edwin scoffs at this suggestion, clearly finding the proposal ridiculous. Edwin warns that going public would inform unaware civilians about the illegal enhancers, potentially causing an exponential surge in people seeking the substance. He asks Juan if he has failed to consider the consequences. Juan dismisses the concern, arguing that they simply need to track down the supplier as soon as possible and shut them down. He smugly adds that by the time Edwin is finished stalling the case, the existence of the enhancers will already be common knowledge. As he prepares to leave, Juan declares he will consult with other deputy executive hunters, implying that everyone knows which side they will ultimately support. Left alone in his office, Edwin remains silent while clenching his fist in visible frustration. Elsewhere, Xiumin sits at a desk while speaking with Edwin over the phone. Edwin informs him that they may soon go public with the illegal enhancer case, a revelation that would undoubtedly plunge the world into chaos. In a room filled with his subordinates, Xiumin realizes that time is no longer on their side. Meanwhile, Edwin admits that although he originally intended to handle the investigation on his own, he has discovered that the roots of the case run far deeper than he ever imagined. Carrie Volka asks if Crimson Geist actually saw an awakened who uses necromancy, and the old man confirms that he saw the man with his own 2 eyes. Edwin reports that they are still searching for traces of Pandemonium and IZ, but nothing useful has turned up yet. Xiumin isn't bothered, noting that he figured a light investigation wouldn't uncover much. Edwin mentions there is one more thing regarding the gate Xiumin entered, causing the hunter to flinch. Edwin explains that they conducted another large-scale investigation at the site afterward, but unlike the initial ranking evaluation, the gate turned out to be completely worthless. Edwin believes the first finder didn't inspect the area thoroughly and likely ranked the gate high simply because there were bodies surrounding it. Xiumin raises his head as he listens to the theory. Edwin considers that an empty gate usually means people have already finished farming it. He had assumed the necromancer and the members of Almacht carried out the process illegally, but he finds it strange that there wasn't a single monster inside except for the ghouls. Edwin asks for Xiumin's thoughts on the matter. Xiumin reflects on how gates are maws that connect dimensions and appear irregularly without warning. He wonders if the enemies anticipated where an empty one would emerge to distribute illegal enhancers, but dismisses the idea as impossible even with a shaman's foresight. He scratches his pen, questioning if that gate might not have been an actual gate at all. He continues to scratch his head, while hypothesizing that it could have been dimensional magic, a convincing illusion disguised as a gate created specifically for the distribution of the enhancers. Edwin laughs loudly at the suggestion, claiming Xiumin is losing him, and that such a thing isn't possible. Xiumin clarifies that he was only hypothesizing. Edwin acknowledges that Xiumin has always had sharp instincts, and promises to look into that possibility as well. He adds that he kept Xiumin's jurisdiction intact, and asks him to keep assisting with the case, which Xiumin accepts. The call ends with a loud beep, and Xiumin lets out a tired sigh. Hamanchu asks Master Xiu if he is finished with his call, and suggests a 3-against-1 sparring session since he hasn't been around in a while. Crimson Geist intervenes, telling Haman to give the Supreme Master a break because he is clearly fatigued. Xiumin rises from his seat, deciding that he actually needs a warm-up anyway. Crimson Geist firmly grabs a reluctant Terry Volka, who complains that his stomach is suddenly acting up. The veteran ignores the excuse and demands to know where he thinks he's going, warning that they are all doomed if he doesn't join the training. Xiumin stretches his wrists while preparing for a warm-up. He thinks to himself that perhaps Pred will finally wake up once he finishes getting a good stretch in. The scene shifts to a bustling city at night, where neon signs light up the streets, and a group of people gathers outside an upscale building. Inside, the atmosphere is lively as crowds of people dance and drink in a luxurious high-end bar. A man with long reddish hair and a distinctive dragon tattoo on his neck moves through the crowd. The man reaches a VIP entrance guarded by 2 men in suits. He informs them that he has business with the man waiting inside. One of the guards tests him with a code, stating that shadows bear no color. The man with the tattoo completes the phrase, noting that their blood runs red all the same. With a loud creak, the heavy doors swing open, allowing him to enter the private room. Inside, a man named Chi-Yu, dressed in a blue robe and wearing sunglasses, greets him warmly, remarking that it has been quite a long time since they last saw each other. The man with the tattoo, identified as Chan-Jung, casually asks the other if he has been doing well. Chi-Yu asks if the Great Master has also arrived for the meeting. Chan-Jung pulls out a cigarette and explains that the boss won't be visiting for some time because Korea has significantly tightened its anti-drug security. He adds that this will be their final trade until they are able to resume operations in the future. With a loud snap of his fingers, Chi-Yu and promises to have a guard escort Chan-Jung back once their business is concluded. A subordinate swooshes down to light the cigarette with a clink of a lighter. Chan-Jung complains that he has been working extremely hard ever since the new product arrived, and notes that the pigs have suddenly decided to make things complicated. Suddenly, another guest arrives and remarks in surprise that Chan-Jung has already made it there before him. A man wearing a red checkered suit and a white mask greets him, noting that it has been a long time. Chan-Jung calls the newcomer clown and notes his punctuality. He then turns to Chi-Yu and tells him he can show them the package now. He apologizes for the large volume of product, explaining that the Grand Master insisted they circulate everything before the Korean police can interfere with the operation. Clown laughs, telling him there is no need for an apology since it just gives him more places to sell the goods. Chi-Yu gestures toward a briefcase and announces that the package is ready, asking if they would like to inspect the contents. The briefcase opens with a loud click, revealing a massive stash of illegal enhancers. Clown admires the haul, remarking that it is truly a sight to behold. Back at the HMCS office, the staff immediately notices Soo-min's return. A team leader whispers a rumor that Soo-min was recently dispatched to the main headquarters, leading another to wonder if that explains why the vice chairman visited their branch. One hunter speculates that he might be a nepotism hire with connections to the higher-ups. Another immediately shuts down the idea. At that moment, Jung-gu Hwang arrives and calls out to Hunter Min. Jung-gu welcomes him back, respectfully addressing him as superior, and asks whether he has had a chance to review the latest official document. Soo-min casually asks if the document is about the investigation into illegal enhancers for the Awakened going public. Jung-gu is shocked that he already knew the news, and begins to realize why the main headquarters called him in. Lowering his voice, Jung-gu admits it was probably top secret, but wishes Soo-min had given them a hint. He explains that the regional director is on high alert because he was left completely in the dark until the document arrived. Soo-min bluntly states that he only kept it a secret because he was told to do so. Jung-gu cries out that he should have at least helped the director save face. He points out that the main headquarters reached out to a lower-ranking investigator for cooperation, while the director was ignored. He notes that while the regular staff was unaware, the team leaders have already caught on, and he worries about what they will think of the director now. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted as a staff member calls out to them. She informs them that the branch director is requesting Jung-gu's presence immediately, specifically asking for Hunter Min to come along as well. The scene shifts to the branch director's office, where Soo-min and Jung-gu have been summoned for an urgent meeting. The director begins by noting that, as they both already know, a significant development has occurred. He reveals that the international headquarters has issued an official request for cooperation from all of its branches. While tapping his desk, the director explains that a dangerous substance known as the illegal enhancer for the Awakened is rapidly spreading through global black markets. He directly asks Hunter Min if he was able to confirm this information during his recent dispatch. Soo-min remains perfectly calm as he confirms that the information is indeed correct. The director accepts the answer and moves on to his next question, asking exactly what took place during the mission. Suddenly losing his composure, the director erupts with a loud shout, questioning why the international headquarters is expecting such great results specifically from the Korean branch. This sudden outburst leaves both Jung-gu and Soo-min looking completely baffled and confused by the director's reaction. Jung-gu scratches his head in frustration, suggesting that they must have made a mistake somewhere because it feels like their branch is being unfairly singled out for this investigation. The director continues his frantic rant, pointing out that their country is practically drug-free, and arguing that there is almost no opportunity for them to make a major breakthrough in such a tiny peninsula. The branch director is in total despair, clutching his head as he reveals that the letter didn't even come from Vice Chairman Edward, but from someone in the ex-chairman's faction. He frantically asks Hunter Min what he did, mourning his crumbling career path. Xiumin looks completely unbothered, scratching his cheek as he asks if the director simply wants him to quit. The director points a finger and firmly denies wanting him to quit, insisting that no matter where Xiumin goes, he must never forget that he was once a member of the Korean branch. Letting out a heavy sigh, the director plops back into his seat and states that the Korean branch needs to score as many points as possible during the upcoming investigations. With a sudden jolt of surprise, Jong-gu hears the director announce that his Gangbok team is being renamed to the Illegal Enhancer for the Awakened Task Force. The director smirks and warns them that the entire branch's reputation rests on their success, noting that a failure would tarnish everyone's names. While Xiumin pats a stressed Jong-gu on the head, the director explains that while other teams are involved, the key cases and hotspots are theirs to handle, calling it their shot at a promotion. Jong-gu looks worried and asks if other teams will object to them taking the lead. The director dismisses the concern, claiming the team never cared about others anyway. He tells Hunter Min that any future international headquarters requests for cooperation are authorized, but he expects great progress in Korea in the meantime. Xiumin casually agrees. With a loud clap of his hands, the director prepares to brief the task force on their very first case. Jong-gu is shocked to see a massive stack of files, realizing they already have a case ready to go. It's revealed that the data administrator, Seong-ae, looks completely drained after putting together the list of suspected cases, leading a tearful Jong-gu to ask for her forgiveness. Jong-gu and Xiumin review the files, noting that suspicious activities have been detected at a large abandoned warehouse on Manhwa Island. The director explains that the location is a notorious drug den, but recent reports of new faces from remote regions suggest a distribution hub has been set up there. An aerial view shows the abandoned site, noting that a fight between awakened criminals resulted in several casualties for unknown reasons. Since then, conflicts of all sizes have continued to break out at the location. Jong-gu Hwang reviews the case files and suggests to his superior that their team alone isn't enough to handle a mission of this scale. His boss replies that he has already sent out cooperation requests to private guilds. The director explains that because the guilds are already familiar with the case, securing approval from international headquarters was simple. He tells Jong-gu to stop worrying about manpower and focus entirely on delivering results. Xiumin looks over the documents with a focused expression, questioning the specific involvement of private guilds. A wide shot reveals the desolate abandoned warehouse site, littered with cargo containers, wooden crates, and old industrial equipment. Xiumin arrives at the site and remarks that he suspected exactly who would be showing up. Sejun Min and Yohwa Kong appear together, confirming that they are indeed the guildmasters Director Bayek sent the request to. As they approach, Yohwa asks if Siu was expecting someone else. Sejun notes with a smile that major cases always seem to land right in Siu's lap. Xiumin asks why they didn't just send their guild members since they are supposed to be busy. Both Sejun and Yohwa shout that they are indeed busy, but insist that Siu's work takes absolute priority. Sejun Min scans the area before telling Xiumin that the same situation applies to him as well. He then asks where the rest of Xiumin's investigation team is. Xiumin observes that the lookouts keeping watch will actually make their entry smoother and easier since there are fewer people around. He adds that they can also catch any criminals attempting to flee. Yohwa acknowledges the point, noting that half of the individuals present are likely just ordinary civilians looking to purchase common stimulants. She theorizes that the previous conflict between awakened criminals was likely between drug dealers or their guards rather than typical users. With a shrug, Xiumin suggests that it wouldn't hurt to teach the criminals a lesson while they're conducting their investigation. Looking at a large building that appears to be the main trading hub, Xiumin suggests heading inside. Sejun insists they need a plan first, proposing they go undercover to blend in and wait for the right moment, warning that rushing the front gate would cause them to miss important details. However, Yohwa argues that such a plan would take too long, and believes it is better to strike quickly and catch everyone off guard. Xiumin turns his head toward the source of a voice and overhears someone talking about a supposedly expensive piece of extraordinary merchandise. Xiumin signals for silence with a quiet shushing motion. The team listens from their hidden position as the criminal grumbles about having traveled for hours, only to find a massive stockpile of the same generic goods instead of the rare items he had been promised. The man continues his rant, cursing the state of the world and the awakened individuals who are now creating exclusive drugs. His companion dismisses the anger, pointing out that the substance looks like it could generate a massive profit. As the team huddles together in a cramped space, the criminal outside complains about a lack of business ethics, noting that after 15 years in the trade, this situation feels wrong to him. The man warns his partner that such an attitude will get him killed at a young age. He then asks if he has heard that Tianjong is currently in Korea. His companion confirms this is one of the reasons he traveled there, noting it has been months since they last met. The team jolts in surprise when a voice suddenly asks who Tianjong is. The criminals spin around in shock, demanding to know who the intruders are. They tell the team that if they are looking for drugs, they should go to the front gate instead. With a mocking scoff and a smirk, Seo-min makes it clear that they have absolutely no interest in what the criminals are offering. He walks forward with a confident smirk, boldly announcing that they are there for the door and ordering the drug dealer to open it up. The scene shows both of the men tied up against a fence, and the team notes that they have successfully found a way inside. Seo-min asks how they should proceed, wondering if they should go undercover as junkies or just take everyone out immediately. Yeohwa enthusiastically votes to wipe them all out. Sejin-min lets out a tired sigh and tells the other two to come closer as he reaches into his suit pocket. A wooden staff suddenly erupts with a bright flash of light. Sejin-min calls out his S-rank skill, Light Conceal, which uses light magic to blend targets into the environment. A massive whirring sound fills the air as glowing magic circles manifest around the group. Seo-min is impressed by the magic, recognizing it as a transformative arcanium as a loud voom sound echoes around him. Yeohwa is amazed that Sejin knows invisibility magic, praising him for living up to his title as the Korean Archmage. Sejin explains that the technique is actually a variation of his elemental magic skill. He notes that it can be used in many different ways, depending on the user's resourcefulness and skill level. He continues his explanation, stating that conceal hides a person's appearance by bending light, one of the 5 primary elements. Yeohwa is left staring in awe at the surprisingly detailed explanation. Seo-min smirks to himself, thinking that Pred would have been incredibly excited to hear such a detailed explanation of magic. Sejin asks Seo about the freeloader residing inside him and if anything happened to them. Seo dismisses the concern and prepares to move on. Seo affectionately rubs Sejin's head, noting how much his younger brother has really grown. Yeohwa looks on with a jolt of surprise. Sejin protests being treated like a child, while Yeohwa desperately asks for some compliments of her own. Seo ignores the request and suggests they head inside. The group walks past their tied-up captives, with Seo stating that he wants to get the job done quickly so he can leave work early. Inside the bleak warehouse, a buyer complains to a dealer, asking for a bulk discount on their merchandise. The dealer refuses, stating he isn't running a charity. The buyer grumbles that he drives a hard bargain. Nearby, a man sits in a daze next to several discarded syringes, while another individual lies motionless on the floor. Sejin and Yeohwa examine the scene, noting that while most of these people aren't awakened, it doesn't change the fact that they are still criminals. Sejin observes that there should be a trading point exclusively for the awakened nearby. He suggests they eavesdrop and gather information first, since it won't be easy to locate. Yeohwa notes the facility is larger than she thought, and mentions that turning these people over to the police would make headlines. Sejin counters that it wouldn't mean much since they would just make bail, or end up on probation. Sejin explains that even if they shut this place down, the organization behind the operation will just set up a market elsewhere, unless they are completely destroyed. Sejin and Yeohwa are suddenly startled by a loud, panicked scream echoing through the warehouse. A frantic man with dark circles under his eyes sprints toward them, screaming that it's here and that he saw it. The man darts through a doorway as Sejin and Yeohwa watch with confused expressions. The buyer asks what that was, and the dealer explains it was just a druggie caught in a drug-induced hallucination. He curses the users, complaining that he told them to take their business outside, but they keep doing it in the basement. Seo listens as the buyer notes that sort of thing only seems to happen to the people in the basement. The dealer admits he doesn't know why and guesses the place is filled with bad vibes. Yeohwa admits the place is giving her the creeps, describing it as a den of pure evil. Seo stands at a doorway and orders the other two to stay there and keep watch. Sejin and Yeohwa react with surprise, asking where he is going and demanding to come along. Seo firmly tells them not to make him say it twice. Seo looks back with a serious expression, reiterating that they must stay here and wait. Sejin and Yeohwa are left standing in the hallway in silence as Seo prepares to investigate the basement alone. Seo-min steps down into the dark basement, wondering if the maze-like sewer was designed as an escape route in case of a police raid. An eerie atmosphere fills the corridor as he senses a mysterious energy lingering in the air. As he walks deeper, a ghostly figure hangs from the ceiling. He notes that the energy he feels isn't mana, but something else entirely. He reflects on the energy, noting it feels similar to the power used by Hikari Hayakawa's summoned creature. He's certain it isn't coming from something corporeal or alive. A terrifying ghost looms directly behind him, and he wonders if it could be a heroic spirit. Seo-min prepares a lightning attack with a bright flash and crackle, but he quickly realizes that if it were a heroic spirit, It would have taken some form of damage from his presence. A wavy, cartoonish ghost suddenly swirls into view. In a small, thoughtful form, Xiumin observes that the entity is unaffected by mana and shows no signs of hostility or malice. Based on his observations, he only has one word to describe it. He concludes that it is a ghost. Suddenly, a small blonde girl holding a teddy bear appears and tells him not to hurt her friend. Xiumin is left in total shock, wondering how the child is able to see him while he is using concealment magic. He stares at the young girl, baffled to find a kid in such a place. Xiumin asks what she is, but she turns the question back on him. This leaves him even more confused. The girl points a finger at him, declaring that he is an outsider, and that this place is her home. Xiumin is skeptical, asking if she really calls this sewer her home. She insists that anywhere she is and counts as home according to her own rule, which leaves him speechless. He lets out a sigh and accepts that she lives there, but asks where her parents are. Xiumin crouches down to her level, asking for their location and questioning why she is covered in so many scars and bruises. The girl explains that her parents are not there, revealing the tragic news that they gave her to the bad guys in exchange for powder. As she twiddles her bruised feet, she adds that she got hurt while trying to find food through a different exit. Xiumin is horrified to learn she's been living in a damp cesspool with ghosts. He reaches out with a flash of magic. A bright swoosh of golden energy envelops the girl, causing her to cry out in surprise. The girl finds his power very interesting, noting that while hers is cold, his feels warm. Xiumin realizes it is her own power that is allowing him to see her ghost friends. She explains that her friends protect her and tell her where to hide when the bad men come. She adds that they also show her where all the exits lead. Xiumin smiles to himself, having seen enough to understand the situation. He asks the kid what her name is, and she identifies herself as Xion. Xiumin thanks her and asks Xion and her ghost friends for a favor. He asks if they can find the exit that leads to the bad guys, who use an interesting power similar to his own. With a happy nod and a smile, Xion immediately agrees to help. A person asks if this is the product they've been waiting for. The dealer, wearing sunglasses and bearing a striking resemblance to Shiyu, confidently assures them that it's the real deal, 100% pure, straight from the abyss. He boasts that using it even once makes fighting B-rank hunters feel like child's play. The red-haired man then asks whether this is the entire supply, and the dealer confirms that it is, adding that acquiring them was no easy task due to the limited stock available. He asks about any potential side effects. The dealer claims there are none he knows of and that they have a lower potential for addiction, allowing them to be used only when necessary. He adds that he thought he was already aware of this. The dealer warns him to keep quiet about the new product, explaining he chose this rundown construction site for the trade for a reason. The man quickly agrees. Suddenly, a loud cringe echoes through the room. The dealer asks if he heard it, causing him to flinch in surprise. The dealer is certain he heard something, but the buyer dismisses it as probably just a rat, insisting no one would come this far out. He mentions there have been some odd rumors lately about people seeing strange things in the sewers. With a loud bang, a bloody handprint suddenly slams against the glass in front of them. The dealer lets out a terrified shriek as the situation takes a dark turn. Gasping in horror, the dealer screams that it's a ghost. Both men let out a yell and dash away in a blind panic. Xiumin appears at the entrance with Xion on his back, casually remarking that he was just kidding. With a massive bam and boom, Xiumin unleashes a powerful blast of blue energy that shatters the surroundings. Standing tall with Xion still on his back, Xiumin is surrounded by a whirring vortex of blue mana as he firmly declares that he is actually a person. Xiumin gently lowers Xion to the ground and tells her to go hide, promising to call for her once he has finished his business. He gives her a gentle pat on the head and thanks her for helping him find the criminals. Looking at the two men he just took out, Xiumin wonders what all the fuss was about and asks himself what is supposed to be so special about them. He gives one of the fallen men a light tap with his foot and tells him to get up. In a small, thoughtful form, Xiumin looks at the unconscious pair, while cartoonish ghosts rise from their bodies, wondering to himself if he might have gone a little too hard on them. Xiumin examines a handful of the black powder, realizing with a grim expression that the substance has already made its way into Korea. Behind him, a scarred man lunges forward with a sudden swoosh, catching him by surprise. A massive slam echoes through the factory as the attacker strikes the ground with incredible force, creating a shockwave that rattles the surroundings. The scarred man glares intensely, questioning how an intruder managed to infiltrate so deep into their secret facility. The other criminals quickly spring into action, taking combat stances as their leader wonders aloud how they were found, and if rumors of their new product have already reached common junkies. He immediately dismisses the idea, noting that this is their very first trade at this location. His expression turns cold as he concludes there must be a traitor hiding within their own ranks. Standing over the body of a fallen intruder, he orders member number 4 to contact O immediately, while telling number 10 to dispose of the rat's corpse. While still on the ground, Xiumin calls out the name of his skill, Pouncing Moth. Suddenly, a massive purple magic circle erupts from the ground with a powerful whoosh, glowing with intense energy. Multiple beams of light burst from the seal, striking the criminals with a series of loud pows and sending them reeling from the unexpected magical assault. The scarred leader manages to land with a quick tap, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes the situation has taken a dangerous turn. Amidst a swirling swish of mana, Xiumin stands perfectly calm, mockingly noting that the group is actually quicker than he originally thought. The man with tied-back hair observes that the intruders are tough and steady, even after a sudden counterattack. He notes that it seems like they are all very accustomed to this type of combat. Xiumin smiles confidently and demands to know who sent them. The scarred man realizes that Xiumin is a major threat, noting that he healed all his damage and used a skill with an incredibly wide range. One of the criminals calls Xiumin dishonorable for feigning death, but Xiumin mockingly points out that the insult is coming from someone who is hiding on the ceiling. The group charges at Xiumin, furiously demanding to know which guild he is working for. Xiumin maintains a calm smirk as he prepares his next move with a sharp whoosh. With a sudden clench, Xiumin traps the attackers in a red magical seal, reminding them that he was the one who asked a question first. The enemies scream in pain as the magical field tightens, while Xiumin firmly orders them to answer him. The scarred leader tries to calm things down, suggesting there is no need for violence. He assumes Xiumin is there to buy their merchandise and prepares his own magic with a whoosh. The scarred man unleashes his lion's roar skill with a massive bam, creating a defensive barrier while telling his subordinates to get in line. The two men hit the ground with a heavy thud as they are released from Xiumin's hold. While his men pant from exhaustion, the leader tells Xiumin he wouldn't take his offers even for free. He then checks on members number 4 and 10 to see how they are holding up. Xiumin lets out a small laugh, identifying the leader's move as a defense-type skill. He decides this will be a good warm-up and challenges them to see how long the barrier can last. The criminals are left in despair, with one wondering what kind of monster Xiumin is and fearing he will bleed to death. Another groans that his ribs are broken, while the leader clicks his tongue in frustration. The battle reaches a fever pitch as a criminal desperately yells that his skill won't hold much longer, urging his comrades to fight in the name of the Fiend Slayers. Amidst the sounds of crunching and cracking, the intensity of the clash continues to rise. Another member of the group curses in frustration as he reaches down to grab a small blue vial containing an illegal enhancer. He warns that they will regret making them take these inferior products before he and his partner both bite down on the vials to activate the substance. Their bodies begin to throb and swell with a crackling energy as the enhancers take effect. With a deranged look, one of them vows to utterly demolish Xiumin. One of the Fiend Slayers screams for Xiumin to die while unleashing a powerful surge of purple energy. Xiumin remains completely composed, dodging the attack with a swift swish. He casually observes that his opponent's power has definitely gone up. Another attacker lunges forward, shouting that he will drill a hole into Xiumin's head with his deadly cross technique. Xiumin continues his calm analysis while moving through the air, noting that the enemy's mana output is significantly higher as well. Following a massive boom, Xiumin hovers midair and mockingly asks if they are certain they can ever go back to a life without using drugs. This provocation only causes the criminal to furiously tell him to shut up. Deciding to end the movement, Xiumin prepares his next move and calls out his imprisoned skill. A series of glowing blue magical bands click into place, forming a cage that traps the attackers. Xiumin suddenly realizes with a nervous sweat drop that he accidentally forgot there was one more enemy remaining. The scarred man laughs maniacally, declaring that he finally has Xiumin trapped and that the show is officially over. He frantically orders members number 4 and 10 to disintegrate the barrier. Suddenly, Yowa Kong appears on the scene, calmly invoking the name of her flaming arrow skill. The fiery projectile strikes the scarred man directly with a massive wham, cutting his command short. Yowa looks on with a somber expression, complaining that her master always has a habit of charging ahead and leaving the rest of them behind. Sejun Min stands ready with his staff, while Yowa tells their master that he should let them help this time around. Sejun Min taps his fingers, noting that the enemies put up quite a fight. Yowa stretches, observing that the power boost from the illegal substance is definitely abnormal. Standing amidst the unconscious criminals, she confidently asserts that despite the power-up, they are still no match for S-rank hunters. Xiumin crosses his arms and asks his allies how they managed to track him down. Sejun reveals that Yohwa impulsively ran into the basement on her own to find him, though she frantically denies it. Yohwa tries to change the subject, explaining that a young girl guided them through the sewers. Xiumin hears a fidgeting sound and turns his head toward a doorway where a small figure is peeking out. Xion peeks from behind the door, noting that a 3-on-1 fight isn't fair. With a steady step, Xiumin approaches the young girl. He kneels and gives Xion a gentle pat on the head, thanking her for making the fight even. Yohwa finally asks who the girl is, but Xiumin replies that it's a long story and promises to tell her once they finish their business at the site. Sejun Min looks around the grim facility and notes that this definitely isn't a place for a young child. Looking down at a discarded vial, Yohwa observes that the illegal enhancers have officially made their way into Korea. She admits that while she has heard intel about the substance, this is her first time seeing it in person. She asks if the drug makes the awakened explode immediately. A theory is discussed that users become hooked on the surge of power until their bodies eventually give out from the side effects and they die. Xiumin asks if the name Fiend Slayers rings a bell, but Sunjin assumes they are just guards hired by the trading hub. Xiumin points out that they are quite strong for ordinary henchmen, capable of going toe-to-toe with most A-rank hunters. Xiumin's gut tells him they were sent by the manufacturer of the drug, suggesting they might be from an assassin's league like Bestia. Sejun asks if demons might be behind this case as well, specifically mentioning the organization tied to Pandemonium and Minjin. Xiumin agrees, noting that the involvement of Pandemonium and the artificial gate wouldn't make much sense otherwise. His instinct tells him this isn't entirely the work of humans. He considers the possibility that someone in the criminal underworld is working with demons behind the scenes. Yohwa reflects on how weird it is that Xiumin's name vanished from history over the past decade, especially since he was one of Korea's 3 Grand Masters. Sejun warns that if Xiu is right, things will get out of hand and could trigger another major war between the two races. Calling them bastards, Xiumin assumes there are at least 10 of them based on how they refer to each other by numbers. Xiumin decides he will find out the truth when he brings the dope dealer duo in for questioning, noting that he has plenty of time. Suddenly, Xion reacts with a sharp and terrified jolt. She begins a frantic dash, screaming a desperate warning for the others to watch out for danger. Sejun and Yohwa are left in a state of total shock and confusion by the sudden outburst. A massive explosion erupts with a deafening kaboom, but Xiumin manages to grab Xion and shield her from the blast. A voice remarks that they should have been killed right at that moment, claiming this is the price for not tying up loose ends while the chance remained. A new group of intruders arrives on the scene. Leading them is the sunglasses-wearing dealer, whose appearance resembles to Chi-Yu. With a confident grin, he declares that they will show the investigators how things are really done. Sejun suddenly calls out the name of his conceal skill, as his staff erupts with a bright flash of light. As Xiu mockingly acknowledges their arrival, asking if they are the rest of the squad, Sejun observes that the mana capacity of their new enemies is incomparable to anyone they've faced before, noting they are at least A+ in terms of strength. Xiu approaches with a steady step, mockingly remarking that the investigators saved them the trouble of having to find them. He stares ahead and asks if the newcomer is the leader of the group. The dealer recognizes his opponents as the guildmasters of Imperium and Azure Bloom, noting that they caught onto their scheme very quickly. He notes that they are dealing with 2 S-rank hunters and their lackey, declaring that they should kill them all right here and now. With a loud snap of his fingers, he tells Xiumin there is no need for them to give him any answers. Several vials hit the floor with a loud clatter, shattering into pieces. The dealer declares with a deranged smile that the investigators will all be leaving the facility in body bags as his group lunges forward. Sejun tells his team to leave the enemy's backline to him, while Yohwa prepares to provide covering fire with her bow. A massive battle erupts as both sides charge into the fray, clashing head-on with tremendous force, turning the entire area into a battlefield. Xiumin mockingly observes that his opponent's martial arts look familiar, but their sloppy movements prove their master must have been terrible. The enemy leader is seen seething with intense rage, his eye twitching in anger behind his sunglasses. Calling him a bastard, the leader lunges forward with blue lightning crackling around his fist. A massive explosion rocks the facility with a loud boom, as the leader's powerful strike connects. Yohwa Kong urgently calls out to her master while drawing her bow with a sharp twang. The leader grunts in pain as he is struck, with a dark substance splattering from the impact. Infuriated, the dealer declares they've done it now while gathering a swirling vortex of blue energy as lackeys move in the background. A colossal crystalline explosion erupts, leaving Yohwa to wonder in shock if he just fueled his attack with the power of her own skill. An assassin swooshes in from behind, mocking Yohwa for dozing off, and telling her she must have a death wish. Sijunmin's shield blocks the blade with a loud clang. He tells Yohwa to focus on taking care of the small fries, while lackeys lie defeated around him. Sijun yells for Siu to get up and get moving, while Siu notes to himself that the enemy is using a very strange skill. Siumin casually scratches his head and tells Sijun to stop nagging him. With a small smile, Siu reflects on how his body finally remembers what it's like to fight as a team. He considers how they sometimes struggle and snap at each other, but ultimately fight in perfect harmony to overwhelm their adversaries. Adjusting his glasses, Sijun asks the others if they are finally finished warming up. Yohwa gives a confident smirk as she prepares for the next round. Surrounded by a massive red magical seal, Siumin boldly declares that they will finish off their enemies in 10 minutes. Siumin darted across the battlefield, weaving around his opponent with blinding speed, striking from multiple angles. With a heavy wham, Siumin delivers a powerful blow that sends the enemy leader reeling, causing him to cough up blood in total shock. Siumin reveals that he is fully aware his opponent has been trying to bait him into using his most powerful moves. With a quick step, Siumin moves past his foe and correctly identifies that the enemy's skill is concentrated entirely in his right hand. Infuriated, the leader screams for him to shut up while unleashing a powerful voom of blue lightning from his fist. Siumin slides away as a massive bomb rocks the area. He analyzes the enemy's technique, realizing it is a counter skill designed to collect energy from incoming attacks. He notes that the skill then sends that collected energy right back at the attacker with a sharp crack. The enemy leader curses in frustration as his defense crumbles and his glasses are knocked away. With a mocking smile, Siumin boldly declares that his opponent has officially been disarmed. A series of massive explosions rock the facility as Siumin unleashes a devastating assault, hitting the ground with thunderous bams, poushes, and booms. The enemy leader pants heavily, struggling to catch his breath while clutching his shoulder. He is left in total disbelief, questioning how someone he considers trash could possibly be this strong. He continues his shocked inquiry, demanding to know how Siumin managed to reach the legendary heights of Asura. Siumin asks his opponent if he is confused about how he can use Asura so skillfully. With a heavy spam, Siumin delivers a crushing blow to the leader's stomach. He calmly reveals that he is the one who originally created the technique. The leader lets out a pained scream as he is sent skidding across the cracked floor from the force of the impact. A massive blast echoes through the room as the Siumin's right hand erupts with an intense glow of red crackling energy. Siumin stands composed and offers an explanation, though he doubts his opponent will understand since he only relies on basic awakening skills. He explains that mana can be manifested in any form, depending on how one uses their mana center. He notes that he grouped these forms under the name Asura, admitting he never expected the technique to spread far enough to create an entire sect. Realizing they are on the verge of defeat, the leader panics and decides he must immediately secure an escape route to survive. He frantically calls out for Member 1 to join him, but his subordinate is suddenly blasted away with a loud spoush. Siumin suddenly appears directly behind the fleeing leader, mockingly asking if he is getting distracted during their fight. Siumin launches a rapid-fire assault, striking with a series of powerful red energy slashes that hit with multiple loud pows. The leader is sent flying and hits a stone wall with a massive slam, leaving the surface heavily cracked. Siumin reaches down and picks up a discarded blue vial from the floor. As he walks forward, Siumin expresses his disappointment, noting that he took the time to answer the leader's question only to be met with an attempt to flee. He declares that since they won't cooperate, he will be the one asking the questions from this point forward as he stands over his defeated foe. Siumin looks down at the defeated lackeys and tells the leader that he is going to answer every single question on behalf of his fallen comrades. Sejun and Yohwa watch in utter disbelief, while the enemy leader struggles to accept the reality unfolding before him, wondering what kind of monster Siumin truly is. Standing over the slumped leader, Siumin notes that the man clearly wasn't listening to him at all. He roughly clenches the leader's face, declaring that he will be the one asking the questions from now on. He mocks the man for resisting, asking why he's suddenly chickening out now after forcing his own subordinates to use the drugs he once proudly claimed were the pride of his gang. Forcing a vial toward the coughing leader's mouth, Siumin drops the jokes and notes that he knows the man is refusing to swallow the enhancer because he knows exactly how dangerous it is. He demands that the leader spill everything about who created and distributed the substances if he wants to live. The drooling leader retorts that Siumin is just a pig wasting his time, claiming that nothing he does will change anything. Looking at the shattered vials on the floor, the leader asserts that this is a world of survival of the fittest, where only the power of awakened skills has mattered since the gates first opened. Clenching his fist, The leader explains that people have been taking any poison or drug available just to gain power. He asks if Xiumin really thinks raiding a few merchants will make a difference. Xiumin listens silently as the leader predicts that as long as the world remains unchanged, these drugs will continue to return over and over again. The leader screams with conviction that the weak exist only to be used by the strong, claiming their substance is a gift that allows feeble people to burn bright for at least a moment. Xiumin clenches the man's throat, telling him to spare him the nonsense and asking what it matters even if he is right. With a terrifying shadowed expression, Xiumin coldly informs the leader that to him, he is nothing more than a weakling. A sickening crunch echoes through the room as the leader coughs up blood from a heavy blow. A glowing healing magic circle forms beneath the leader as Xiumin uses a restorative spell to keep him alive. Staring down at him, he coldly declares that this is his final warning, ordering the man to answer his questions before he is eaten alive. He demands to know who manufactured the illegal enhancers, and who is responsible for their distribution. A pained scream rings out from the room as the interrogation continues. Sijun and Yohwa wait in the warehouse, with Yohwa holding the sleeping Scion. As Yohwa looks toward her master, with a pensive expression, Sijun calls out to her, drawing her attention away from her thoughts. He asks Yohwa whether she thinks Xiumin has changed significantly since his 10-year disappearance. While he acknowledges that a decade of experiences would naturally change anyone, he admits that he still can't shake the feeling that there's something different about him. Yohwa agrees that Xiumin has become much stronger over the past 10 years, but she also notes that he has grown far more ruthless than he used to be. She points out that Xiumin spent an entire century in another dimension, more than enough time to completely reshape a person and change the way they see the world. Sejun admits that sometimes Xiu's actions make him question if he's even human anymore. Yohwa remains confident that her master is the same person at his core and believes he will rediscover what he lost as he moves forward. Xiumin startles them as he returns, asking if they were just talking about him being lost. Sejun quickly changes the subject and asks if Xiu learned anything useful, but Xiumin rubs his face and admits he didn't uncover much. Looking at the fallen fiend slayers, Xiumin reveals that the interrogated thug claimed the distribution started everywhere at once and that Asia's main hub is located in the neighboring nation to the west. Xiumin explains that the man exploded before he could reveal anything else, and even his restoration magic couldn't save him. He suspects the man was bound by a mana oath or some kind of confidentiality contract. Sijun suggests they head back, hoping Mr. Huang found more leads while stopping the other criminals from fleeing. Looking at the young girl, Sijun asks what they should do with her. Yohwa decides they should take her along to search for her parents, noting that if they can't find them, they must at least find a safe place for her to stay. Xiumin stresses the urgency of shutting down the operation before the enhancer spread uncontrollably. He notes that since the criminals were already scrambling, they likely knew the HMCS was coming, meaning this abandoned factory was probably just a decoy. He recalls the thug's information about the Asian hub being in the neighboring nation to the west. He concludes that if that is true, there must be a local distribution center in Korea managing everything on their end. The scene shifts to the Abyss Private Club, a high-end venue where music thumps and the crowd bounces to the beat. Inside the club, a shocked Qianzhang receives news that the factory has been taken down. Member Zero confirms the report, explaining that the HMCS successfully surrounded and raided the facility's interior. He adds that because of the raid, Lei Yu, who is overseeing the trade, and most of the fiend slayers are now unreachable. Qianzhang then asks about the status of Qi Yu. The subordinate reports that Qi Yu is extremely agitated over the disappearance of his twin brother, Lei Yu, but is still holding his position exactly as the Great Master commanded. Qianzhang curses the situation, calling it the absolute worst since he was planning to catch his return flight the next day. He taps his feet in a nervous frenzy. Suddenly, Qianzhang lets out a terrified shriek as his phone begins to vibrate loudly on the table. Qianzhang is on the phone, looking panicked and sweating as he calls out to the Great Master. The Great Master, dressed in a red-patterned robe, notes that his men reported a trade setback in Korea. Standing before a massive window overlooking the city, Qianzhang nervously confirms that he launched operations across multiple regions as ordered, which caught the attention of the authorities. The Master calmly agrees that it has indeed. The Master reveals that they were actually the ones who leaked the information to the foolish HMCS hunters. A stunned Qianzhang asks for clarification, but the Master explains that with operations running throughout the country, taking over the market is only a matter of time. He claims that losing a hub or two is like tossing the hunters a bone to keep their investigation distracted by the factory for a while. The Master orders Clown to handle the distribution, while telling Qianzhang to continue moving shipments in bulk regardless of the risks. Qianzhong worries that such aggressive moves will draw the HMCS's attention too quickly, especially since they have lost contact with Lei Yu and the Fiend Slayers at the warehouse. However, the master tells him there is no need to worry. He explains that everyone involved is bound by a confidentiality contract that carries the price of life if broken, meaning the hunters won't learn anything even from those in custody. He points out that since all capable Korean hunters died 10 years ago, Qianzhong only needs to guard one specific location. With a sinister smile, the master reveals the name of that place is the Abyss. The scene reviews the mission's results, noting that various traders, distributors, and non-awakened substance addicts were apprehended at the abandoned factory. The director continues, stating that the trading hub was successfully dismantled. While the director would usually commend such work, there is a major issue. He points out that every single individual involved in selling the illegal enhancers to the awakened was killed during the raid. Inside the HMCS branch director's office, Jong-gu nervously explains that there was no other option. He reports that the perpetrators went into a total frenzy after consuming the enhancers, making it impossible to bring them in alive. Jong-gu adds that they procured many intact samples and uncovered critical intel about the distribution originating from a neighboring country. However, the director remains unimpressed, questioning if this sloppy result was really the best the team could do despite having solid intelligence. Jong-gu asks with all due respect what they are supposed to do, questioning if the director wants them to file a complaint against the Imperium and Azure Bloom guilds. The director responds with a pained groan. The director turns his attention to another team, asking if they found anything useful during their own investigation. The investigators report that while they have started, no substantial leads have been found as the felons are now laying low. They explain that they identified suspects in the southern district, but lost them after encountering heavy resistance. Letting out a frustrated sigh, the director erupts into a loud shout, demanding that his staff finally start pulling their weight. Chungwon asks if the substances are truly as widespread as reported, noting that the team is already overwhelmed by the everyday chaos caused by awakened criminals. The director aggressively asks if Chungwon thinks the main headquarters is lying, pointing out that even the Japanese branch is on high alert. Chungwon tries to stammer a response. The director rants about being watched closely by the main HQ. He explains that while they have samples, they lack the tools to analyze them and must send them to international headquarters. He dismisses the intel about the neighboring country as useless without concrete evidence, refusing to present such sloppy results to the higher-ups. Subordinates whisper among themselves, wondering if climbing the ranks is all the director cares about. They note he has been obsessed with his reputation ever since bringing in the powerful newcomer. The director suddenly screams, demanding to know where Hunter Min is. Jong-gu nervously tries to answer. It is revealed that Seo-min took the day off, claiming he had a lot of personal matters to take care of. Standing outside a large new home with Seon, Yeohwa, and Si-jun, Seo-min is asked how he likes the place. Seo-min admits he really likes the house, but asks if they are certain he can just take it like this. Yeohwa insists it is the least they can do after everything he has done for them. She tells him he deserves a home of his own, and points out that many more people are relying on him now. Si-jun notes the growing group around Seo, including the two men crashing at the office, the devoted Ha-min-chu, and the young girl he chose to take in. Seo-min explains that while he looked for the best place for Seon, he realized she might struggle to fit in elsewhere since she awakened naturally without ever entering the tower. Yeohwa tells Sion that her talent is very rare and asks her to be a good girl for Seo, promising to visit every day. Sion happily replies that she likes the tall, red-haired lady. Si-jun Min adjusts his glasses and mentions that while he and Yeohwa split the cost of the new house, the high price makes him feel justified in treating it as his second home. Yeohwa Kang excitedly asks Seon if she wants to go look inside with her. Seo-min watches with a smirk, realizing that this was likely Yeohwa's true motive for buying the house all along. The group stands together in the spacious yard of the modern building. Seo-min looks around in wonder, questioning if this is officially their new hideout. His mind shifts into a flashback of their old hideout. Yeohwa is thrilled by the size of the place and asks if they will each get separate rooms. Min-jun-jung expresses his concern, asking his master to confirm that he didn't just claim a random empty house, since they are currently in the middle of a war. Si-jun adds with a smirk that he is certain that's the case, noting that Seo doesn't have the money to afford a home like this. But to everyone's shock, one of his disciples turns out to be none other than the infamous Great Master, the drug dealer. Crossing his arms, he reminds the group that their primary objective is to repel the demons. He then questions whether there is a specific reason Seo-min insists on having them all live in such close quarters. Seo-min reaches out and gives his disciple a firm pat on the head. He explains that he made the decision because he wants all of them to remain within arm's reach. allowing him to personally protect them if anything happens. With a determined and warm smile, Xiumin declares his vow to keep his family safe no matter what happens. Yohwa tells the others to stop being so feisty and encourages them to go check out their rooms, pointing out that they even have proper beds. As he is led away, Xiumin's disciple retorts that Xiumin isn't their parent. Xiumin reflects on his past, thinking about how he endured 100 years in the other world while clinging to fragmented memories in the hope of bringing them back to life one day. Yet deep down, he quietly admits a painful truth to himself. In the end, he failed to save one of his own. The group continues to walk toward the house together, with Yohwa leading Xion by the hand. Xiumin stares ahead with a focused and serious expression, thinking to himself that this time, things will be different. Xion looks back at Xiumin and observes that he is walking very slowly. Xiumin lets out a small scoff and gives a knowing smirk, thinking that Pret is in for one hell of a surprise. The team heads toward the front door as the sun begins to set, with Xiumin following behind and acknowledging that he is coming. Later that night, Xion is shown fast asleep in her new bed, clutching her teddy bear. In another room, Xiumin makes a phone call to Jonggu. Xiumin asks Jonggu for clarification on whether the drugs are connected to the demons, and what the private lab reported on the matter. Jonggu reports that the enhancers contain a unique shape of mana that researchers have never seen before. However, he explains there is no certainty that it is demonic energy, just because the patterns are different. He concludes that it would be incorrect to assume they are related to demons based on the current evidence. He points out that even if demonic energy was used, that type of mana isn't rare anymore and can likely be purchased at the Eclipse Sanctuary. He notes that the lab's conclusion aligns with the findings from the main HQ. Jonggu whispers that people are being extremely cautious with what they say about demons, noting that no country wants to risk stirring up trouble over mere rumors. Xiumin notes the information and tells Jonggu he will see him at the headquarters tomorrow before the call ends with a loud beep. Xiumin titches in frustration, noting that the demon bastards have managed to earn humanity's trust over the last decade. He begins to rummage through boxes of documents, questioning why it is so hard to find leads when the mana patterns and the involvement of half-demons clearly point toward demons and demonic energy. He feels as though he is being pulled further off track. Xiumin reviews a book and notes that there has been absolutely no mention of pandemonium either. He worries that at this rate, the entire investigation is bound to hit a wall. He gives a locked journal a light tap, wondering if Minjin might have researched demonic energy when he was still alive. Xiumin sits at his desk and prepares to use his laptop, with the locked journal resting nearby. A series of clicks and taps are heard as Xiumin searches for information on demonic energy and Minjin Zhong. He successfully finds Minjin's research blog, which features a post titled, "The Link Between Soil Pollution and Demonic Energy." However, he is frustrated to find that the blog has been set to private, with the owner restricting access due to sensitive information. In a small, angry form, Xiumin yells in frustration, noting that Minjin was always so particular about security. He takes a closer look at the blog's URL and notices the name Minjin_IZIZ at the end, questioning the significance of the IZIZ part. Xiumin sits in quiet contemplation, wondering if the name could just be a coincidence or something more. A loud knock sounds at the door, and Xion peeks inside, asking Xiu what he is doing. Xiumin is surprised to see her and mentions he didn't know she was awake. Xion simply replies that she knocked before entering. He tells Xion to go back to sleep, warning her that she won't grow taller if she stays up so late. Xion counters that the ghosts allowed her to hear his phone call and points out that he is staying up late as well. A shocked and staggering Chibi Xiumin wonders if he is ever going to have any privacy again. Xion adds that the ghosts always told her everything when she was in the sewers as well. Xion explains that the ghosts told her exactly what the scary uncles were saying before Xiumin arrived. Xiumin leans in with interest and asks if she can really tell him what they said. Xion twitches and remains silent for a moment as she prepares to share the information. The intel from the scary uncles is revealed. Chan Zheng has arrived at the airport, the goods are currently in the abyss, and the plan is to spread them across all regions. A blue-haired C-rank hunter runs desperately through a dark alleyway, but loses his footing and stumbles. He lets out a pained groan as he slams hard against a wall, completely cornered. The hunter looks up in shock as his pursuers announce they have finally caught him. Two guild members look down at him with smug expressions, mocking him for having the nerve to steal from their guild's gate, despite being a worthless C-rank. Trembling with fear and desperation, the hunter claims he had no choice because he needed money to buy the substance. One of the antagonists notices the hunter pulling something out, but the other dismisses it, claiming the weakling can't actually do anything. With a crazed look in his eyes, the hunter prepares to use a vial, declaring that as long as he has it, his enemies are nothing. A massive, violent explosion erupts, consuming everything in a blinding flash of fire. The news of the disaster spreads quickly. A tablet displays the explosion, noting that incidents involving illegal enhancers for the Awakened are beginning to surface. At the HMCS main HQ, an emergency leadership meeting is called to address the crisis. A leader expresses deep concern, stating they must put out these fires early before the cases spread like wildfire in the blink of an eye. Director Leonie acknowledges that while all branches are working hard, the current situation is less than desirable. She asks the room if anyone has made any real progress in the investigations. Won Cargill brings up the abandoned factory case in Korea, causing branch director Gyunho Bak to flinch in visible discomfort. He points out that the reports show no significant discoveries were made. Another official adds that the case is particularly noteworthy because it involves a hunter who was personally appointed as a close associate of the vice chairman. Another official presses the issue, arguing that it is quite a bold claim for entry-level staff to assert that a distribution hub exists in a neighboring nation. He then openly questions whether Sir Blackwood is truly committed to carrying out the will of the former chairman. A representative from the Middle East Division snaps back, questioning the mention of the ex-chairman's will, when Hwan's faction prioritizes gate business over their true duty. Won Cargill intervenes to stop the arguing, suggesting that the vice chairman likely has his own plans for the situation. He gives a manipulative smile and suggests appointing the new hunter as the executive investigator for the case in Korea, noting that he might surprise them. He then puts branch director Gyunho Bak on the spot, asking him what he thinks of the proposal. Caught completely off guard, Gyunho Bak stammers in confusion, while Edwin Blackwood remains silent. 2 days later, at the HMCS Korean headquarters, Jung-gu is shocked to learn that Soo-min is being made the executive investigator. Jung-gu points out that since the case has gone public, it seems like the higher-ups are setting Soo up as a scapegoat to take the blame if things go wrong. Soo agrees, noting it is obvious they don't expect him to succeed, and that he is just caught in the middle of power struggles within the main HQ. Soo-min believes he can turn the situation to his advantage and asks Jung-gu to look into something for him. Looking at a document, Jung-gu asks what the Abyss is. Soo explains that it is the testimony of a girl from the abandoned factory. He admits he doesn't know what the Abyss is, but feels it will be a crucial keyword for the investigation. Jung-gu notes that they haven't finished the current investigation yet, and argues that the Abyss could be anything, like a bar, restaurant, or even a company. Soo doubts it will take long to find the location, and suggests they make full use of their official jurisdiction. Jung-gu is stressed because a nationwide search is a massive undertaking, even in a small country. He points out that the Abyss might not be a registered business if it deals in illegal goods, or it could even be a password rather than an official name. Soo-min considers this and prepares to make a new suggestion. He suggests requesting cooperation from all 7 guilds of the heptagram, which leaves Jung-gu in total shock. Jung-gu stammers that the case is still a secret investigation, but Soo insists they can keep the details vague since their priority is stopping the drug distribution before it spreads. A crying Jung-gu asks if Soo really expects prideful guilds to stop raiding gates to help them, adding that the branch director will surely interfere. Soo dismisses the concern, stating that as the executive investigator, the director can't stop him. Soo notes that Yohwa and Saijin are already participating, so they only need to convince 5 more guilds. Jung-gu mutters that those 2 only joined because they are already closely connected to Soo. Soo-min slams his hand on the desk, telling Jung-gu to stop whining and contact the guilds immediately because they don't have time for negotiations or sugarcoating. He warns that every hunter in Korea could end up addicted to the drugs if they don't act. He tells Jung-gu to just do it, promising to handle any aftermath himself. At the Blue House inside the president's office, Lee-soo Choi greets Gillian, noting it has been a while since they last met. Gillian, the current guildmaster of Infinitum, silently bows in respect. While writing at his desk, the president asks if she is there on a matter related to her guild. Gillian presents a document explaining that the HMCS has formally requested the cooperation of all heptagram guilds in connection with a specific case. The president raises an eyebrow and questions what case the document is referring to. The document explains that the details remain classified. However, the guilds have been asked to assist in gathering evidence from locations where hunters or criminals reportedly went berserk or experienced sudden surges in power. It further notes that the HMCS emphasized that the operation has been fully authorized by international headquarters. Lee-soo Choi finds it audacious for a weak investigation organization to ask for the heptagram's help without offering anything in return. He drops the papers, suspecting that this is the influence of the rabid hound, who seems to be resuming his activities without any hesitation. With a smirk, he tells Gillian to do as she pleases, since Infinitum is her guild now. Gillian silently begins taking notes on her clipboard. Back at the office, Jong-gu is surprised to hear that a guild sent a handwritten note of rejection. Sung-ah Kim confirms that Infinitum and Frost Soul declined to cooperate, but the remaining guilds have agreed to help and are currently transferring information. Jong-gu sighs in relief, admitting he is surprised by the success, as he expected every guild to refuse except for Imperium and Azure Bloom. Seo-min enters and asks for an update. Jong-gu tells him he is just in time and prepares to show him the list of cooperating guilds. While reviewing the list, Seo-min asks how rare it is for hunters to leave their guilds to join the HMCS. The investigator replies that it isn't actually all that rare. She explains that while the pay and prestige are lower than in guilds, the HMCS offers stability as a public organization, and many join out of a commitment to justice. She then asks why he is curious. Seo-min lists the names of the Gumgang, White Lion, and Salabi guilds. He orders them to keep a close watch on the hunters from those specific guilds, warning that there may be rats within their own ranks attempting to leak sensitive information. The investigator is visibly shocked by the accusation. Jong-gu asks what that has to do with the guilds that are currently helping them. Seo explains that the drug distributors have a lot to gain, and that a massive operation like this likely involves an organization on par with the large guilds. He points out that their requests for cooperation were very one-sided, meaning no one would accept them unless they had a personal gain or a specific reason to help. Based on that, Seo assumes the guilds are only cooperating because they see a chance for profit. Jong-gu acknowledges the point with a nod. At that moment, Sung-ah Kim enters the room and calls out, drawing everyone's attention to her. She excitedly announces that she has found it. She reveals that she has found the place she suspects to be the Abyss. The scene opens on a quiet city street at night as the investigation intensifies. Inside a private lounge, an HMCS identification card rests on the table, as a shocked voice demands to know whether the Abyss has truly been discovered. A subordinate reports to Qian Zhang, explaining that the investigators have uncovered leads in Gangbuk, but haven't mobilized yet. He presents a list of the specific investigators who were dispatched to the abandoned factory case. Qian Zhang is visibly frustrated, complaining that he heard the Korean branch was incompetent. He wonders how they managed to catch on to their operations so quickly, especially since he was just getting started with selling the enhancers. He asks if the authorities are planning an ambush, but the subordinate admits they don't have the details yet, only knowing that a special team has been formed. Qian Zhang sharply orders him to go find out the specifics. Qian Zhang warns his subordinate to pull his weight, asking if he would rather give up this profitable opportunity to go back to being a government drone selling his soul for pennies. The subordinate mentions a rumor that the main investigators from the abandoned factory case are officially joining the new task force. Qian Zhang contemplates this information, noting that one of the members is the controversial hire who has a direct connection to the HMCS vice chairman. He tells his subordinate to get moving and keep him informed of any new developments, promising to transfer the money immediately. Chi-yu enters the room, acknowledging that he was called. Qian Zhang hands over the list that Chi-yu had previously requested. He warns Chi-yu to stay in line and not do anything reckless for the time being. Chi-yu is surprised by the order and asks why he needs to wait. Qian Zhang explains that while he understands Chi-yu wants to avenge his little brother, the organization is currently in a bad spot. He tells him that something big is coming, so he must be patient and wait for the right chance. Chi-yu asks what is coming, and Qian Zhang reveals that the HMCS has officially found out about the Abyss. He admits he has no clue how the information leaked, but suspects they might have a double dipper among them. Chi-yu asks if the Great Master has said anything yet. Qian Zhang replies that he hasn't informed him, but knowing the Master, he will act as soon as he hears the news. He then tells Chi-yu to go and inform the Master personally. Qian Zhang makes a phone call to Clown, telling him they have a major problem. Outside of Korea, Clown notes that the situation is off to a strong start, but not in a good way. He relaxes in the back of a car, asking what is going on, since he thought everyone was already swarmed with work. When he is told the Abyss has been found, Clown flinches in shock. Qian Zhang explains that the HMCS has been aggressively pursuing them since the factory case. He notes that while they have informants, it isn't enough, and he asks if Clown can lend a hand. Clown mockingly asks whether he's being recruited as both a traveling salesperson and a cleanup crew. He argues that it's a huge commitment with no obvious reward. In response, Qian Zhang points out that his group can simply take their goods and walk away if they choose. However, he warns that Clown has far more at stake, as he stands to lose a great deal if the Abyss is ever shut down. Clown replies that they can always build a new base of operations, and points out that Qian Zhang also has the most at stake in the Abyss as well. He notes that there is no place better than the Abyss to distribute drugs, and that Qian Zhang should know that better than anyone. Qianzhang bites his thumb in frustration while talking on the phone. Clown steps out of a car and makes a demand, stating that if they want his group on board, they must sell the future shipment at half price in the abyss. He believes this is the kind of deal that will keep them quiet and working. Qianzhang tells him to hold on, as he needs to discuss the offer with the Great Master. Clown tells him not to bother. Qianzhang is shocked and asks what he is doing. Clown walks toward a large building at night and declares that he will ask the Great Master himself. Clown enters the luxurious room and pauses in surprise, remarking that the person looks even better than he expected. He steps forward and greets the Great Master. The Great Master stands with his back turned before slowly turning his head to see who has arrived. Clown walks through the room and reports that he just got word that the abyss has been discovered. He admits the Korean branch of HMCS is much more competent than they expected, and notes that things aren't looking great for them. Despite the setback, he admits that the Great Master's idea of leaking false information to the investigators was quite interesting. The Great Master begins to walk away and tells Clown that he has said enough. He reminds Clown that he is speaking to the Great Master and asks if he really thought he was unaware of what has been happening around them. The Great Master asks about the Korean merchant. He accuses Clown and his group of being part of the same affiliation as those who requested the distribution of the illegal enhancers. The Great Master crosses his arms and states that he doesn't care about their goals or who's pulling the strings behind them. He warns them to know that all roads to the underworld pass through him. He looks on with a serious expression and explains that they take a business tolerance fee, while the other party gets to pursue their goals, stating it is as simple as that. Clown grins, stating that he expected nothing less from the Great Master, whom he calls Heaven's equal and the sovereign of Asia's underworld. He acknowledges that their goal is simple, distributing the substance. However, he hints that there is more to the plan. He warns that while they are formidable in the back alleys, the HMCS of Dragon's Land is no pushover, and trouble will follow if they are caught. Clown adds that matters are worse because Korea's HMCS sent a letter of cooperation to the heptagram, the nation's top 7 guilds. He notes things are getting heated, but the Great Master tells him to get to the point. Clown suggests holding a meeting to rally major criminal organizations across East Asia and host a conference in the abyss. He claims no one would dare turn down an invitation from the Great Master. He proposes handing out free sample enhancers to promote their business and have a good time. Clown notes that while the plan might draw in some people who can't read the room just to save their own skins, he believes that by then, they will have gathered enough people to bulldoze any special investigation team in their way. The Great Master asks whether Clown is suggesting that they give their enemies hell before their base of operations is wiped out. He points out that cleaning up the aftermath would be no easy task, but Clown declares that he lives by a simple principle: an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Clown takes his leave, saying they look forward to the Great Master's eager participation. The Great Master stares silently at the city lights below in quiet contemplation. In a memory, the Great Master stands beside a hospital bed, next to a woman who addresses him as Anlu. He tells her to call him brother instead, but she simply laughs, saying that he never changes and always seems more attached to his titles than to his own name. He desperately tells her it isn't the end and to hold on. He vows to find a way to make money, noting that strength is all it takes now, so he will become stronger than anyone to cure her disease. He promises that once she is well again, they will go back to their country, as that is what she wanted. She softly calls out to her brother with a weak expression. She says she doesn't need money and only wishes for him to build something else. Her final wish is for him to build a happier family as she smiles one last time. In another memory, a younger Xiumin asks him if he wants to become his disciple. He answers that he needs power to seize what he wants and to protect those precious to him. He tells Xiumin that he is the strongest person he's ever seen and that he wants to surpass him. Through tears, he vows that he will never lose his loved ones ever again. He looks out at the city in the present, thinking to himself that it is all just a hollow recollection. He clenches his fists, reflecting on how he is now drowning in wealth and has attained great power. Despite his success, he realizes with a grim expression that there is nothing left to protect. He turns his attention to someone nearby and calls out to them. As the door creaks open, a subordinate answers. The Great Master orders him to inform every organization of their plans. He declares that they will be holding a conference in Korea. The scene shifts to an HMCS building. Inside a private conference room, Xiumin stands at the head of a long conference table as he begins the operational briefing for the investigation into the abyss. He introduces himself as a member of the Gangbok team who has been assigned as the temporary lead investigator for the case involving illegal enhancers for the Awakened. He acknowledges that some people might have a problem with a random nobody like him being in charge. He bluntly suggests that anyone with an issue should file an official complaint with the main headquarters. He adds that he plans to keep the session short because they are running out of time. A projector clicks on, showing a membership-based club resort in Incheon known as the Abyss. As Yeowa Kong listens intently, Seomin explains that they believe this location is the primary distributor of illegal enhancers in Asia. He notes that it also serves as the central base of operations for the organization that first brought the substance into Korea. He reveals that the true owner of the establishment is still unknown. He explains that the person officially registered as the owner is just a figurehead from a different country. He also mentions that they have found many instances where clubs affiliated with this organization were involved in trading common illegal drugs. Sejun Min points out that the fact a suspicious place like this could operate for so long suggests the owners were very proactive in their lobbying efforts. Jonggu agrees and states they are currently compiling a list of government officials suspected of taking bribes. He explains that once this operation is over, the HMCS will work with law enforcement to conduct a thorough investigation. Moving on, Seomin explains that video footage from a car scrapyard provided critical insights about the Abyss. He notes that the distributors seem to be well aware of their investigative network, which strongly suggests there is an insider within their own ranks. He looks over the group, explaining that this is why he called this secret HQ-approved meeting, consisting only of the people he trusts most. He emphasizes that speed is the key to this case, stating their goal is to eliminate the primary distribution hub in a single strike. Jonggu and Hamanchu listen as Seomin warns that the Abyss is heavily guarded since it is the central hub for the substance operation. He explains that by tracking their movements, they have confirmed that most of them are affiliated with criminal organizations. An investigator with blue hair notes that there is a high likelihood that criminal awakened are stationed inside and prepared for battle. He asks if that is why Seomin requested help from the heptagram. Seomin confirms this and emphasizes that all participants must keep every detail of the operation strictly confidential. He warns that the details must be kept secret even from other HMCS agents and the guildmasters who have pledged their support. As Jonggu types on his laptop, Seomin states that the date, time, and all other specifics will only be revealed on the actual day of the operation. An investigator acknowledges the urgency, but asks why the guildmasters of Imperium and Azure Bloom are receiving special treatment. Looking at Sejun and Yeowa, the investigator expresses his hope that this is not a matter of favoritism. Seomin explains that those two guilds have known about the enhancers through international cases since before they even reached Korea. He notes that this is why he called for their help during the abandoned factory case. The investigator nods and admits that the explanation sounds fair. Seomin tells the team that the background information is concluded and prepares to share the final details. With a serious expression, he officially introduces Operation Doberman. Inside a private lounge, 3 guildmasters sit around a coffee table, where one of them remarks on how frustrating the current situation has become. Letting out a tired sigh, Jaewon Ryu complains that while he understands this is an assignment from a public organization, he finds it unacceptable that they are expected to sit around outside while investigators whisper behind closed doors. He gestures toward the others, pointing out that they aren't from some third-rate guilds and shouldn't be treated with such lack of transparency, which prompts a dry laugh from one of his colleagues. Young-Hoo Do sternly tells Jaewon that if he was going to complain, he shouldn't have accepted the request in the first place. He reminds him that since he chose to help, he should stay quiet and do what he came there to do, noting that they are all there for the public good. Jaewon Ryu lets out a small scoff and crosses his arms in response, while Seong-il Choi sits quietly nearby as the tension in the room lingers. Seong-il Choi admits that the Blade Master has a point, but he notes that, just as Jaewon said, this situation is not exactly pleasant for them. As Seong-il contemplates why the Infinitum and Frost Soul guilds declined to cooperate, Seomin enters the room with a clipboard and apologizes for keeping them waiting. Looking focused and professional, Seomin officially introduces himself as the lead investigator for the case. Seomin sincerely thanks the guildmasters for accepting the request, despite their busy schedules. Jaewon Ryu tells him not to mention it. Seomin prepares to begin the briefing, explaining that he needs to provide them with a notice as an official statement, but promises that it is straightforward. As Young-Hoo Do reviews the documents, it is revealed that the operation aims to neutralize a trading hub for illegal enhancers used by the Awakened. Seomin adds that they will provide the exact date and time within a week of finalization. Seong-il Choi looks over the papers with a troubled expression as Seomin explains that he has outlined the required manpower for the mission. He adds that he would greatly appreciate it if they could form teams for immediate deployment, ideally with the guildmasters leading the teams themselves. Stunned by the scale of the request, Song-il stammers that the conditions are rather extreme. Xiumin gestures toward the group, coolly stating that he anticipated large guilds like theirs would find it relatively easy to meet these requirements. He then adds that if it proves to be too challenging, they should let him know at any time. Jawan Ryu smirks and remarks that while his expectations were low, the current situation is far beyond what he imagined. He acknowledges Xiumin as the great newcomer who famously cleared the Tower of Tutorials in just 5 days. Jawan Ryu asks Xiumin if it's true that he is a hunter who went missing 10 years ago. He notes that although most records have been erased, Xiumin appears to have been a major figure, possibly one of the legendary Supreme Masters. With a provocative smile, Jiwan asks where Xiu has been all this time and what prompted his sudden reappearance as a fresh recruit, who is now turning the investigation organization upside down. Xiumin composedly replies that starting as a recruit was only natural regardless of his past, and he fails to see how any of his history relates to the current case. Gyeonghu Do is visibly surprised, questioning the mention of the Supreme Masters. Seong-il Choi's gaze sharpens as his mind drifts back to the events of a decade ago. He recalls the time when the world was in chaos from the gates and the war against demons, wondering if the Supreme Masters aren't the legendary veterans from that period. Turning to leave, Xiumin states that they now have the official statements and requests that they contact the task force as soon as they are ready to proceed. As Xiumin leaves the room, Jawan Ryu casually calls out a farewell. Without slowing down, Xiumin continues on his way, his attention focused on the phone call he is currently engaged in. Jiwan Ryu leans back with an intrigued grin, finding it fascinating that a legend like Xiumin was lost to time and completely forgotten by the world. At the same time, the scene shifts to the tall building of the HMCS Japanese headquarters. Inside the building, an investigator urgently calls out to his superior. The investigator reports that they have received word of an illegal enhancer being found in a recent riot case. Hikari Hayakawa reacts with frustration, noting that the substances have finally arrived. She warns that if they don't act quickly, the problem will spread like wildfire. Hikari asks for an update on the search for the main perpetrator. The investigator explains that according to their intel, the leader of Akai Kitsune, who instigated the riot, is currently outside of Japan. Hikari pauses in thought, finding the information to be quite odd. She notes that many leaders of large-scale criminal organizations have been leaving Japan lately and wonders if these events are related. Kumo runs toward Hikari, announcing that they have just received an official document from the international headquarters. Hikari asks for clarification, and Kumo confirms that it appears to be a directive regarding the investigation into illegal enhancers. After a moment of silence, Hikari tells Kumo to pack his things because they will be boarding a plane. Kumo is left stunned by the sudden order. Holding the tablet with a determined and sharp grin, Hikari declares that the time has finally come for her to settle a debt. Xiumin expresses his frustration to Edward over the phone, complaining that he's far too busy to be sent to the airport. He continues to argue that greeting reinforcements he never even asked for is completely pointless, but his rant is suddenly interrupted when someone calls out his name. Lila greets him, asking how he has been after all this time, while Hikari Hayakawa notes with a smirk that he actually managed to arrive on time today. Xiumin questions why the senior investigators aren't already buried in work back in their own countries, warning them not to treat this mission as some kind of international getaway. Hikari Hayakawa retorts that his sharp attitude is still very much intact. Meanwhile, Yowa stands nearby in shock, realizing that Xiumin dragged her along on this trip to the airport. In a state of utter despair, Yowa is overwhelmed by the realization that she was brought there solely to greet guests. And not just one, but 2 friendly ladies. The scene opens on a massive building at night as a man in a suit announces his arrival. He mentions hearing about a new high-quality product and follows the money, noting that the venue is packed. He observes that no one could decline an invitation from the Great Master himself, adding that this business is all about following the latest trends. As the hall fills with chatter, a guest asks if it is true that the new enhancer significantly boosts and awakens mana. The chatter continues as someone mentions hearing the product is a type of black powder and wonders what the ingredients actually are. Another guest notes that word has already spread that this substance is being distributed widely across the Middle East and Europe. Looking at the crowd, a man with long dark hair remarks on what a mess the situation has become. He expresses his belief that the Great Master could not have come up with this plan on his own, claiming she can smell clown's influence all over it. A man with orange hair and sunglasses considers that the master might be taking such drastic measures because the HMCS has been putting more pressure on him than expected. He reflects on how they killed Black Mamba, noting that whoever managed to pull that off is not an opponent to be taken lightly. He suspects that the master might be using this specific opportunity to distribute his goods into this particular market. The man notes that he has not received any updates from the VIP, adding that if the master is acting purely because of the HMCS investigation, it seems like an extreme leap. A blonde woman mentions hearing that the Korean branch of the HMCS has discovered the location of the abyss. She suggests this might be the Great Master's way of warning everyone that failure is not an option during his first launch into the northeastern market. The orange-haired man realizes that the conference is just a front to inform everyone that they are on their own. He complains that they were called there just to have that point driven home, noting how much the master's arrogance reeks. With a dark expression, he vows to crush the Great Master himself once he has outlived his usefulness. He declares that the master will eventually regret treating Pandemonium as nothing more than a business associate. The group's conversation is interrupted when a man nearby shouts to get their attention. Walking forward with a confident strut, the man demands to know what organization they represent. He notes they are lounging in royal seats and claims he has never seen their faces before. He aggressively states that this is Akai Kitsuna turf, and tells them it is no place for logoless strays like them. Before the man can finish telling them to beat it, he is silenced by a powerful punch to the face. With a loud thwack, a man delivers a high kick to another man. He remarks that, as expected, the gathering is crawling with beasts who lack both brains and judgment. The group is left in shock, as one calls the man a son of a bitch, and another screams out for his boss. A piece of furniture goes flying across the room with a thunderous bang. The woman glares down at the group, calling them lowly awakened scum. She orders them to shut their mouths before she rips out every last one of their teeth. A man in a blue robe tells them that is enough. He orders them to stand down or be removed from the conference, stating that this is not the time or place for petty quarrels. He asks the robed figure who the heck he is supposed to be. The man identifies his group as the Blue Jai, asking if the others really showed up without knowing who was hosting the event. The light blue-haired man turns to his colleagues and tells them not to just sit there, pointing out that their boss was just sent flying. But the hooded man remains silent, maintaining a calm and nonchalant demeanor, as if the commotion unfolding around him is of no concern. The orange-haired man glances at the hooded figure and wonders what he is doing there. He recalls hearing that the man had joined a private guild and can't help but question how many different identities he is juggling at the same time. A man looks at a small vial and finds it fascinating that an object so small is capable of making such a massive impact. Clown arrives in the hall and speaks into a microphone. Looking around at the gathered crowd, he remarks that things are really starting to heat up and comments on how packed the venue is tonight. He officially introduces himself as Clown, the owner of the establishment known as the Abyss, and the overseer of operations in the Korean market. He explains that, as most of them already know, the Great Master extended this invitation so they could witness a brand new product. With a loud SRRT, he opens a wooden crate. He tells the audience to feast their eyes on next-generation enhancers that can boost a user's mana by over 4-fold. He reveals the official name of the product is Lux. He acknowledges the nasty rumors regarding side effects, but claims those were all prototype versions and test products. He asserts that aside from its addictive nature, every other flaw has been completely addressed, regardless of whether they believe it or not. He tells the crowd to be frank, noting that none of them are there to use the substances themselves, but rather to do business. He expresses his certainty that every sharp mind in the hall can see the ripple this powerhouse product will send through the underworld, reaching even the dingiest back alleys. Moving on, he prepares to share the intelligence that explains why the conference was truly called. Clown reports that they have received unpleasant details from informants revealing that the international headquarters of the HMCS has had Lux under investigation since its early days. He calls this the price of ambition, involving great labor and risk. He then reveals that the Korean branch of the HMCS has caught wind of the Abyss. He states that they now need everyone's cooperation to ensure that the launch of Lux proceeds without a hitch. One guest looks confused at the mention of the HMCS, while another saying he heard the Korean branch was nothing more than a league of weaklings. The long-haired man notes that no one told them anything about this and asks what is going on. The orange-haired man tells him it doesn't matter, advising him to keep his head down and just follow orders. Clown notes that while the Korean branch is usually written off, they have been stirring the pot lately and have even called for backup from the international headquarters. He explains that this development means they can expect a major raid, likely within a week. Clown expresses his annoyance, asking who the authorities think they are to kick up dust when even the Hunter Association is staying quiet. He complains that they are trying to stomp in and ignore the rules, etiquettes, and lines of the business. He calls on everyone present to stand together and remind the authorities exactly who they are dealing with. As the guests nod in agreement, Clown suggests letting their men sample Lux themselves so they can see firsthand what this powerhouse can do. He declares that they will crush the HMCS raid with sheer, unexpected force. He predicts that once they see the glorious strength of the men, the investigators will scatter like rats from a sinking ship. A guest admits it was a nice speech, but asks why they should stick their necks out for the abyss, and what is in it for them. Clown calls it a fair question, and promises that everyone who backs them will receive double the amount of looks on their first purchase for the same price. He adds that the more they contribute, the more they will give away, trusting that many will assist them. He highlights that this offer comes directly from the Great Master himself, calling it a chance for them to make a name for themselves. Clown warns that while the abyss may stand or crumble, his words are certain. Lux will reshape the world within hours. As his subordinates step forward, Clown tells the group that this is their chance to ride the wave of upheaval or be swept away by it. He asks them to remember that power has ruled everything since the gates first appeared. He tells the audience to choose wisely. The hall remains filled with the sound of chatter as the guests discuss the proposal. The orange-haired man finds the situation interesting, noting that it reminds him of something Lord Orobus once said. He declares that the power humanity wields is not some makeshift mana granted on a whim by the gates. As the clown lets out a mischievous hum, he concludes that humanity's true power is greed. Xiumin checks his communication device and notes that it is officially midnight. Standing on a rooftop overlooking the city, he identifies himself as the control tower and requests a status report from the team. Yoa Kong, flanked by Sijin Min and the Blade Master, reports that the vanguards have taken their positions and are standing by for orders. Hikari, Hayakawa, and Lila confirm that all units are green and ready to move. Xiumin acknowledges the reports, confident that they have all the manpower required for the mission. He remarks that when catching moles, the best strategy is to smoke them out of their den first. Mana surges around Xiumin as he activates a massive, intricate magic circle, unleashing a powerful meteor rain spell. As a streak of light blazes across the night sky toward the target, he declares that the mission is officially commencing. With a sharp and determined grin, Xiumin officially launches Operation Doberman. Inside the abyss, criminals celebrate with a toast, clinking their beer mugs together. One boss excitedly declares that the conference is already paying off, viewing it as the perfect opportunity to unite the South. His subordinate enthusiastically cheers for him, praising his leadership and vision. Meanwhile, as Qianzheng and Qi Yu head up the stairs, they continue discussing how it is finally time to start raking in the cash. They think about reaching out to the merchants on the other side as soon as possible. Qianzheng enters the room and reviews the operation's strategy. He notes that Clown not only dumped the stock and hired mercenaries, but also managed to place a spy within the HMCS itself. After considering everything, he admits that he is genuinely impressed by how thorough and meticulous Clown has been in preparing for every possible outcome. Leaning back with a smirk, Clown laughs and humbly credits the Great Master's assistance for the plan's success. Qianzheng acknowledges Clown's humility and tells him to send a message if anything happens, wishing them luck with the aftermath. Surprised, Clown asks if he is already heading back to China. Qianzheng explains that he has completed all his assigned tasks, so there is no reason for him to stay any longer. Clown remarks that it is a shame, but probably for the best, since Qianzheng isn't a fighter. He then turns to Qi Yu, mentioning that his brother's killer is on the way. Qi Yu coldly replies that he will leave once he has paid his respects to the Great Master. Clown expresses his desire to see them return within a week if possible. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the building, catching everyone inside completely off guard. Clown demands to know the source of the noise, just as a panicked subordinate rushes into the room, shouting that they are in major trouble. Out of breath, the subordinate reports that an unknown assailant is bombarding the building from the outside, while their allies have already stormed the hall and taken control of the entrance. One of the criminals is stunned, questioning who would be crazy enough to bombard a building in the middle of a city. Clown lets out a forced laugh, gritting his teeth in disbelief at the audacity of the attack. On a nearby rooftop, Xiumin listens to a panicked voice over his comms, demanding to know why the attack is happening now when they were told the support team wouldn't be needed for another week. As explosions continue to rip through the city, a representative of the White Lion Guild voices his frustration. He admits that while they understand the urgency of the situation and recognize that the operation serves the public good, the task force's methods are making cooperation nearly impossible. Xiumin calmly replies that he understands and hopes for a better meeting next time before hanging up the call with a loud beep. Zhonggu reports to Xiumin that the defensive and tracking barriers have been successfully deployed around the abyss. He adds that the vanguards have already breached the first floor of the main hall. He notes that international reinforcements have helped minimize collateral damage and seal off all escape routes. They feel confident that the operation will end quickly if everything goes as planned inside. Xiumin crosses his arms, pleased that the enemy spy apparently failed to leak the specific details of their operation. The team laments that it is a shame the other guilds failed to show up, leaving only the Solabi Guild to follow through on its promise to help. They remark that having the full force of the allied guilds would have made the operation much easier. However, Xiumin points out that their current numbers are sufficient to finish the job, especially considering how successful the surprise attack has been so far. As a helicopter circles the burning building, the team observes that with the escape routes sealed and their base on fire, the only thing left is to keep up the pressure until the criminals are forced to come out. Inside the building, a subordinate calls out to Yowa as she prepares her bow with a focused expression. The team reports that the entrance and lobby have been secured, and Team 2 is already making its way to the upper floors. An investigator reports that the enemies in the lobby were only A rank or lower, and the assault is going smoothly with no major threats yet. Yowa orders them to transfer the neutralized targets to the investigators and stay at the entrance to catch any fleeing criminals. The subordinate gives a crisp salute and confirms the orders. Yowa thinks to herself that she has yet to see the enhancers or the key dealers, but her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden scream. A massive purple slime monster thumps forward as the criminals aggressively tell the attackers to get lost. Sejun Min charges forward with his staff, shouting for Yowa to block the exit. As the slime monster looms over them, Yowa yells at Saijin to take it down. Sejun snaps back that he is clearly trying his best. A criminal laughs maniacally, boasting that the monster is an A-rank overseas mercenary powered up by Lux. He warns that a single touch will melt their skin off, and orders them to leave if they want to live. The ground sizzles where the monster's acidic body makes contact. Yowa complains about the monster getting too close, while Sejun tells her to stop whining and help him. Sejun's staff flashes with light as he warns that they are all in trouble if the monster explodes right there. Sejun unleashes a freezing spell, sending a wave of ice toward the monster. The monster lets out a pained roar as its body begins to freeze and swell. Panicked subordinates shout that the monster is expanding its body. Sejun acknowledges the danger and orders everyone into a defensive formation as the ice begins to crash. Yowa sees an opening and tells Sejun to keep holding it in place as the monster's frozen body continues to crack. Yowa shouts her skill name, unleashing a powerful flaming arrow from her bow. The flaming arrow hits the frozen monster, causing a massive explosion that sends debris clattering everywhere. Observing the battle from the sidelines, the orange-haired man, Kaise, lets out a low whistle and admits that he is genuinely impressed by their strength. He remarks that he didn't know Korea had such skilled hunters, while another identifies the woman as Yohwa Kang, the guildmaster of Azure Bloom. The mysterious hooded man remarks that Yohwa is a global ranker, placing her on the same level as Korea's top S-rank hunters, including Sejun Min, Daesu Choi, and the legendary Blade Master. Kaise asks the hooded man if he was the spy who had been feeding information to Clown. The man immediately denies the accusation, explaining that he is there on personal business. He further points out that his guild, Frost Soul, is not even involved in the battle. Ukurshin observes the chaos and wonders if Clown's plan has completely fallen apart, as it looks like the abyss is about to fall. Kaise agrees, stating there is no reason to save Clown from his own mistake. He reminds the group that their orders are to stay hidden and ensure distribution, not to fight the HMCS directly. Arumu arrives, and reports that he has been tracking Clown as instructed. She notes that Clown is moving the goods quickly through what appears to be a secret passage. The group decides to take advantage of that same route to make their own escape. Ukurshin declares that Pandemonium is officially withdrawing from the Abyss situation. The hooded man decides to leave as well, wishing the others luck. Kaise mockingly asks if he is really just going to ditch his boss like that. From his vantage point, the mysterious hooded figure remarks that this is likely the end for the Akai Kitsune faction. The surviving criminals are in a panic, shocked that their A-rank ultimate weapon was taken down so easily. They finally realize they are facing Korea's top S-rank hunters, and wonder why they are there. One criminal urges the others to fall back deeper into the building and regroup with other organizations, noting they are low on mana and the entrance has become a death trap. Gritting his teeth, the leader refuses to retreat, declaring that the Akai Kitsune will not suffer such a disgrace. He orders his men to stop crying and get behind him as he prepares to break through the attacker's line. His subordinates are moved to tears by their boss's sudden display of courage. The criminal leader charges toward the team, shouting for them to get out of the way or be ripped apart. Sejun is surprised by the man's speed and calls out to Yohwa in warning. The criminal leader delivers a powerful slash toward the hunters. Yohwa barely manages to block the heavy strike with her bow. Suddenly, the Blade Master appears with a wide grin, remarking that the youngsters seem to be having fun and asking if he can join in on the fight. On the upper floors of the Abyss, someone urgently shouts for the others to hurry up as they rush through the building. Suddenly, a massive impact rocks the area, sending a man flying back with a pained cry. One of the criminals laughs maniacally, boasting about how incredible the drug feels and declaring his intent to kill everyone. His associate warns him not to take too much and tells him to keep moving. A subordinate panics and reports to his boss that the authorities have already taken control of the first floor, leaving the boss in total shock. Frustrated by the disaster, one criminal complains about the situation, desperately asking if anyone knows how to fly, since they might have to jump out of the building to survive. The addicted hunter tells his associate not to worry, laughing as he claims that with the power of Lux, he will kill them all, vowing to gut the authorities like pigs and make them squeal. A powerful surge of energy blazes through the hall, striking the criminals with a sharp sound. Someone declares that they have had enough as a bright light begins to glow beneath their feet. Standing firm with her team, Hikari Hayakawa declares that resistance is futile and orders the criminals to surrender themselves to the law. Kumo starts to point something out, and Hikari confirms it with a knowing smirk. She reveals that the men they just neutralized are actually high-profile criminals on the international wanted list. Hikari thinks to herself that she never expected to catch so many high-value targets. While she only came to help raid the hub, she realizes this is going to be a huge boost for her career. She orders her team to arrest every last one of them. The investigators dart forward as the criminals cry out in pain while being apprehended. A character moves with a quick tap, telling their opponent not to be so fast. They land a heavy kick that hits with a loud boom, leaving the target stunned. Kumo is knocked back with a pained grunt, realizing that the new backup is incredibly strong. As more enemies arrive with a tup sound, one tells the others to go while they handle the situation. Hikari Hayakawa looks on with a focused expression, recognizing the uniform of her opponents. She identifies them as members of the Blue GI, the organization led by the Great Master, who is known as the Kingpin of Asia's underworld. Hikari grabs her glowing wrist device, thinking it is the perfect time to test out her new legendary arcanium. She commands Kagutsuchi to attack, summoning a massive spirit snake that lunges toward the enemy. The Blue Guy's criminal leader is caught off guard by the sudden swoosh of the attack, questioning why she is facing a weasel and now a snake. A massive kaboom erupts as their attacks collide head-on. Amid the chaos, the leader shouts that she belongs in a zoo, comparing her ferocity to that of a wild beast. Hikari calmly corrects him, stating that the spirits are definitely not animals. With a swish, she unleashes another wave of energy toward her target. The enemy realizes with horror that the things slithering around her are actually spirits. A massive boom erupts as the battle intensifies. Watching the display, Kumo twinkles with excitement, observing that Hikari has grown even stronger than before. The criminal leader sees an opening and declares it is the end for the brat as he attacks with a powerful whoosh. Kumo grunts in pain from the heavy blow, wondering if his opponent is using an enhancement-type skill. Deciding to fight back, Kumo shouts a battle cry and unleashes a whoosh of energy to repel the attacker. An enemy is sent flying back with a pained cry as a swoon of energy clears the area. But the criminal leader mocks the tiny rat for putting up a fight, but Kumo angrily corrects him, stating that he is a weasel. Meanwhile, landing with a heavy thump, the female criminal leader grits her teeth and curses that slithering piece of trash. She lunges forward with a swoosh, screaming for her to die. Hikari immediately summons her spirit, calling for Kagutsuchi to go into full bloom with a bright flash. The spirit snake strikes with a slayish, causing the enemy to grunt in pain. The criminal leader winces and curses before darting away. Suddenly, Chiyu arrives at the scene. With a casual wave of his hand, he instantly dispels the spirit snake, causing the massive construct to vanish. The female subordinate calls out to Master Chiyu in a panic. Chiyu notes that they appear to be facing more than one branch of the HMCS. Hikari watches in shock, realizing that he is actually absorbing Kagutsuchi's power. Chiyu tells her to have a taste of her own nuisance as energy begins to swirl around his hand. With a thunderous sound, he unleashes a massive blast of energy. Hikari groans as she realizes the enemy has used a counter skill against her. Watching the disaster, Kumo screams out in horror. With a quick tap, Xiumin moves into position and grabs Hikari. Floating high above the city, a powerful rush of air reverberates across the skyline as Xiumin fixes his gaze on the fleeing enemies and coldly tells them that he doesn't recall giving them permission to leave. He firmly declares that they are going to finish what they started. Hikari gasps in surprise, calling out Hunterman's name as he supports her and uses his healing ability on her. Chiyu stares up at them in realization, identifying Xiumin. Gritting his teeth in fury, Chiyu identifies Xiumin as the one who killed his brother. Xiumin calmly notes that he thought Chiyu's sunglasses looked familiar. Xiumin deduces that Chiyu must be the brother of the counter dude he encountered previously. Clenching a vial, Chiyu swears by his life that he will tear Xiumin apart for what happened to Lei Yu. With a loud zoom, Chiyu lunges forward with a surge of energy, declaring he will do it even if it kills him. Xiumin looks back with a smirk, telling his opponent that he is sorry to break the news to him. With a firm clutch, Xiumin catches the attack and tells Chiyu that there is no happy ending for him. Arumu informs Kaise that an escape route has been secured and mentions that since Clown and his group are busy moving the Looks to the basement, they can use the passage before they are discovered. Arumu notices Kaise's hesitation and questions him. Kaise observes a distant glow and remarks that gold is an ominous color. Kaise calls out to Arumu and Raban. He commands them to stay and assist Clown, insisting they must keep the man alive no matter what. And they both acknowledge the order. Watching Clown and his subordinates move the crates into the elevators, he observes that the resulting flame will burn much brighter than he first expected. Xiumin stands ready as powerful golden flames of mana surges around him. Frustrated, Chenzhong nibbles on his thumb and curses his current situation. He reflects with deep regret, thinking that he never should have followed Chiyu into this mess. He realizes he missed his chance to escape when the Blue GI organization was still drawing the authorities' attention. Watching through a window, he is stunned to see Xiumin easily toying with Chiyu. He finds it unbelievable that a random hunter could overpower Chiyu, who possesses the strength of an S-rank hunter. Xiumin delivers a devastating punch, sending a shockwave of red energy through Chiyu. Realizing the danger, Chenzhong decides he needs to run immediately, while the HMCS is still occupied with the battle. With a thunderous bam, Xiumin stands over the unconscious Chiyu and coldly orders the bastard to stay down. Kumo rushes toward Hikari Hayakawa as she lands with a quick tup, urgently asking if she is alright. She admits that she seems to be in Xiumin's debt once again. Xiumin tells them not to mention it, noting that they were able to neutralize the target smoothly thanks to their help. He admits there were more enemies than he originally expected, making their assistance crucial. Nearby, Kumo reports that the upper floors are almost clear. Hikari points out a defeated criminal, identifying him as a senior member of the Blue Guy. Kumo is surprised, and Hikari explains that they are a highly influential gang in East Asia. Xiumin wonders if the group was holding a major meeting, and observes that the criminals are scurrying like rats, clearly caught off guard by the ambush. Hikari pauses in thought, wondering where the illegal substances are hidden. She suspects they might be with someone higher up on the upper floors. Xiumin reports that Hunter Lila has engulfed the entire building with her detection spell. He notes that according to the intelligence gathered, there is an emergency escape route located somewhere inside. Xiumin announces that he will go up to investigate. He instructs Hikari to stay behind and handle any criminals attempting to flee, noting that Jonggu will arrive shortly to assist. Hikari calls out for him to wait. Hikari reaches out and tells Xiumin to take a small gold object. Xiumin is confused and asks what it is. She places the item in his hand, explaining that it is a mana enhancer type arcanium, which his team confiscated during their last mission. Hikari reflects on how witnessing Xiumin's overwhelming power made her realize how slothful she has been. She notes that the experience drove her to push herself even further. She blushes as she admits that this is why she was overjoyed when she received the reinforcement request from the international headquarters. Hikari tells Xiumin that she really wanted to be of help this time, but admits that it looks like she still has a long way to go. Kumo is left in total shock, asking Hikari if she is really giving Takamizuchi to Xiumin. He questions how she could give away a legendary arcanium like that, wondering if she is actually interested in the investigator. In a small frantic form, Hikari yells at him to absolutely not jump to conclusions like that. With a quick zip, Hikari walks away, claiming she is just paying back her debt. She tells Kumo to stop getting the wrong idea and follow her since the criminals are still at large. A blushing Hikari thinks to herself that, while he may have saved her life a few times, it doesn't mean she fancies him, and complains about how annoying Kumo can be. Xiumin suddenly shouts, "Wait!" which Hikari thinks is for her. With a sudden swoop, a dramatic and flowery vision of Xiumin leaves Hikari completely stunned. A chibi Hikari stutters in shock as she asks Xiumin what it is. Reality strikes her as she realizes that Xiumin had asked the criminal to wait, not her. Xiumin grabs the criminal by the back of his clothes and asks if he really thought he could just crawl his way out like that. Chenzhong desperately pleads for him to wait, claiming that he isn't an awakened and is just an ordinary person. Xiumin notes that the man's face screams gangster and suggests punching him and so he stops lying. Chenzhong screams out, begging for mercy. Xiumin looks on with a cold expression, asking if the man is seriously afraid of death after selling those vile drugs. Xiumin orders the man to tell him where they are if he doesn't want to get beaten to death. With his teeth clacking in fear, the criminal reveals that it is in the basement. He explains that there is a VIP-only elevator on the top floor that goes straight down to the escape route. stating he is sure that's where everyone is heading. Seo-min expresses his annoyance, noting how much of a pain the situation has become. He contacts Jung-gu over his communication device, stating that he needs him to handle a task. As Sejun-min and Yeohwa run through the building, she asks for confirmation about an underground passage. Saijin confirms it, explaining that a team went ahead but likely needs immediate backup. Yawa notes that the criminal numbers are higher than anticipated and decides to leave the lobby to Master Gyeong-hu so they can assist the forward team. Suddenly, Yeohwa points ahead and urgently tells Sejun to look at what's happening. A heavy doom sound resonates as several Blue Jai members are shown lying defeated on the ground. Arumu and Raban stand over the fallen bodies, with Arumu coldly telling the investigators that this is as far as they go and ordering them to leave. Sejun watches in disbelief, wondering if the two of them managed to wipe out the others in a single clash. Sejun realizes that these two opponents are leagues above anyone they have faced so far, noting that at the very least, they're on par with their own strength. Raban and Arumu look on with focused, determined expressions. Arumu warns Raban not to lower his guard, since they are facing the country's top rankers. She suggests stalling them until Clown arrives so they can escape together. Raban scoffs, telling her to worry about herself. Sejun prepares his staff and shouts a warning that an attack is incoming. A powerful slam echoes as a massive strike is delivered towards them. With a loud flume, Sejun unleashes his fire magic, declaring his intent to burn the enemies along with the illegal substances. Arumu reacts with a quick fwish, using her chain magic to intercept the attack and telling him not to be so fast. A bright swash of energy occurs, leaving the hunters shocked as they realize the attack is being redirected. A massive boom erupts right next to Sejun. Yeohwa screams in confusion, asking why his skill landed there. Sejun grunts in pain, questioning if Arumu is using a dimension manipulation skill. Raban lunges forward, declaring that this is the end for the sloppy archer. He boasts that he will break her like a sugar cookie while swinging his massive, glowing weapon. Yeohwa slams his face into the wall with tremendous force, calmly stating that her opponent fails to understand one simple truth. For archers, strength is the most important thing. Raban lets out a pained cry as he is overwhelmed by the force of the attack. With a series of thunderous bangs and crashes, Sejun unleashes a relentless assault, leaving the criminal cursing in frustration. Clown suddenly emerges from the shadows, angrily asking if this is a joke. He expresses his fury, explaining that he told them to get the drugs to safety rather than fighting like dogs in front of the passage. He looks over at the ongoing battle and wonders why they couldn't have spared goons with actual brains. Sejun is caught off guard by the new arrival, questioning the presence of a clown mask. As their attention shifts to the new figure, their opponents seize the opportunity and launch an assault on both of them. With a loud thwack, a sudden impact causes Yeohwa to let out a pained grunt. She is sent flying backward and hits the wall with a heavy slam. Clown thanks his savior for the huge help and assumes Kaizei sent them as backup. He notes that things have spiraled into a mess and advises the individual to wrap it up and escape before the authorities start chasing them too. Raban then questions why the person is alone and asks where the henchmen are. Clown replies that the Blue Guy crew went down like fruit flies. He dismisses their reputation, claiming he was the last one standing after swatting some pests. He then asks if they can carry the illegal substances. Suddenly, a new presence enters the room. Clown turns around as the newcomer demands to know where they think they're going. The entire group is hit with a sudden jolt of shock as they realize Seo-min has appeared. Seo-min stares them down with a cold gaze, ordering the trash not to move an inch. Clown grumbles about the persistent nuisance and mockingly congratulates them on the ambush, admitting they did a great job ruining the castle he built. He notes that while he could easily build another hub, he poured far too much money into this specific one to simply let it go. Clown points out that his hands are currently full and suggests they should just take the win, walk away, and leave him alone. He sarcastically adds that he is certain their superiors will applaud their great triumph today. Looking at the downed hunters, he warns that pushing any further won't help since their comrades are currently not looking very good. With a dark and menacing expression, Seo-min coldly asks if the villain was the one who did this to them. Raban loses his patience and charges forward with his massive axe, shouting that they have already wasted enough time and ordering the investigator to die. Seo-min immediately activates the Iron Fist skill, a tracking type ability that solidifies mana into a projectile. The skill calculates the target's trajectory in real time and increases in power as the target gets closer, landing a devastating blow with a loud sound. Arumu is left in absolute horror, stammering that the investigator managed to kill Raban in a single hit. She watches Seo-min power up his hand, realizing that he must be the main figure behind this entire incident. Arumu urgently suggests they look for an opening to retreat. but Clown tells her he has things under control. He orders her to focus on making sure the illegal substances are kept safe. Clown addresses investigator Siu Min of the Gongbuk team, suggesting they pause for a moment to talk the situation through. Siu Min ignores the request and unleashes a powerful surge of energy with a sharp whoosh. A massive kablam rocks the area as Clown barely manages to jump away from the violent explosion. Looking at his torn sleeve, Clown admits the attack was impressive, noting that he could barely dodge it even with his high speed. Siu Min fixes him with a cold gaze and asks if he is the key dealer behind the operation. Clown asks what gave the investigator that idea, and Siu Min explains it's because Clown talks the most out of everyone there. Siu Min stands over the defeated Raban and demands to know where the drugs are coming from and who is responsible for their production and distribution. He warns the criminals to speak while they still have teeth left to rattle. Clown claps his hands and mockingly asks if the investigator is expecting to get all the big answers right away. Clown looks at his hands and asks if he really looks like that much of a pushover to the investigator. With a loud zoom, Clown lunges forward to launch an attack. Siu Min blocks a heavy strike from Clown, resulting in a loud pow. Clown continues his aggressive assault with a high kick and a loud voosh sound. A massive blam echoes as Clown lands a strike. Siu Min realizes that Clown is using a mobility-type skill and notes that he is even faster than Daesu. Sejun Min unleashes his Boreal Gale skill with a loud crouch. He acknowledges that the enemy is fast, but notes that his power isn't quite at the same level. Clown is sent sliding across the floor with a tup sound as Siu Min stands his ground. Coughing up blood, Clown laughs and admits that the investigator actually managed to land a hit on him. Shouting for the investigator to look at him, Clown prepares his next move as a magic circle glows on the ground. Clown unleashes a rapid flurry of kicks, each hitting with a loud pow. A heavy bam rocks the area as debris begins to clatter. Siu Min mockingly asks what about it. Standing amidst the rubble, he asks if the villain actually thinks he is something special. A massive magic circle appears on the floor with a loud zwoom. A giant shard of ice erupts from the ground with a loud sound. Clown lets out a laugh, remarking on what an absolute monster Siu Min is. Siu Min charges forward with a loud whoom, declaring that he will show Clown the truth. With a loud spoush, Siu Min declares that Clown isn't the only one who is quick-footed, as the criminal is sent crashing into the ice. Clown lets out a pained groan as the ice continues to crunch around him. A loud plam echoes as Clown is pinned against the ice while Siu Min watches him. Siu Min huffs in exhaustion, complaining that the side effects of his power are already wearing him down. He wonders how much longer the battle is going to drag on. Sejun calls out to his brother in concern, and Siu Min tells him to hold still so he can patch him up. A bright flash of light occurs as Siu Min uses his healing magic on Sejun while Arumu observes from the background. Arumu is left in awe of Siu Min's power, noting that his mana output is otherworldly and that he wields life magic as well. She realizes that if he is left unchecked, he will become a major threat to Pandemonium, and decides she must report this to her superiors immediately. Siu Min pins the villain down with his foot and warns him not to move an inch, or he will regret it, causing the criminal to flinch in fear. Siu Min notes that the man doesn't strike him as an expendable lackey, and demands to know what he knows about the enhancer's source. With a cold gaze, Siu Min orders the man to look him in the eye and answer the question, or he will die beside his friend. Suddenly, from within the ice, Clown activates his superheat skill, causing steam to erupt all around him. A massive explosion of heat blazes through the area with a thunderous whoosh, as Clown laughs maniacally. Standing amidst the smoke, Siu Min calmly asks if this is his opponent's real skill. Clown laughs, stating that now that Siu Min has seen his true power, he has no other choice. He declares his intent to burn Siu Min down along with everything in the room, while the bodies of his fallen allies lie nearby in the flames. Arumu screams in a panic, asking if the villain really intends to set the entire area ablaze. She is left in total shock as she watches Siu Min stand perfectly still within the raging fire. Siu Min asks why the villain is being so dramatic about a little scratch, as he prepares to lift his power. He unleashes a massive surge of ice magic, telling the criminal to cool it. The ice shards crack and clink as they engulf the room, sending Clown flying back with a pained cry. Tapping his wrist, Siu Min calls the situation a nuisance and complains that the villain made him waste his precious mana. Siu Min grunts in surprise as a sudden whoosh of energy surges around him. With his mask shattered and a crazed grin, Clown chuckles and declares that he has got him. Clown mockingly asks Siu Min if he finally realizes the depth of the trouble he is in. Engulfed in persistent flames, Siu Min curses in frustration, wondering why he is unable to extinguish the fire as it continues to crackle around him. Clown laughs maniacally, telling Siu Min that his struggles are futile because his fire is special. He explains that his creeping fire is impossible to extinguish once it latches onto a target's life energy. He notes that while ordinary people cannot even materialize life energy, Xiumin is a lifemancer, which makes him a rare breed. Clown assumes Xiumin has been recklessly spending his life energy, as if it were flowing from an endless fountain. With a crazed shout, Clown orders him to burn in the fury of his own life energy and crumble to ashes as a massive surge of power erupts. Xiumin acknowledges that the villain's explanation is all well and good, but he prepares to counter with a clenched fist. He lunges forward, warning Clown that he is the one in trouble now. Xiumin delivers a heavy slam to his opponent, declaring his intent to beat him to a pulp using his own flaming fists. As he unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes with a series of loud pows, Xiumin asks what will happen if he defeats Clown before his own body incinerates. Landing a devastating wham, he points out that the fire skill will no longer activate if the user is dead. Clown screams as he pours even more energy into his attack. Desperately, he yells for Xiumin to stay the hell away, insisting that he won't go down that easily. Xiumin realizes he is matching his healing pace to the damage caused by the fire, but notes his mana is draining rapidly. He suspects that Clown likely knows this and will focus on his defense to drag out the fight. Xiumin observes that sustaining the fire skill must also take a lot of mana, so he decides he must weaken Clown and take him down as soon as possible. Clown notices his hesitation and begins to mock him. Clown warns that the more power Xiumin pours out, the faster the flames will incinerate his body. He tells him that cranking up his output will only cause him to burn to a crisp faster. He declares that he won't let his opponent lay even a finger on him, as he is engulfed in a vortex of energy. With a series of loud bangs, Xiumin activates his iron skill. A powerful womb echoes through the air as he forms a shield to block the incoming attacks. Xiumin reflects that after returning to Earth, he uncovered something new. He explains that dimensional travel puts a limit on his mana output, not just as a side effect, but as a built-in defense mechanism to protect his body. He notes that although he has more than enough mana from gathering it for over a century, he can't use it whenever and however he pleases, because each universe has inherent limitations on spells and mana release. His theory is that the body enforces an automatic restriction to prevent output errors and overload, especially since he hasn't readapted to Earth's system yet. This means that if he ever needs to push beyond the threshold, the only option may be to forcibly break his own mana center, disabling the output restriction entirely. He admits that he has considered this possibility before, but he wonders what side effects it could trigger. Xiumin feels disappointed, realizing that he actually misses Pred. Clown screams in frustration, asking why his opponent isn't dying. With a loud blast, Clown orders the roach to stop being so persistent and die already. Arumu realizes the situation is bad and notes that Clown has completely lost it. She thinks that the HMCS hunter is too dangerous, having bested groups of skilled awakened and destroyed Pandemonium's elite. She notes he is making it impossible to retrieve Luke's, and worries that while she needs to keep Clown alive as per Kaise's order, she is running out of mana. With only one more move left, she wonders what the best course of action is, and questions if she should just give up as she prepares to press a device. Sijun Min appears and orders her to stop right there and keep her hands away from that thing. Electricity surrounds his staff as Arumu mocks him, pointing out that he can barely stand despite acting so confident. Sejun Min tells her to look around, stating they have sealed off the abyss entirely. He reveals they have arrested most key players in the crime syndicates, including the suspects believed to be tied to the substance. He expresses confidence that their allies will track down the exit route in no time. Arumu gives up with a frustrated expression, setting down her weapon and raising her hands in surrender. Clown asks the investigator if he may ask a question. He asks how it feels to be swallowed by flames fueled by his own life energy. He gives a gentle reminder that Sejun Min is human, and his body has limits, suggesting it might be time to dash to his brother and scribble out a will. Xiumin notices that his healing power is starting to weaken as flames continue to lick at his arms. He realizes that while his opponent will likely tire out first, his own mana is nearly depleted, and the aftermath of the battle will be a significant problem. He reflects on how Yohwa and Sejun are badly injured, making it his responsibility to get them out safely. He worries if he will have any strength left after finishing off Clown, and wonders if his only option is to break his limits. However, he hesitates, fearing that such a massive outburst of power might tear the entire building apart. Pred's voice suddenly rings out, mockingly asking if that is why Xiumin is hesitating to break through such a thin wall. He insults Xiumin, stating he didn't take him for a scaredy cat. Xiumin begins to glow with a bright light. Seeing his hesitation, Pred decides to take matters into his own hands. A close-up reveals a sharp and confident smirk on Xiumin's face. Dark energy suddenly begins to swirl violently around Clown, consuming the flames and energy surrounding him. The unexpected phenomenon catches him completely off guard. Clown reacts with utter confusion and shock, demanding to know what is happening. Pred officially manifests from a dark magic circle, excitedly announcing that the Great Pred has arrived and declaring that a breakfast is in order. With a loud whirring sound, Pred begins to spiral around Clown, causing the villain to grunt in pain. Clown is left in absolute horror as he realizes his superheat skill is actually being devoured by the entity. Seomin looks at Clown with a mocking grin, asking if he is seriously just waking up now after all the heavy lifting has already been done. He adds that, to be fair, the timing couldn't be better. He pretends to forget the name of the skill before mockingly identifying it as superheat. Seomin turns Clown's own ability against him. Dark flames of energy completely engulf Clown, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Standing calmly amidst the swirling shadows, Seomin remarks that this is what he considers a fair fight to the death. Seomin reminds Clown of his earlier question about what it feels like to be burned alive. With a menacing smile, he explains that he is bad at explaining things. He tells Clown to simply experience the sensation for himself as the black flames consume the villain, who screams out in agony. As the darkness spreads, a desperate Clown screams out for Arumu. Arumu bows her head, formally acknowledging Lord Kaise. With a loud zipping sound, Arumu activates a magic circle and declares that she will give her life for Pandemonium. Sejun Min watches in disbelief, questioning if Arumu redirected the skill's target coordinates to herself as Clown continues to howl in pain. With a loud ripping sound, Clown curses as he destroys an item. With a sudden swish, Clown activates an emergency escape arcanium and teleports away, vowing that he will never forget this humiliation. Seomin is annoyed, noting that the coward escaped by making the girl take the fall. Pred floats nearby, reminding Seomin that he isn't in a position to talk, after nearly being roasted alive himself. Seomin asks Sejun if he is alright, and Sejun confirms he is fine while asking about Seomin's condition. Sejun then points at Pred, asking what the strange thing floating next to Seomin is supposed to be. Pred is surprised by the attention, and Seomin casually acknowledges him. Seomin mentions that he told Sejun about him before, explaining that he can be called a certain name. Pred poses dramatically as Seomin identifies him as a freeloader. Pred corrects him, shouting that his name is Predator, as the first season officially comes to an end.